World Cup Game Day live on TalkSport, brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. Try the new Burger King Burger Buddies box. 3 iconic flame-grilled burgers. Enjoy a snackable Whopper, Big King and barbecue steakhouse, all delivered to your door.
From the soccer in Seattle to the tackles in Toronto.
Football in America.
Licensed broadcaster of the FIFA World Cup 2026, North America.
TalkSport.
Every flick, every foul, every free kick.
Dynamic and dazzling.
World Cup Game Day live on TalkSport.
Live in the Boston Stadium, England, Ghana, going to kick off in around about an hour's time. Fabian Herzler, the Brighton manager, is with us. Get more from him in a moment, but it's all over in Houston. Ian Abrahams.
Portugal 5, Uzbekistan 0. Cristiano Ronaldo announced himself at this World Cup with 2 goals. The first on 6 minutes, sweeping home João Cancelo's ball in. The second just before half-time, when set cleared by Bruno Fernandes, shooting across the goalkeeper into the far corner. Nuno Mendes' free kick before half-time made it 3-0 at the break to Portugal, who increased their lead in the second half with a goalkeeper letting own goal from a Fernandes corner, and Semedo's pullback smashed home by Rafael near the end. Ronaldo tried to get his hat-trick, he couldn't manage it today, but he's firmly at this World Cup now. Portugal 5, Uzbekistan 0.
And Portugal go top of Group K. The other game in that group, the other second game in that group is 3 a.m. UK time. Colombia taking on DR Congo. As things stand at the moment, and it's going to change, so don't read too much into it, but as things stand right now, England, top of the group, will play DR Congo in the round of 32, but don't put it down in ink, just pencil it in, because that is more than likely going to change. Let's speak to the Brighton manager, Fabian Herzler, then, who's alongside me here in the Boston Stadium. Cristiano Ronaldo was being doubted by everyone, and then he scores 2 goals.
Impressive. We spoke on the way to the stadium about him, because he always bounced back. He got a lot of criticism for the first game. The teams from Portugal might seem to have a little bit of trouble, but I think with this game everything is silent again, and they can focus now on their last game, and I think they have a really strong squad, so let's see how far they can go.
Yeah, I did ask you if you think England can win it, and you almost said, yeah, I'm reading into it, but who has impressed you? Which teams have impressed you most?
I'm impressed by United States, how they played the first 2 games. Of course they have this home advantage, but also regarding how they win the games was impressive, in a clear identity, with really good individual players as well. So I was impressed by United States. I was impressed by Argentina, also the performance yesterday. Having Lionel Messi in this shape can be very, very dangerous for all big countries. So these 2 teams are quite impressive so far. But again, we are still at the beginning of a big tournament. If you want to win the World Cup, you have to win, or you have to play like 8 games, and some of the teams still already played 2 games. So let's see how it's going. Yeah,
USA just played the national anthem here, as they do long before kick-off at every stadium in the USA before these World Cup games. They've impressed me. I think they've been a joy to watch. Quick question, actually. You've lost a centre-half since the World Cup started. Jean-Paul Van Heck has gone to Spurs. So, first of all, on that, how disappointing is it? I think you knew he was going to go, contract running out, etc. It kind of had to happen. It's what Brighton do, really.
First of all, I'm really delighted. I'm really happy for him, because this player, Jean-Paul Van Heck, he deserves it. He has a great winning mentality. He showed a consistency in his performances. He showed a crow regarding being consistent performances, a crow regarding winning mentality, and therefore I'm really delighted that he makes this move. Of course, for us as a club, it's not brilliant. We lost one of the best players, but we proved it in the past that we might not be able to replace him 1-to-1, but we will be able to find a way to replace him as a team, and that's the way from Brighton. We sell sometimes the best players, but we always bounce back and find good solutions for that.
And do you watch your players at the World Cup and worry, or in case of injury, etc.?
No, I think you shouldn't be concerned or afraid of having injuries, because exactly if you're concerned, if you're afraid, then these kind of things happen. I'm watching my players with a lot of joy, because I think it's a big honor that we have so many players representing their countries. It's a joy to see them playing for their nations. It's a joy to see them fighting and also scoring. Reminds me especially the first game from Yasin, where he scored 2 amazing goals for Sweden. So that's just where I'm in front of the TV getting goosebumps, because it's so special for him. I know how the boys, how hard they work to get there, how hard they fought for their countries to get to this World Cup. So it's really, really enjoyable to see them playing and fighting for the countries.
Yeah, he's one of my guilty pleasures, Yasin. I love watching him play.
Yeah.
He's so good on the ball. He's just a joy to watch. Really enjoy it. More to come from the Brighton manager, Fabian Herzl. I want you to focus on England's midfield. TalkSport's Kweku Afari is out here at the World Cup. He's a Ghana fan. He told us yesterday he's not sure about Elliot Anderson. Thinks he may be a weakness. There was a hot take on England's midfield, which is widely thought to be one of the best trios at this tournament, but it's not the only hot take on the England midfield. And TalkSport's Ollie Klink has more.
Right, I'm going to say it. It feels really good to be an England fan right now, doesn't it?
The Three Lions off and running in double quick time.
4 goals against Croatia, the best second half I've ever seen from the Three Lions. The beer gardens are heaving, the sun's out. What is not to like?
People in the pubs would like it, and I thought, yeah, well, maybe they would like it.
It might have got to my head though. I host Inside England on the TalkSport YouTube channel alongside Rory Jennings and Flex. Please comment, like and subscribe. And here's what we had to say about England's midfield and where it ranks at this tournament.
You've got Portugal, Spain, France.
Spain's midfield isn't better than England's, is it?
Yeah.
Player for player?
Yeah. Rodri and Pedri and won't see the ball for about half an hour. What are we doing here?
Now, those comments caused a bit of a stir. Trust me, you don't want to see my comments section. But do I have a point? Let's ask a proper expert, not just someone who's maybe spent a bit too long in the sun. Here's European football guru Kevin Hatchard.
Sorry, Ollie, I think I'm going to have to agree with Flex here, and here's why.
Works it in field to Rodri. Again, sensed that there was a player coming at him, pirouetted away from him so sweetly.
They've got Rodri, who's a Ballon d'Or winner, one of the best defensive midfielders of his generation. Fabian Ruiz has won back-to-back Champions Leagues with PSG. And the Barcelona star Pedri's an absolute joy to watch, a phenomenal talent. But they've also formed the bedrock of a team that's delivered the Euros in 2024, beating England in the final.
Vitinha, Neves, Bruno Fernandes. If you're talking about Tchouameni, even Rabiot's still knocking about in there.
And Kante.
And Kante's still in there.
Ours is better than France.
Yes and no. England's central midfield unit's certainly comparable to France's. It's probably better. Manu Kone's inexperienced at this level. Adrien Rabiot, dependable, but not much more than that. Aurelien Tchouameni had a tough season at Real Madrid. But if we're going to talk about Portugal...
João Neves with the header! And it didn't take them very long.
Then I'm afraid England at least level, if not a touch behind. Bruno Fernandes, many people shout for player of the season, but when you add in the incredible talents of the 2-time Champions League winners Vitinha and João Neves, Portugal just about have the edge.
Alright, if you don't agree with me, that's fine. Is it just European sides, though, that we should be ranking above England when it comes to midfield?
I think if you look at Brazil's midfield, it's probably behind England's right now. I think there are big gaps.
That middle of the park behind Casemiro and Bruno Guimaraes, there's so much space in there.
But Argentina, you'd have to say, are right up there with England. Look at what they've won. Alexis McAllister, OK, not great for Liverpool this season, but phenomenal for Argentina. You've got Rodrigo de Paul, who's basically Messi's minder, and you've got Enzo Fernandez, who I think's a phenomenal midfielder. Those three know each other's positions, know each other's movements, know each other's habits, and they allow Lionel Messi to do the incredible job that he does.
I am sticking with my shout. England are at least in the top 2 when it comes to midfields at this tournament.
I think you'd put them on a level with Argentina, with Portugal. I think you'd put them ahead of France. But for me, Spain have to be seen as the top midfield at the World Cup.
I tell you what, I just wish we could hear from someone... Sorry, what's that? Oh, a former England captain and a current Premier League manager are going to have their say on it. Well, of course they'll agree with me. Might even get me a job at Brighton.
Ollie, mate, that's highly unlikely. So let's bring in the former England captain Stuart Pearce and the Brighton manager Fabian Hertzler on England's midfield. And when I mentioned before that my colleague who's a Ghana fan, he's here at the World Cup, Kwaku Afari, said that the weakness in England's midfield trio of Rice, Bellingham and Anderson is Elliot Anderson. I suspect your face gave it away that you don't necessarily agree with what Kwaku was saying there, no?
So I had to play against him twice this season, and we always try to get him out of the game because he can define the rhythm of the game. He has such a good understanding of the game. He has such a good understanding to play like Brian Laking line breaking passes, and that's why I think I wouldn't 100% agree with that. For me, it's about like the right balance in this midfield, and I think they really represent everything what a good midfield needs. We have with Rice a very physical player, a box-to-box player who can attack the opponent's box, who can defend their own box. We have with Anderson a player who has a really good understanding of the game, who can play these kind of balls, who can always find in really tight and narrow situations good solutions. And then you have Bellingham, who can change the game with one action, and therefore I think for me it's really about how do they fit together, and I see a great fit. I saw it in a game against Croatia, so I'm quite convinced that is one of the best midfield we see in the World Cup so far.
Over years gone by, we've used Rice as the holding midfield player because we've never really had anybody that we felt as though could do that job. Now Anderson we feel as though could play at the base and free Rice up to get forward and, like you say, go box to box. Do you think on the game the other day in the first half they were a little bit too conservative with their passing through the lines, like you said? That was my thoughts on the first half.
100%. So that was my impression from the first half, that they were a little bit hesitating of playing these kind of balls. I think the gaps were there, but they were not able to really, first of all, play these balls by having also the courage to turn the body in the right moment, to turn the body that they can play these vertical passes. So I know that they can do it because I experienced in the Premier League. So like I said, I'm really convinced of these three players, especially from Anderson, Rice, seeing them playing in the Premier League regularly. I think that there's a good fit, and hopefully that Anderson can continue the performance he showed in the second half against Croatia.
I feel that sometimes, Declan Rice, we know his worth as a champion. He really was the spearhead, the talisman for West Ham when he was there. He's becoming that for Arsenal as well. I think if he ever gets the captaincy at Arsenal, it will take him to another level as well. He'll wear that really well. I sometimes feel that he plays within himself. I think he's capable of being more of a Steven Gerrard character, if you know what I mean, grabbing older games regularly, scoring more goals, maybe having a bigger impact all around on games. Are we going to see that to come from Declan Rice, do you think?
Yeah, I think it will be interesting to see how England will be structured and positioned today with Spence playing on the left. When O'Reilly played the last game, he was moving in the A position. It might be that Spence stays more lower position to also be well structured, well positioned if Ghana have their transition moment. That means automatically that Rice is in a higher position. That means he's closer to the opponent's box, and hopefully he attacks the box regularly, because my impression is that he has a really good finish. When we see his crossing, set pieces regarding free kicks, corners, his cross is unbelievable. So that shows us that he has the technique to finish quite well, and on top of that he has the height to do a good header as well. So therefore hopefully we see him more regularly attacking the box today.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate, it's not really a criticism of Declan Rice. Really admire all he's got to do. I just feel like there's maybe more to come from Declan Rice, and maybe even feels that way as well. The Brighton manager Fabian Hertzler is with us on TalkSport. We're live in the Boston Stadium. We're 45 minutes away from kickoff as the players are out there warming up. You're listening to World Cup Game Day Live on TalkSport, brought to you by Enterprise Rent a Car. Here for it. Book now at enterprise.co.uk.
World Cup Game Day Live on TalkSport, brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. Try the new Burger King Burger Buddies box, an unbeatable lineup of 3 or 9 iconic snackable burgers, perfect for any watch-along with friends and family. Order now on the Burger King app.
We've got epic news from Bet365. This is an offer worth listening to. If you place a bet builder on England versus Ghana and it doesn't come in, you get your money back in free bets. It's an incredible offer. Why would you build a bet anywhere else? Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. New and eligible customers only. Max 12 selections for Bet Builder. Max free bets vary per customer. T's and C's and restrictions apply. 18 plus. Please play responsibly. Visit gambleaware.org.
Pay attention. The ferry leaves at 10 a.m. Roads are busy.
Great.
Dad, pack the boot. Suitcases, Tetris style.
Yeah.
Rosie, got your teddy? Uh-huh. No going back this time. Honey, how's the car?
Windows clean, car wax, carpets.
I meant the tyres.
Oh, sorted them at Quick Fit last week.
Brilliant. If things go to plan, it'll be smooth sailing.
Planning the perfect getaway this summer? Make sure your tyres are up for the job. Book today at quickfit.com or your local centre. Quick Fit. Drive away happy every time.
Bring me sunshine in a beer garden, the football on a giant screen, that first pint before kick-off, and something crisp and cold. Like Copperberg Crisp Apple Cider. Real apple cider. Cold and refreshing with a touch of Copperberg's famous sweetness. Ah, that's better. Copperberg Crisp Apple Cider. Bring me sunshine. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
On game day, it has to be a lucky pants. And look, works every time. Not that you noticed, you're lost in another winning moment. Rich, thick ketchup oozing onto a juicy burger. Back of the net. Because when it comes to the taste you love, it has to be Heinz.
The FIFA World Cup is here. We've been waiting for it, dreaming of it. Absolutely nothing could make it any better. Except getting a McDelivery. With delivery fee from 99p. Go on! Bring it home! 18 plus. Service fee and small order fee may apply. Participating restaurants. Serving times and T's and C's apply.
Need anything from Tesco? Like 3 for £8 on selected Tesco finest picnic food, such as burrata with semi-dried tomatoes or whipped feta and tabbouleh.
Club card accepted.
Because every little helps. Majority of larger stores ends 11th of October. Club card or app required.
World Cup Game Day Live on TalkSport. Brought to you by Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for it. Book now at enterprise.co.uk.
48 teams, 39 days. One summer of unbelievable, unbeatable sporting drama.
World Cup Game Day Live
on TalkSport.
Live at a very wet Boston Stadium ahead of England against Ghana. England's second game of this World Cup. They're looking to make it 2 wins out of 2 and get through the group. We'll get more from the Brighton manager, Fabian Herzl, who's sitting alongside us here, high up in the stands here in Boston. We are just over, 40 minutes away from kickoff here in Boston. Let's take a look at the latest odds with Bet365.
On the ball, on TalkSport with Bet365. Get your money back in free bets if your bet builder doesn't come in on tonight's England game. Max free bet varies per customer. Bet restrictions and T's and C's apply. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
And Steve Freeth from Bet365 joins us. England against Ghana. England hot favourites, surely.
Yeah, hi there, Ed. Yeah, expected to make it 2 from 2 at odds of 2 to 11, and they're just 9 to 4 to score 4 or more again. Ghana are 14 to 1 to win the game and 7 to 1 to score 2 or more.
And in terms of goal scorers, Harry Kane's under pressure now with all the others bagging goals. Mbappe, Haaland, even Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi, of course, the top scorer at this World Cup.
Brace yourself, brace yourself. He's not the only one under pressure. I'll tell you what, Messi, Mbappe, Haaland and Kane last week was an 840 to 1 fourfold. Ronaldo stopped it being an almighty hammering for us. And now we need Harry Kane not to score 2 or more, because the four-timer, Ronaldo has just made it a 500 to 1 with his brace. So the five-timer actually pays 2,500 to 1. So that's if Harry Kane scores 2 or more in this game. So we're talking a multi-million pound payout should that happen. As regards to the odds of him scoring first, he's 9 to 4. He's 5 to 2 to score first, and just 9 to 1 for a hat trick. I mentioned Jude Bellingham, who's 16 to 1 to score from outside the box. And Mark Gahey, he's 12-1 to score a header.
Interesting. He's capable of that, no doubt. And by the way, no sympathy if you do get.
I've got the violin. I've got the violin aid.
Yeah.
I've got the violin aid. Yeah, I'm like Nigel Kennedy in his heyday.
Tiniest violin ever. We'll get back to Golden Boot actually outright in a second. But first of all, a better build-up for tonight's game.
Yeah, I'm going for Kane, 2 shots on target. I'm going for Semenya, 2 shots on target. And I'm going for both teams to score. So that's a 14-1 poke.
And in terms of the Golden Boot, I mean, they're all scoring, so it becomes hard to predict, doesn't it, really? It's
an excellent market, Adrian, I have to say. And Ronaldo shortened from 40-1 into 16-1 after that brace. Messi leads the way at 15-8. It's Mbappe at 2-1. It's Haaland at 6-1. Harry Kane, 6-1. Ronaldo at 16-1. And, of course, Mikel Oyarzabal, who got a brace the other day, he's 25-1 as well. It's a great market, this one, Adrian.
Indeed. Amazing stuff, Steve. Good information there. Those are the latest odds with Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 18+, gambleaware.org.
On the ball, on TalkSport with Bet365. If your bet builder on England versus Ghana doesn't come in, you actually get your money back in free bets. Max free bet varies per customer. Bet restrictions and T's and C's apply. 18+, gambleaware.org.
And he mentioned Antoine Semenyo there. Less than 10 years ago, a teenage Antoine Semenyo was sent off at Wealdstone while playing non-league for Bath City, and here he is warming up and about to face England at the World Cup. Now, is this a New England under Thomas Tuchel? Plenty of positivity, but the Three Lions have often found their second game of a tournament to be a trap. Their last 3 resulting in 3 draws. The England boss spoke with Faye Carruthers yesterday.
Thomas, great to see you. How much are you looking forward to your second match after that first one?
Always looking forward to matches. It's the best thing. We love training, but nothing beats the vibe and the excitement around the match.
In terms of what you wanted to fix, you said that there were some things that you needed to work on. What did you work on that you weren't happy with in the match the other day?
We worked on a lot of stuff. Tried to work on everything, also the things that make us strong. I think the key element to make better is to protect the ball better after ball wins, because Ghana is very strong if they win the ball back after they lost it. So they love to win these second balls and initiate counterattacks with 4, sometimes 5 players, very physical, very fast players, and on a direct way towards the goal. So we need to be very, very careful after our ball wins to protect the ball and be more careful and have less unforced errors in our match than in the last match.
Yeah, they love a counter-attack, and obviously Antoine Semenyo is a fantastic player. Many of your players know him well from playing with him at club, but also playing against him. Yeah. What threats that he poses do you need to watch out for?
Basically, he embodies what they have in the front line, top quality, very physical, very fast, and that's what's coming. I still believe that we play in a very difficult group, and one of the most difficult groups in the tournament. And when I analyze the matches, see the individual quality of Ghana, then I feel that it proves me right. So that's what's coming. A different type of game that they play, but it's physical. They play very direct, very long balls, straight into their wingers, straight into their strikers, always ready to attack and always ready to play counter football.
And I know you want to win every game, but how important would it be, having seen other teams go through after 2 wins, to be able to plot what comes next? How important would it be to win?
It's my first tournament, but when we analyze the tournaments before, it seems to be important to have clarity and to have the lead in matches. So we want to first of all have the lead and don't think too far ahead. It's the most difficult match is tomorrow, but we have one more match in the whole tournament, of course, also to go. So yeah. If we have the chance to win it tomorrow, of course we will try everything. But it's not only on us. We play against a top opponent. We have full respect, and the focus needs to be there.
Thomas Tuchel with TalkSport's England correspondent Faye Carruthers. We'll go down to Faye Carruthers in just a moment. She's behind the goal. The Brighton manager Fabian Hertzler is with us. Spoke about how you sometimes have exchanges with Thomas Tuchel. You've spoken in the past about his tactical intelligence as well. I'm interested in his approach at half-time against Croatia when England weren't great in that first half, as we've spoken about before. He said, Thomas Tuchel, even if we lose, it will not change my perception of the last 17 days, but let's do it our way. And actually, Anthony Gordon, one of the players, came out and said, he said to us at half-time, so what if you lose? You're not out of the tournament at that point, because it's obviously the group stage. So, very interesting team talk. I mean, why would a manager say that to players, though?
I think in the first half he wasn't 100% happy with, we just spoke about turning in the right moment, playing vertical, having the courage to play their style, and therefore I think he missed this courage, he missed this confidence, what normally the players of England should have because of their quality, and he just wanted to get this quality out of them. And I think halftime talks are there to give, first of all, clarity, to give support and to give belief. And I think with this phrase, what Thomas Tuchel said in after, he gave the lads the belief in their own quality, belief in their style of play, and the belief of England win with their identity. And I think we saw it in the second half. It showed a real change, so it was impressive.
Yeah, there is an identity, it's a positive one, and he reinforced it, and it absolutely worked in the second half. Let's go down to Faye Carruthers. She's watching England players warm up. Some interesting observations on Jordan Pickford and Jordan Henderson as well, Faye.
Oh, Jordan Pickford was having a sing-along to Vindaloo, which I've caught him doing a couple of times before. But Jordan Henderson, I mentioned this in the Croatia game as well, of the outfield players warming up, Jordan Henderson is the only substitute warming up with the outfield players. And Thomas Tuchel has always talked about how he sets standards, and that's exactly what he's doing, egging on those 10 outfield players while the goalkeepers warm up to my left-hand side, and James Trafford takes on shots from the players. The substitutes, or finishers if you like, are just warming up in front of me. Additionally, John Stones and Nico O'Reilly, obviously the two players to miss out aid, but you know that Thomas Tuchel, depending on how the game is going, can shake things up and bring on the impact players like Morgan Rogers. I'm watching Ollie Watkins, additionally in front of me Bukayo Saka as well, Eberichi Eze, who didn't get a chance the other night. So there's plenty of attacking prowess that can come on if needed later on.
Interesting observations. And Fabian Hertzler, Jordan Henderson, we talked about Jason Steele being a good teammate, even though he's not going to be playing in games. Jordan Henderson not starting games, but warming up with the first 11, and it shows his importance. But that's been questioned by some fans who say, well, if he's not playing, surely he should be on the coaching staff. They've accused him maybe of being a cheerleader. Is he good enough playing wise to be in the squad? But how important is that element of him as somebody who can encourage, who can almost coach but be a teammate as well?
I think we heard the phrase "he sets the standards," and that's exactly what I 100% support this phrase, because these kind of players, and experience, or I had these players as well in my team with, for example, James Miller. They set the tone, they set the standards, and they set it by living it. By living it with the daily behavior. Daily behavior means hardest working trainer, hardest working preparer. When there's training, they prepare the best way they can do it. When the training is finished, they try to regenerate the best way they can do it. And beside the pitch, they try to be leaders. They try to be there for their teammates. They try to be players who are really reliable. And I can only say from my experience, having a James Milner in the building makes everyone around him better, just because he lives it on the daily behavior. And I think that Henderson has a similar role here in this team. That means that he's not only there for being the leader, for being the connector, for being the guy who sets the standards. He's also there to maybe come on the pitch and play a very important role. So therefore, I think a team needs always a clear structure. You need to have players who are there for the creative moments. Then you need team players who know their role, and then you need leaders who are the core of the team. And I think England has quite a good core on the pitch, but with Henderson they have another really important and experienced player beside the pitch who helps Thomas bringing the right message just towards the team, and I think that's so crucial for a tournament.
Can you give us an insight in regard to your relationship with Milner, which might reflect Thomas's relationship with Henderson with his squad?
So first of all, I think it's the exchange I have with these kind of players, and I had with James Milner, and he can transport this message I had to him towards the locker room. So that's the first thing. Second of all, these kind of players, they are like role models for young players, role models for everyone in the building, role models by behavior, role models by performance, role models by all the other things a leader has to do. And that's why I think he plays a big part for a coach, because he can be like, if the head coach uses him quite effective, and a head coach listens to him, and a head coach gives also the freedom and the responsibility to these kind of players, then he can use him as a playing assistant coach, because like I said, he can sense messages in the right tone. He can be like a leader by his behavior. He can take ownership responsibility when the head coach is not there. So these kind of players are so crucial, and for me, this selection just makes sense.
So you're going to miss James Milner because he's retired now, isn't he?
Yeah, 100%. So I'm not sure if he's listening, but if he's listening, I want to say greetings to him. He was a great lad, great personality, great leader, and it was just a joy to work with him. Let's see how long he can be without football. I'm not sure that it takes that long that we will see him back.
I think you'd echo all that, Stuart, wouldn't you? You worked with him?
Yeah, we had him with 3-4 years with the under-21s. He's the most capped under-21 player there's ever been, and then went on to have a brilliant I can't remember who we were playing. It might have been the Dutch maybe, and I was on the coaching staff with England, and James was going on to make his debut with the England team, and I can't tell you how proud I was. You know, when you work with someone and you know they give their life for the profession, and all of a sudden he was going on to make his senior debut. It was like a father and son, honestly. He might not see it that way, but I did, you know.
Emotional. No, I totally get that. Stuart Pearce, former England captain, and the Brighton manager Fabian Hertzler with us live in the Boston Stadium as the players warm up. Half an hour to kick off, just under half an hour to kick off England against Ghana, England's second game at this World Cup. And whilst we're here in North America, we're bringing you the World Cup Daily Podcast. Myself, our commentator Jim Proudfoot, and Stuart, bringing you a flavour of the tournament atmosphere. And there's a brand new episode out tomorrow morning with all the reaction after England's game with Ghana. You can listen wherever you get your podcasts or on the TalkSport app.
World Cup Game Day Live on TalkSport, brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. Try the new Burger King Burger Buddies box, an unbeatable lineup of 3 or 9 iconic snackable burgers. Perfect for any watch-along. Order now on the BK app.
On game day, it has to be a lucky pants. And look, works every time. Not that you noticed, you're lost in another winning moment. Rich, thick ketchup oozing onto a juicy burger. Back of the net. Because when it comes to the taste you love, it has to be Heinz.
Bring me sunshine in a beer garden. The football on a giant screen. That first pint before kick-off. And something crisp and cold. Like Copperberg Crisp Apple Cider. Real apple cider. Cold and refreshing with a touch of Copperberg's famous sweetness. Ah, that's better. Copperberg Crisp Apple Cider. Bring me sunshine. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Pay attention. The ferry leaves at 10 a.m. Roads are busy.
Great.
Dad, pack the boot. Suitcases, Tetris style.
Yeah.
Rosie, got your teddy? No going back this time. Honey, how's the car?
Windows clean, car wax, carpets.
I meant the tyres.
Oh, sorted them at Quick Fit last week.
Brilliant. If things go to plan, it'll be smooth sailing.
Planning the perfect getaway this summer? Make sure your tyres are up for the job. Book today at quickfit.com or your local centre. Quick Fit. Drive away happy every time. We've got epic news from Bet365. This is an offer worth listening to. If you place a bet builder on England versus Ghana and it doesn't come in, you get your money back in free bets.
It's an incredible offer. Why would you build a bet anywhere else? Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. New and eligible customers only. Max 12 selections for Bet Builder. Max free bets vary per customer. T's and C's and restrictions apply. 18 plus. Please play responsibly. Visit gambleaware.org.
The FIFA World Cup is here. We've been waiting for it, dreaming of it. Absolutely nothing could make it any better. Except getting a McDelivery. With delivery fee from 99p. Go on! Bring it home! 18 plus. Service fee and small order fee may apply. Participating restaurants. Serving times and T's and C's apply.
Need anything from Tesco? Like 3 for £8 on selected Tesco finest picnic food, such as burrata with semi-dried tomatoes or whipped feta and tabbouleh.
Club card accepted.
Because every little helps. Majority of larger stores ends 11th of October. Club card or app required.
World Cup Game Day live on TalkSport. Brought to you by Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, we're here for it.
Unrivaled kit-by-kit commentary of every single game across the entire tournament.
World Cup Game Day live
on TalkSport.
And we're at the home of the New England Patriots. The stadium filling up, players leaving the field. Sprinklers are on, it's raining. I mean, I don't get it at all. But here in the grass is quite long, and maybe England might have a little problem with that. We'll see how the game goes on. A lot of interest in this game here in Boston. Stormzy is among the guests here, and when Stuart Pearce was told that, the Equip didn't realise the weather was that bad. Good one, Stuart. Right, let's get a recap of the lineups. All thanks to Bet365.
On the ball, on TalkSport with Bet365. If your bet builder on England versus Ghana doesn't come in, you actually get your money back in free bets. Max free bet varies per customer. Bet restrictions and T's and C's apply. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Just over 20 to kick off. Let's remind you of the team's end with your commentator Jim Proudfoot.
And England's two changes both come at the back. Gahey in for Stones, while Spence is preferred to O'Reilly on the left. Two wingers are unchanged. Madueke and Gordon given the nod again, with Saka and Rashford on the bench. So it's Pickford in goal, James, Concert, Gahey and Spence, Anderson and Rice, Madueke, Bellingham, who wins his 50th cap, and Gordon and Harry Kane up front. Thomas Partey's available for Ghana, having been denied entry into Canada for their first game of the tournament. That's one of 4 changes. Asari replaces the injured keeper Adizigi in goal. Iñaki Williams and Sibo also come in, with former Southampton midfielder Sulemana among those missing out. Now, they play with a back 5 against Germany in a March friendly. They may well go the same way again. Asari in goal, Yerenchi moving into right back, Sanaya Adjiti, Lambeth-born Jerome Poku, and Mensah as a back 5. Then Semenyo on the right, Partey and Sibo in central midfield, Iñaki Williams on the left, Jordan Ayew up front. And Stewart's that likely change to 5-4-1 with Semenyo moving to the right that may well be instrumental in the selection of Spence ahead of O'Reilly today.
Will be, as I say, I'm looking from sort of Ghana's point of view, and you're thinking that they're looking at these two games, a point from either of these two games that they've got coming up gets them through, and they'll be absolutely delighted with that. As I say, Spence offers, I think, a more of a defensive shield, so maybe that's the reasoning behind him and the match-up between him and maybe Semenyo, potentially, if he wants to swap James over.
I'm delighted to say Fabian Ursula, part of our team here today. Fabian, if you're setting up that Ghana side, you're Carlos Queiroz, what are you doing to try and contain England's threats? Would you play with the 5? Would you go 5-4-1? Is it you're sitting with a low block? What are you doing?
Yeah, so I think when we look at the structure and the positioning from England in the first game, when the opponent plays like with a back 5, they try to bring 6 players in the last line. If the opponents play with back 4, then England always try to bring like 5 players in the last line, so regarding offensively, and that means they would always have a 2 versus 1, and therefore makes sense if they would go to a back 5. Would be then interesting to see how England reacts. I expect that they then again bring 6 players in the last line instead of 5 and react to the back 5 from Ghana. So for me it makes sense to play this formation, because one of the biggest strengths from Ghana is their transition. It's very transition-based teams. They have so many, of course. Now Sulemana's on the bench. Sulemana's are a very good transition player. So let's see how the setup will be. But in general, I would say if Ghana has a chance today, then especially their transition moment, how they get to these kind of transition moments can be in a back five. We don't know it. Can also work in a back four. So let's see how they set up. But it will definitely be their plan. Low block and then focusing on their transition players.
I think historically England on occasion when teams have sort of sat back on that low block and transition quickly, it's caused us a problem. Japan at Wembley, for instance, of a recent game. Now, who is the most important player? Would you say Anderson's the most important player in these periods where England have the ball and spread to play?
I think especially their two fullbacks will be very important because we saw it in the first game that the fullbacks in the first game, Riley and James, they like to join the attack. But if a fullback joins the attack, then you give up one player in the rest defense. And I think rest defense will be key. So it will be crucial that they have, like, if Spence joins the attacks and he sees there's an advantage, I can join the attack, that James will cover it. And if Reece James goes, then of course Spence has to cover it. And on top of that, you of course need the two centre-backs organizing the rest defense, and then normally you need to have like 1-6 in front, and there should be most of the times Anderson. He should be really there to be like the connection player between the players who attack the box, and he in between like the last line and the offensive player. So I think a key part will be definitely the fullbacks who have to organize and have to cover each other, and of course like you said, the player Anderson.
Great insight from the Brighton manager Fabian Hertzler and the former England captain Stuart Pearce. Those the team lineups with Bet365, 18+, gambleaware.org.
On the ball, on TalkSport with Bet365. If your bet builder on England versus Ghana doesn't come in, you actually get your money back in free bets. Max free bet varies per customer. Bet restrictions and T's and C's apply. 18+, gambleaware.org.
World Cup Game Day Live on TalkSport, brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. The new Burger Buddies box from Burger King features a snackable Whopper, Big King and barbecue steakhouse burger. Flame grilled perfection, now made for sharing. Sort of.
On game day, it has to be a lucky pants. And look, works every time. Not that you noticed, you're lost in another winning moment. Rich, thick ketchup oozing onto a juicy burger. Back of the net. Because when it comes to the taste you love, it has to be Heinz.
Bring me sunshine in a beer garden. The football on a giant screen. That first pint before kick-off. And something crisp and cold. Like Copperberg Crisp Apple Cider. Real apple cider. Cold and refreshing with a touch of Copperberg's famous sweetness. Ah, that's better. Copperberg Crisp Apple Cider. Bring me sunshine. 18+, always drink responsibly.
Pay attention. The ferry leaves at 10 a.m. Roads are busy.
Great.
Dad, pack the boot. Suitcases, Tetris style.
Yeah.
Rosie, got your teddy? No going back this time. Honey, how's the car?
Windows clean, car wax, carpets.
I meant the tyres.
Oh, sorted them at Quick Fit last week.
Brilliant. If things go to plan, it'll be smooth sailing.
Planning the perfect getaway this summer? Make sure your tyres are up for the job. Book today at quickfit.com or your local centre. Quick Fit. Drive away happy every time.
At Bet365, we want to help you make every moment extraordinary. That's why we make it easy to change things up. You can take a time out, set up reality checks, and set your limits. Because when you make the most of the moments without us, it means you can enjoy the moments with us. When you play safe with Bet365. 18+. Please play responsibly. Visit gambleaware.org.
The FIFA World Cup is here. We've been waiting for it, dreaming of it. Absolutely nothing could make it any better. Except getting a McDelivery. With delivery fee from 99p. Go on! Bring it home! 18+. Service fee and small order fee may apply. Participating restaurants. Serving times and T's and C's apply.
Need anything from Tesco? Like 3 for £8 on selected Tesco finest picnic food, such as burrata with semi-dried tomatoes or whipped feta and tabbouleh.
Club card accepted.
Because every little helps. Majority of larger stores ends 11th of October. Club card or app required.
World Cup Game Day live on TalkSport. Brought to you by Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for it. Book now at enterprise.co.uk.
It's a transatlantic football summer of goals, guts, grass, and true grit.
He's done it again.
World Cup Game Day live on TalkSport.
And Harry Kane is off and running. One appearance, one goal for England.
Yeah, whenever I come away with England, I'm just so proud to wear the shirt, so excited to wear the shirt.
Well, Harry Kane showing what we had in our time. Bobby Moore, great leader. He's a great leader on the pitch.
Anybody that ever says the sentence, England are better without Harry Kane, I never need to talk to you again.
Harry Kane, history maker and record breaker. His place in the pantheon of England greats long assured.
You know full well when England need help, he is the man who steps forward and gets on the end of things when you least expect it almost.
It is 2 for the captain. He's on a hat-trick in game number 100. England 2, Finland 0.
He's truly our leader and in fantastic shape at the moment.
And up front, Harry Kane, whose next goal will be his 80th for England and his 9th in the World Cup. And a bullet header! He's into the lead! He's done it again! Harry Kane! And he's now tied Gary Lineker's England record for 10 World Cup goals.
Well, absolutely magnificent when you need an individual to turn up and deliver.
You're listening to World Cup Game Day live on TalkSport, brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. Total tournament satisfaction delivered by the experts. Order now on the BK app. Fabian Hertzler, Brighton manager. Let's talk Harry Kane. We love him, by the way. He's now third outright in appearances with his 116th cap here, and he's obviously England's record goal scorer. Would you say that his game has gone to new levels since he's been in Germany?
I wouldn't say new level, I would say to a different level. So I think he interpreted his role in a different way. He was giving a lot of freedom by company and by Munich, so he can drop into the midfield. And I think a dropping striker can only work if you have players who run then into the space he's creating. So when he drops into the midfield, then you need like midfielders who have like the capability of running and behind with their physicality. And I think we saw brilliantly against Croatia, where Harry Kane was dropping, was really taking out their centre backs, and then Bellingham could use it with the deep run. So overall, I would say that he looks really, really sharp. He looks in a great shape, and I think he defines his role differently by having this freedom, by having like this gravity, by moving in different positions. And he had this with company, and it seems to be that now Thomas Tuchel also give him this freedom, and I think it really fits him, and it pays off so far.
Have you? Would you put him in that same sentence as, and you know, there's some elite players at this World Cup. We talked about those already. Those who are getting goals, as well as the creative ones and defenders and goalkeepers. But is Harry Kane right up there with the world's elite players right now?
Definitely. For me, 100%. For me, it's not only about like scoring goals. Of course, strikers, they got judged by scoring goals, by making assists. But on top of that, when you see how hard he's working for his teammates, when you see how hard he's working for the team, he's sacrificing so many things. And you saw it for Bayern Munich in this season. You saw it in the first game against Croatia. I remember this block after the corner from Croatia regarding the end of the game, where he made like a brilliant block after his corner. It just shows that he's a great leader, and on top of that, he's a great goal scorer. He's a great striker. So really delighted to see him playing and to see him performing like this at the moment. And definitely for me, he's one of the best in the world.
I love that block, and do you know why? Because it hurt him. He'd already scored a couple of goals, and he was prepared to get hurt.
Yeah, and for me, like, you see so many players who turn away their body, who are not sacrificing in that moment, and that shows me, he's there. He's a great leader. He's there for his country, and I love these kind of actions. That's just a small margin. It's a small action, but for me, it says so much about him and his personality.
Yeah, indeed. Can you believe there are England fans who have said in the past, maybe less so now, we'd be better off without Harry Kane?
You know, there are always different opinions and different voices, and I think everyone has the right to say these kind of things, but in the end he proved it now to everyone. He won titles with Bayern Munich. He's the captain. He played now, he's a record holder regarding the games he's played for his country, so that's why for me, like, he has to prove no one how good he is. He just should be himself, and he just should continue scoring goals for his country.
Teams are in the tunnel. Quick prediction, Fabian Hertzler, from you on the game.
I said 3-0 for England, and that's my choice for today.
Yeah, we'll revisit this at half-time, shall we?
All right.
Fabian Hertzler, the Brighton manager, with us in the stadium, in the Boston Stadium on TalkSport, where it is raining, all seats open to the elements, and the fans who have listen, they've come out here, and it's a long way to travel out here from middle of Boston. We are some way away, about an hour's drive, say, from Fenway Park, the home of the Boston Red Sox, right in the middle of Boston. And you can hear the cheers as the teams make their way out of the tunnel to the top right of the stadium from where we are sitting high in this stand. And when I say high, probably need a flashing light on top of my head, because it's lighthouse territory this. We are in the flight path without a doubt. The George Cross is laid out to the left. The Ghana flag, the red, yellow, green stripes with a black star in the middle of that yellow stripe in the centre. They are laid out either side of the FIFA crest, which covers the centre circle, as the players make their way out. The photographers who are there, Thomas Tuchel now knows the protocol and where to stand so he can see his players. It's been sorted out with FIFA. He was so upset that he couldn't see his players during the national anthem in the first game, ahead of the first game against Croatia. Well, that has been sorted out. He knows where to stand. He will be able to view his players while they're having that emotional moment during the national anthem. As we know, all 26 players from each squad make their way out and stand around the centre circle, around that FIFA crest which covers the centre circle, as they make their way out. England in their white tops, Ghana in their yellow tops. Out on the pitch already. The stadium is full. The clouds are in the sky. It is dark-ish overhead, but maybe not as heavy, the rain, as we'd feared it might be. But it's still raining. England against Ghana. We're expecting England to make it 2 wins out of 2. Just have to look at the official FIFA rankings for that, as the players line up, some of them jumping up and down in preparation for the game. We are just a few minutes away from kickoff, 7 minutes from kickoff on TalkSport. We've got fans all around us, the England fans in numbers, as always, here at this World Cup. The players have taken their places and everybody's ready for the national anthems. So let's stand for God Save the King. God Save the King, and now the Ghana national anthem, God Bless Our Homeland, Ghana.
Remain standing if you are able for the playing of the national anthem of Ghana.
Anthem's done, and we are about to get on with the game. Midnight in England's group. It's Panama against Croatia on TalkSport 2. At 3 a.m. on TalkSport, it's Colombia against DR Congo, which is of interest to England, because if England win the group, it could be DR Congo they face in the round of 32 in Atlanta. Long way to go before any of that is confirmed. Today it's clear, win, and England are through. Big countries, big players, making statements, winning games, scoring goals. England need to stay in that conversation, be at the forefront of it. England need to be the team to fear, and that means winning big and winning good against a team 65th in the FIFA World Rankings. It's England-Ghana here in Boston. The Brighton boss Fabian Hertzler is with us, and this is your team of World Cup semi-finalists Stuart Pearce alongside TalkSport's England commentator Jim Proudfoot.
Adrian, thank you, and a very good evening to you. Welcome to Foxborough, Massachusetts, in the northeast of the United States, the home of New England sport, parked almost halfway between the very different but equally delightful cities of Boston and Providence, Rhode Island. Well, in the 6 days since England started their World Cup campaign, each of their rivals for glory have shown their hand, with some good cards being played badly, some lower ones quite brilliantly, amidst the footballing feast of the dazzling, the record-breaking, and the tales of the unlikely and unexpected. Some have seen chances underlined, whilst others' hopes have evaporated, but every ensuing game has brought a clearer indication of exactly where England lie, and they'll be happy with it. Victory today brings knockout football, as will a draw, barring circumstances bordering on the barely feasible, but the Three Lions have been here before, starting a tournament in style, only for a cheeky wake-up call to bring their feet crashing back to earth in Game 2. It has been talked about in the dressing room, how a Denmark has followed a Serbia, a USA has followed Iran, how a draw with Scotland came hot on the heels of a win against Croatia. The last three tournaments have seen England expectations tempered on match day 2. They'd much rather not get a reality check here. This is how the two sides line up here on TalkSport in Boston today. It's Jordan Pickford in goal. The back four of James, Concert, Margehi coming back in, as does Jed Spence to his left-hand side. The forward six the same, Anderson and Rice. Noni Madueke, Jude Bellingham, who wins his 50th cap, and Anthony Gordon. And then Harry Kane is the man that leads the line up front. And for Ghana, it's Asari in goal, Yerenchi, Sanaya, Ajiti, Apoku, and Mensah the back five. Semenyo, one of two English-born players in the Ghana starting 11. Partey and Sibo, and then Jordan Ayew likely to play up front with Iñaki Williams on the left-hand side. Well, the rain has abated, Stuart. They got the weather forecast pretty much spot on, that it would just be drying off by kick-off time. And as you look around this magnificent stadium from our very lofty vantage point, all you see is a sea of white shirts with just pockets of yellow away to our right.
Yeah, the England fans certainly have come in numbers. I think we've got a few transient fans as well, maybe a few Americans we've met with England shirts on that probably follow the Premier League and follow England as well, which is fantastic, and it's been very, very vocal. Absolutely perfect conditions, I think, for a game, and as I say, hopefully it's the game that we're all expecting.
So Ghana in their all-yellow kit, England white shirts, dark blue shorts, and they will kick from left to right in this first half. So having dispatched Croatia, can England now garner the win that will take them into the knockout stages? Victory here, and at least a point for Croatia against Panama later. And the Three Lions will have won the group with a game to spare. The countdown emanates around Foxborough. And it's going to be England's Declan Rice that will get the first touch of match day 2 here on TalkSport. So Rice gets us underway, playing it back for Jordan Pickford. And Pickford, starting a 28th successive tournament game, fires the ball forward. Harry Kane going up for it, smacked away by the Ghanaian back line. Jed Spence at left back gets an early touch by turning a header forward. They have started with a back five of Ghana. England just retreating with Mark Gahey back inside their own half for a moment. Works it back for Jordan Pickford, who takes a touch outside his penalty area and works it out here for Ezri Konsa. Konsa forward towards Elliot Anderson. And now to Declan Rice in the heart of the midfield. Down for Konsa again. Konsa and Gahey, the centre-half partnership today. First time that England have started a tournament match without John Stones at centre-half since that defeat to Iceland in Nice back in 2016, 10 years ago next week. England having it again in the midfield. Early touch for Reece James, who has shifted into central roles in these early stages. Jude Bellingham drops off and receives the ball. Ghana not being drawn into anything in these early stages, just sitting tight. And they'll work it forward towards halfway again. Into the feet of Elliot Anderson. Space on the right for Noni Madueke. We said it was going to be a back five for Ghana. They started that initially, but it is very much a four, and Yurinchi is playing in midfield. It's more of a 4-5-1 in these early stages. Yurinchi playing in a central area rather than playing at right back. He has the versatility to do that, the man that scored the very late winner for Ghana against Panama on TalkSport last week.
I think England being very conservative with their build-up play at this moment in time. Sometimes I think early on in games you've got to turn teams around a little bit. Yes, you want to feel of the ball and settle the game down, but I think Ghana have come into the game with a little bit of fear maybe. England carry a reputation, and sometimes you have to put them on the back foot a little bit.
Getting on the breathtaking start in terms of momentum and tempo that England perhaps would have wanted, just having a little feel of the way into the match themselves. Here on TalkSport with 2.5 minutes in, and it's still 0-0 and chanceless. The ball hasn't come close to reaching either penalty area. I don't think the Ghanaians have had a touch of it in the England territory at all as yet. Konsa's got it. He's rolling his studs over the top of the ball and trying to draw Sibo in towards him. And switched down towards Jude Bellingham, who has made a run, and we've seen that a couple of times, just slobbing out to the right-hand side of midfield, almost in behind Reece James. England with probably 95% of the ball through these opening 3 minutes. And now get it forward to Reece James in a more advanced position. James exchanging passes on the right-hand touchline with Noni Madueke. Work back from Bellingham. Gahey to his right-hand side for Konsa. Madueke still in space on the England right. And now he'll be able to drive forward and try and take on Mensah. He's checked. Can't get the cross in. He's pulled it back instead for Reece James. And some very disciplined, regimented defending from Ghana in these early stages. But they just can't get a kick of it. Bellingham bringing it forward. Bellingham scooping it down with the outside of the right boot. And the move breaks down with a pass that flew in behind Declan Rice. And goes out of play for a throw on the Ghana right. 0-0.
Yeah, but I think when Madueke receives the ball there, for me, when you're one-on-one, even if you're not sure it's on, go and take him on, inside or outside, it doesn't matter. Force a corner, force something. It sends out a message to the opposition. I think just played a little bit too safe there.
Partey getting the ball from his deep line midfield position and working it down the left-hand side for Mensah, who gets it back again, the left back. Back from him to Opoku, who was born in Lambeth, a former Fulham trainee who was on the books of Accrington and Plymouth, now playing his club football in Turkey. High ball over the top here, flag surely will come up, it does. And it's a free kick to England right outside their own penalty area. The Ghanaian player carried on going. Iñaki Williams, well, the offside flag was an easy decision for the assistant referee. Free kick taken by England about 10-15 yards outside their own penalty area. Still 0-0. The officials, incidentally, from Honduras today. Said Martinez, who is taking charge. He once officiated the Gold Cup final a few years ago. England with Declan Rice enjoying this early possession, but not able to do anything with it at the moment. But I think the one thing is guaranteed, that every England player, probably with the exception of Harry Kane and Anthony Gordon, has had a good touch of it in these early stages. Firm challenge comes in on the England right-hand side. No foul on Bellingham, but the second one that comes in certainly is a foul. It was Sibo who has caught Reece James, and a free kick to England, level the right-hand side of the penalty area, about 10 yards outside the box, 0-0. Play 5 minutes here on TalkSport.
Yeah, I think these early stages, Ghana are quite happy that England have played reasonably conservative within their game. England have the opportunity now with Declan Rice on this right-hand side just to whip one in the box. He'll be looking to just, I would have thought, leave it between the 6-yard box and the penalty spot, with movement and runners going in behind. And we've seen Harry Kane, certainly in the last game, Jim, losing his men and not being picked up from the offset, which has caused a big problem.
There's some good-natured conversation going on right on the edge of the penalty area there involving Jude Bellingham. 6 in a line defending this for Ghana, and it was too low and flat from Declan Rice and easily headed away. It's recycled then by England and then given away frustratingly. And Ghana might be able to break quickly. Really good coverage from Anthony Gordon, covered a lot of ground. Came back and nicked that off Semenyo's toes, and England have it back inside their own half. Yeah, it's those movements there, loose ball, turnover of possession. That's where England, certainly the defensive line, have got to concentrate and make sure we're not exposed for any potential counter-attacks. Well, Harry Kane, the fewest touches in these early stages with just the one. Gordon with a nice piece of control on the England left brings a spiralling ball down. And immediately wins a throw. And then Kane with a beautiful switch from the far touchline down to this near side picks out Noni Madueke. Madueke level with the edge of the penalty area. Well, they've got everybody back behind the ball, as you would expect. 1-0 victory for them against Panama, the last-minute winner in Toronto in their first game, which has been a really good platform for them. They're the lowest ranked of the teams in this group in both the FIFA World Rankings and the Yellow Ratings. The play stops here after coming together just outside the Ghanaian penalty area. It's a firm challenge. Jude Bellingham involved. The free kick has been given Ghana's way. Both players back up on their feet and able to continue. Yeah, just looking at the work Sibo's done for the Ghanaians there. He's playing in central midfield, but he got over, doubled up on his fullback when he saw Madueke was a one-on-one situation, and then from there freed himself up to get in and around Bellingham again. And if they're going to stop England, that work rate has got to be sustained for 90 minutes that he's just showed there. The great and the good are here today, as you would expect, at Foxborough. It seems like every single English golfer on the PGA Tour is in town watching this. Mumford and Sons, who were in action themselves up in Boston at Fenway Park last night, are here. The cameras just pan to them. Sky bringing it forward down the right-hand side of the penalty area, but it's a very well marshalled run as Sanaya made his way forward. And Elliot Anderson watched him every step of the way. Out of play for a goal kick. Jordan Pickford's taken it quickly and will siphon it out of the box. Still plenty of rain in the New England air. The weather coming from our left-hand side. It's not nearly as bad as we feared, but a heavy drizzle as England bring it forward towards halfway. 0-0. Konsa to his left-hand side for Mark Gay. I think sometimes looking, I mean, we've got a brilliant view of the game at the lofty heights we got. We've got to break the lines a little bit more readily, I think. Rice turning it forward here, Gordon losing it. It will be cleared up the Ghanaian right. Jordan Ayew trying to flick it on, but it's easily mopped up at the back again by Ezri Konsa. Villa player dealing with a former Villa player as he just side foots it back to Pickford, and it comes out very quickly again for Gahey. Now to Rice. There's that long switch that they love out towards Noni Madueke. They played it twice, and on both occasions it was an immaculate ball. On that occasion he just had Mensah making life difficult for him, the Auxerre defender. And England can get nothing more than a throw, but they recycle it quickly. Get it forward here for Declan Rice. Rice with a nice little give and go. Bellingham trying to get the ball down on the edge of the box. Couldn't bring it into his stride for a shooting opportunity. And again, Ghana will bring it away, but it's just overhit and fielded by Carlos Queiroz on the edge of his own technical area. 0-0 here, 10 minutes gone. And England haven't pulled up any trees so far, Stuart, but there have been no alarms at the other end. No, true. They've stifled any potential counter-attack at this moment in time. Still like to see our players in this mid-band just get turned a little bit and look to play forwards.
the midfield job basically is receive off the back line and get turned and face the opposition and play from there.
Bellingham. Now to Anderson. Anderson is 20 yards outside the penalty area, to the feet of Declan Rice. Back for Mark Gahey. Anderson, the blonde head, Nottingham Forest man, working it forward for Noni Madueke, whose left-footed cross is headed away. John Ayew will chase after it, but England mop up. Now towards Madueke once more. He's coming in off the right flank. It's laid back for Anderson. Anderson to Konsa, to Gahey. In the central area here, England shuffling forward, but in quite a quiet manner. Gordon. Spence making a run past him down the inside left channel, but that wasn't a pass that was played. Back he goes for Mark Gahey once more. England laying a foundation here, nothing more than that in these early stages. Another crossfield ball brought down towards Madueke, seeing much more of it than Gordon. Little reverse ball in from him, Reece James taking it on, side-footed through the 6-yard box, but nobody could get there. That was England's best move of the game so far.
Yeah, it certainly was. Great movement by James there, just darted in behind. And it just run away from him slightly.
Haven't gone 0-0 here on TalkSport. Earlier, Portugal, Cristiano Ronaldo scoring twice for 5 past Uzbekistan. Here's Konsa. Back inside the centre circle. A little heavy touch from Mark Gahey, and 3 yellow shirts were on him quickly. But he was still able to work it down through the midfield. James to Anderson to Bellingham. Now played out to Jed Spence. Spence into the feet of Gordon, who should be able to turn. He was fouled having turned, and it's another free kick to England. Not quite in shooting range, although it very nearly is. In fact, by the time the ball's been spotted down, it might be probably 9 yards outside the box.
Yeah, the passes completed have just flashed up on the board. 111 to England and about 14 to Ghana, but I'd just like to see the tempo of England's play just cranked up slightly, just to move that ball slightly quicker, to arrive at our wide players so they've got comfortable one-on-one take-ons, rather than it's a little bit slow and dogmatic.
Ghana not taking any chances defending this set piece. Have lined up 4 in a wall, maybe 5. It's the 5th player going across to join them now. Harry Kane stands on the right-hand edge of that wall as we look at it.
I wouldn't be adverse to either James or Declan Rice having a shot from here. Honestly, we've got a slippery ball, slippery surface.
It is Rice that hits it, and he whistled over the bar. It was James just rolled it into his path, and he took a step forward, unable to replicate those brilliant strikes that he showed against Real Madrid in an Arsenal shirt 18 months or so ago, but he was quite close.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. These early stages, the goalkeeper's probably hasn't had a touch of the ball at the moment, and a strike from that, a yard lower potentially, and the goalie's got to deal with it.
Well, passes well into 3 figures inside the opening 10 minutes, as you said, Stu, but that's the first attempt. And it's come from a set piece. Now they'll work it forward and win another free kick as Harry Kane goes down. He's just holding the left-hand side of the back of his head. He just caught there the Ghanaian defender going up for it, Ajiti, and just trying to head the ball away, headed into the back of the England captain. That will be a sore one. The way that he then just sat bolt upright for a moment, Kane, suggests that maybe something was said in his direction. It was an angry reaction. It wasn't just a case of getting himself back up. He sat bolt upright.
It's interesting. You, as a manager, especially at this level, you come in here, you solve a problem at half-time potentially against Croatia, and all of a sudden you're playing totally a different team with totally a different set of problems that get thrown up to you. That's the beauty of this profession. You think you've solved everything going into the next game, and all of a sudden other problems are thrown to the fore.
Rice trying to step round one challenge and a second. He's been able to do exactly that. Gordon with a little layoff on the edge of the box. A right-footed effort is deflected. Mensah clears for Ghana and puts it out of play for a throw. It's Elliot Anderson that had made the third man run inside the penalty area. couldn't get hold of the shot, and it was immediately deflected anyway. And they take the throw back towards halfway. I reckon probably 98% of the game has been played in Ghanaian territory so far. They set up similarly against Panama, although they played with a back four. Didn't have a single shot in the opening 45 minutes of that game as they put a low defensive block in. Here's Anthony Gordon trying to breach it. Has it on the right-hand side, on the left-hand side of the box. He's pulled it back for Anderson. Anderson back for Gordon, just outside the penalty area. Spence making a good run, gets to the byline, pulls it back. Poor defensive touch. Allows Declan Rice the opportunity to get a shot in from a tight angle. That's kicked away by Ajiti. And out for England's first quarter with 16 gone, 0-0.
Yeah, poor clearance first off by Ajiti, but he atoned for that with a good block. England opportunity now to put the ball in the box.
He was on the books of Chelsea as a teenager, and now plays his club football in the Bundesliga with Wolfsburg. 16 gone, 0-0. Rain certainly not dampening the spirits of any of the England fans. They're setting up for this corner with the usual four suspects in and around the penalty spot, although Bellingham's actually made his way that little bit deeper now. Anthony Gordon, the only one in the six. Sona marking by and large from Ghana as it comes in. It's headed down towards the right-hand post, but cleared with a kick over his shoulder by one of the Ghanaian defenders out for a throw that Reece James will take on the England right-hand side.
Yeah, just a little bit too far on that occasion. Interesting to see England putting no one around the goalkeeper at all. Thought they might do a crowd scene around him.
Yep, not that time. Maybe next time. Here's Reece James. James getting towards the byline. Right-footed, drives the ball in. It's headed away. Might come out Ezri Konsa's way, who's wrestling there with Ayew, and has been judged to have pulled him back. It's a free kick that's been given Ghana's way. They want to take it quickly, but the ball is nowhere near where the infringement actually happened. And it is just moved by Jude Bellingham back to the heart of the back line. It's all about the Ghanaian goalkeeper, and there was no pressure on him there. It's Benjamin Asare. He's the only player in the squad who plays his domestic football in Ghana. Came on as a half-time substitute for the injured Lawrence Atizigi in the first game and kept a clean sheet. But certainly would be nervous on his first major competitive start for his country today. England haven't been able to remotely come close to exploiting that as yet. Ghana with the ball forward down the inside right channel. Mark Gahey tried to defend it, just giving a little shove, and the free kick is taken England's way. We'll be pitch side in a moment to speak to our England correspondent Faye Carruthers and get her opinion of what she's made of the early stages. But England have possession. Ezri Konsa bringing the ball forward. He's just allowed to walk it, literally walk it towards halfway. Now a little bit of tempo about England as they will bring the ball forward. Anderson to James. Anderson wanted it back immediately and looked disappointed that he didn't get it. Jordan Ayew was putting the pressure on, along with Antoine Semenyo on the Ghanaian left. Semenyo's hardly been able to influence the game at all as yet. Konsa forward into the feet of Anderson once more, and the sliding challenge comes in to put the ball out of play for an England throw. Let's go pitch side. Here's Faye Carruthers.
Yeah, I'm just watching Thomas Tuchel and Anthony Barry deep in conversation. They're not happy with something down the right-hand side, and perhaps Jude Bellingham's positioning. They're just trying to work out how to get that message across to them, but certainly a lot of arm gesturing from both of them in terms of what they want from the players, and that is to go forward more.
Yeah, I'll be interested to, when we get the hydration break, to pick up Fabian's viewpoints on whether England are getting enough players in the front line on that build-up to attempt that overload.
Here's Ezri Konsa. Just plays it to his left-hand side. Mark Gahey was fouled. Jordan Ayew hurt himself in making the challenge. Some breaking news, incidentally, sad news from the French camp. Didier Deschamps has left the camp temporarily to return home on family leave, and our thoughts are with him. Ball swept inside the penalty area by Reece James, and is caught by the goalkeeper Benjamin Asare. Takes it almost at Yorker length. Good goalkeeping. This Ghanaian team in no kind of form in 2026. Only one win in their last 7 games, which was the important one, their World Cup opener. There's another clash of heads here as the ball is pumped forward. The players from both teams lie on the deck. It's Reece James that has picked up a sore one there against Ayew.
A really genuine attempt by both players there, Ayew and James, both going for the ball, both keeping their arms down. I must say, in my day, I'd like my elbows up, protecting my face a little bit, but certainly a genuine attempt by both players.
Well, look at your face. I suggest you didn't get your elbows up quite quickly enough on occasion.
Well, some say I've still got my boyish good looks, actually.
Yeah, and some would be lying.
Fabian's looking at me saying, is this fella deluded, I think, with that statement.
Now, Otto Addo was the Ghanaian coach that brought them into 2026. He was sacked after their defeat to Germany back in March. Failed to reach the last African Cup of Nations as well. But Carlos Queiroz has come in, a World Cup veteran. Remember, he lost to England with Iran back in the 2022 World Cup. The players, because of this clash of heads, have just come over to get some tactical insight from their respective coaches.
Well, we're on 21 minutes here. The hydration break is due in a minute or so. They're treating two players. It would make common sense to take that break now, but all the players have come to the touchline. The referee's called them back on the pitch, and in 2 minutes' time, after we get both players on their feet, we'll restart the game.
Faye, let's go get your views on this.
Yeah, they've just got some ice actually to Reece James. Currently, he hasn't moved very much. I've seen him move his hand. Jude Bellingham's on his haunches, checking on him, and Noni Madueke has gone over. And when I was mentioning earlier on that the bench were trying to get a message to the pitch, by the way, Reece James sitting up right now, it was Jude Bellingham that they called over, and Thomas Tuchel and Anthony Barry were deep in conversation with the number 10 about what they wanted him to do, trying to explain where they wanted him to be positionally. Good news is Reece James is sitting up at the moment having a conversation. Obviously we'll find out how much of a problem there is and whether there's a concussion substitution to be had or how he is, but he looks a little bit shaky on his feet at the moment, Jim.
Thank you. Yeah, they have to go through all of the protocol, of course, just to make sure that he's okay. James came in from behind Jordan Ayew in making that challenge, and he certainly came off the worst of the pair of them. He's just drying his face with his white England shirt, which remains unbloodied. I think he will make his way over to this near touchline, and hopefully will be able to continue. Just going back to the point that you were making, you're looking at it far too logically, that you can have a hydration break 30 seconds early, Stu, when a player has gone down and you know it's going to be a 2 or 3 minute stoppage. The problem they've got is that television doesn't want those breaks until we get into the 23rd, 24th minute. And as a result, it came just that little bit too early. You get the same situation when a goal is scored at about this stage of the half. That again, although that would be a natural time to have the break, play will have to restart before those breaks can be taken. So it's incoming, but we are back underway. And Reece James is back on the field, and seemingly he's all right. Jordan Ayew has been patched up, and he's got a big white bandage on the top of his head, and he's going to be coming on very shortly as well. I think England just lost possession over on the far touchline. They wanted a little bit too much of the width of the pitch. Throw was given against them, and then the decision is reversed, and it becomes an England free kick. They're level with the edge of their box. We're 24 minutes in here. Still just a light drizzle in the air here in New England. England still haven't pulled up any trees. They haven't created a single opportunity from open play as yet. Reece James going back through the midfield. Here's Elliot Anderson. Now Anderson will take the ball on the turn and feed Mark Gahey, who's recalled in place of John Stones today. Inside the centre circle, it's chipped forward over the top. Madueke going up for it. Mensah heads it away down towards Ayew. But England win it back with Bellingham again coming out at the right-hand side, where, as Faye was explaining, he's seen the predominant amount of his action so far. It goes from Gahey to Spence out on the England left. Rice will make a run, but turned back inside instead by Anthony Gordon. Declan Rice winning his second ball on the edge of the penalty area. Sebo forced to go back for a Jitty, who will clear. It's not the best of clearances. James will pick it up, combining again with Bellingham. Pass is being played from very close quarters here from England. It just opens up in front of Bellingham, who can make a run to his left across the midfield. Quick switch back towards James. Now down towards Noni Madueke. Another opportunity for Madueke to try and take on Mensah here. James will cross instead. The back four again able to deal with the threat, headed away. Now for James once more. Another firm challenge comes in. Anderson is caught. And take the free kick quickly again without the opportunity for the officials to signal the hydration break. So still we go. Kane off balance, just gives it away. Cleared down the Ghanaian right-hand side, and with 25 minutes gone, the players will now take a break. You can hear the reaction from the supporters all around us.
Well, as we go into the hydration break, Fabian, what's your thoughts on England's first 22, 23 minutes of the game?
Yeah, I think you said it quite well, Stuart. How many players does England bring in the final third? So I think what they do well with the diagonal balls, bring the wingers in good 1-against-1 situations. But what's the continue then of the game? For me, we are missing like the deep runs in the back from the opponent, and on top of that, especially when they play these kind of crosses. We had it now in the last section where Madueke had this 1-against-1. He's attracting another player. That means Reece James is free. It's a short, small cutback, and then Reece James can cross with the first touch, because second post there's always a 2 versus 1. So in general, for me, has to be more deep runs to get more in the back, to stretch them more, and then when we have the winger 1-against-1 situations to finally finish the attack with more numbers in the box. I think what they do really well is organize the rest defense. I think there's no transition moment from Ghana so far. That's quite impressive.
Yeah, from your central defenders' point of view, what information would you be giving to your central defenders in possession on the build?
In possession is to exactly wait for these kind of deep runs. So especially like when Konza has the ball, he can drive the ball. We have always this 5-against-4 overload in the last line. That means when he has the ball, Rice can make a deep run. There's a 2-against-1 to fight. Then the free player Gordon, or even like the chip ball in the back for Rice. I think these are always the opportunity, especially like on the opposite side, the 2-against-1, because near, when Konza has the ball, they quite defended well, so there's quite a static situation. But on the opposite side, there's 2-against-1. So I would expect from my centre backs, if they have the chance to drive, and then see the opposite side, either the opposite 8 or the opposite winger. When we are there 1-against-1, we're in the final third, and then, like I just mentioned, then try to finish the attack.
I've been quite impressed with the midfield central three of Ghana. I think they've worked hard. Sadibo's caught my eye, getting across, doubling up on his fullback on occasion.
Yeah, I think sure you said it really well. It's hard work what they're doing. It's hard work to cover the three midfielders from England, especially like Anderson. They play always with 3-2 with the 2 centre backs, and Anderson as a 6. They're covered by the 2 strikers, or the 1 striker and 1 10. So they have to do a lot of work to cover these areas. So let's see how it continues when the game goes on, because it will be hard work to continue defending like this.
That's Brighton boss Fabian Ertzler there, giving us his insight. Great stuff between him and Stuart Pearce. One final quick one from me, Fabian, about the principle of these tactical breaks. Yeah, the hydration breaks, the revenue breaks, whatever you want to call them, but would you relish this opportunity of being able as a coach to get your message across midway through a half?
Yeah, I think for me they're momentum breaks, because it really can change the momentum of the game, and now hopefully Thomas Tuchel used it in a quite effective way, and then we see a change in the second part of the first half. So I would see these water breaks more as momentum breaks to really like change something tactically, not regarding substitution, more regarding small adjustments of maybe a positioning or individual behavior from a player. So now we just saw the steep run from Rice, that's what I meant, and then the diagonal ball to Gordon, and then we have to continue and then finish the attack.
Fabian, fantastic. The ball just from Rice out towards Gordon, just a little bit heavy for him, and it's come off the toe of his left boot, goes out of play for a throw that'll be taken on the Ghanaian right, and they get it clear, but it's immediately brought down by Anderson, getting it away from IU with a big white bandage wrapped right round his head, visible from this lofty vantage point that we have here at Foxborough. It's not the stadium that was used for the 1994 World Cup that you might remember, but they have rebuilt it in the early years of this 21st century. Home of the New England Patriots, the New England Revolution as well.
Interesting to see Ghana just come out after that break, and all of a sudden they're looking to press that little bit higher up the pitch. Now, whether that's a tactic their managers talked about or they just saw the opportunity.
Here's Spence. pushing forward. Gordon, good challenge to knock the ball away. He's in there very quickly again. Now Anthony Gordon to try and win it back from the right back, Ilenchi, but has fouled it. And it's a free kick to be taken on the Ghanaian right. I suppose you're second guessing as well. If you're Carlos Queiroz, you're looking at the way that the first 25 minutes have gone, and you're looking at it from both perspectives. You're thinking, if I'm Thomas Tuchel, what am I going to be saying to my players? So how are they going to change things, and what do we need to adjust to counter the changes they're about to make?
Well, listen, I think Carlos will probably turn around looking at that England performance and say, if England are prepared to build that slowly, that suits us nicely. We'll accept that. He'll be looking, as Fabian picked up during the break, that opportunity to counter-attack has not really been there as yet.
England give another free kick away here, which will be taken in the Ghanaian left-back position just inside England territory. Played 31 minutes, already guaranteed, I would suggest, 6 minutes of added time. Jordan Ayew, a very familiar figure after the extensive career that he's had in English football, stands over this free kick. An 8th successive World Cup match for his country. He played in all 3 in 2014 and all 3 in Qatar 2022 as well. He sweeps this one forward. It's easily headed away by the England back line, and there was a 2-run bus challenge coming in from the centre half who'd made his way forward, Ajiti, and as a result of that, it's a free kick that'll be taken by Jordan Pickford on the edge of his own penalty area with 13 to go to half-time.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen a side get a free kick 5 yards inside the opposition's box and the centre forward come all the way back to pump it into the box when his team will push up into the box. That's a new one for me. Maybe the head injuries played a part in that, who knows.
Here's Anderson. Play back again towards Mark Gahey. 2 more games taking place on the TalkSport network today. Later it's Panama against Croatia, the other game in this group, which is a midnight kickoff back home, and then Colombia against DR Congo, the other game in Portugal's group. They won 5-0 earlier against Uzbekistan. That kicks off at 3 a.m. your time. England guaranteed a top 2 finish with a win here today. They win the group if they're victorious here, and Panama don't beat Croatia later. Ghana also can win the group today. Here's Noni Madueke, 3 around him. One of the Ghanaian players kicked it into another. It was Mensah's clearance that then bounced Bellingham's way. He couldn't get a shot in it. He's laid it back for Spence. Spence with an aerial ball down towards the England right-hand side that was brought down by Noni Madueke. Better ball in from him, but it did just before it got to Harry Kane. And Mensah has done well to be able to turn it clear, then loses possession, wins it back in the blink of an eye, and then wins a free kick off Elliot Anderson. And there will be concern after the brilliantly potent start of the second half that England showed in Dallas against Croatia, that hasn't even come close to being replicated here.
Yeah, I think what England have got to do, ball come out to Madueke there. I've been eulogising about Ghana getting up and doubling and trebling up, which is brilliant, but you've got to use that as a weakness against them. If you're going to commit 3 players to 1, there's got to be space elsewhere. So Madueke's got to identify that, move the ball quickly.
Semenyo helping it on, looking for Ayew. England mop up. Anderson can find Spence, and now they have a little bit more opportunity on the counter-attack. 4 Ghanaians the wrong side of the ball as England work it out towards Anthony Gordon. Gordon checking in from that left-hand side. Couldn't find Bellingham, just not enough height on the cross that came in. Ghana with no real thought of the counter-attack, just slam it forward back into England territory, and Man in White will build again. That was better from England, just couldn't quite get the potent delivery on the final ball. Now they'll work it forward down the left-hand side, but can't find Gordon. It was Anderson's pass. And Williams will take a touch and try and get his side on the front foot for Ghana. Played down towards Opoku. Opoku's got Mensah to his left, and Mensah didn't control it. He was immediately harried by Noni Madueke, and he goes out of play for an England throw.
Yeah, that last ball into the box, fantastic defending by Partey. The holding midfield player dropped into a zone where you thought this could be a real problem for the Ghanaian backline. Good defensive header, and the work that midfield three are doing is tireless.
He's just trying to keep an eye on the Harry Kane here, Thomas Partey. Kane's got himself free between the two centre-halves for the moment. He's standing in the D, and possession is about 20 yards behind him. Kane with his back to goal, just waiting for a sniff of a chance for some service to come in. 2 World Cup goals to his name already. Another one today, and he breaks Gary Lineker's all-time England record for most World Cup goals for his country. 2 players tied together on 10 at the moment. Second challenge comes in. Ball put out for a throw to England, taken quickly by Gordon. The pass is completed, it's just flashed up on the big screen. 250 for England, which is more than 7 times as many as Ghana's 34. It's 34 passes completed in 34 minutes. Here's Noni Madueke, drops the shoulder, has an overrun, he's done well, pulls it inside the penalty area, but the header from Declan Rice off balance goes over the bar. Maybe just mistimed his jump slightly, but he couldn't keep his effort down. A side of goal for England, and they have been few and far between. 0-0.
Yeah, super wing play there. He's dragged it with his left foot. I thought he overrun it, to be fair, because it's got so much pace. He stood one up at that far post, and as Fabian mentioned earlier, sometimes they overcommit this side of the pitch. There's going to be a spare man the other side.
Ghana bringing it out from the back, run down a cul-de-sac, and that has been a perpetuating feature of this first half. Konsa gets it into the midfield. It's Jude Bellingham, plays the pass, sprints forward, and Reece James just goes back. There's a perceived failure about England at major tournaments over the years. It is a conservative nature to a lot of their attacking play, and we're perhaps seeing that on occasion here as well. Back from Konsa, down to the England right-hand side. James loses out. And Sibo, one of the 4 players brought in by Ghana today, whacks it forward. Good reading of the situation from Mark Gahey, who's stepped up with the ball, but just flicked his left hand on the way through. And it's going to be a free kick to Ghana just inside their own half with 37 on the clock at 0-0.
Yeah, the last couple of minutes, I just get the impression this game is just loosening up a little bit. You know, that coy start that we had to the game. England have managed to attack Ghana when they've been unhinged slightly. A couple of good crosses in the box.
Take the free kick, work it straight out towards the right hand side, where a lack of control from the fullback Sanaya sees England win their own throw, not too far away from their own corner flag. England's second game in major tournaments has been a hoodoo in the recent past. Haven't won any of their second matches in the last 3 tournaments. In fact, they've only won the second group game in one of the last 4 World Cups. They won the first 2 back in 1982, in 2006 as well, and 2018, where they just got past Tunisia in the opener and then hit Panama for 6 in the second game, and John Stones scored a couple that day. But it's a day where Ghana proved very difficult to break down. Panama couldn't do it, and England finding them a tough nut to crack so far, despite their lowly position in the world rankings, 65th in the FIFA list, even lower than that in the yellow ratings, but you wouldn't know it from the solid, well-regimented and disciplined defensive display that they've shown so far.
I was going to say exactly that. This team are well organised, well coached, and they've got a game plan for this game. It's not offering a great deal going forward. They've been a bit loose with any of their forward play, but defensively they're a tough nut to crack.
Well, 0-0 goes without saying would be a sensational result for them, and that would be, you would imagine, a platform through to the knockout stages. It would take them up to 4 points, which wouldn't mathematically be enough. I mean, there would be only almost unfeasible circumstances if this game ended in a draw that either of these two would find themselves finishing 4th and being eliminated, but it could happen. Here's Anthony Gordon. Reverse ball 4 from him, but The offside flag is up on the edge of the box, and it's a free kick to Ghana. 5 to go to the break, and at least another 5 or 6 to be added after that. 0-0, and just a little bit of frustration beginning to emanate, you sense, around the England players.
Yeah, as I say, two sides of the game here. One, we've got total possession of the ball. We've not really been threatened. I've not seen Pickford have a touch of the ball as yet, but the bottom line is we're not threatening the opposition's goal, but it might be a day of patience needed, just to keep moving them, keep tiring those legs, and the gaps will happen.
Yeah, it could be one of those occasions where the depth in England's squad, which we've talked about as being a real long suit, comes into play. Thomas Partey's done well under pressure from Kane, turns it back to Ajiti, the heart of the defence, now to the taller Opoku alongside it. Mensah playing in from the left-hand side, Sibu, and then Opoku just got caught by Rice as he made his way forward. I think Rice sensed for a moment he was going to get yellow carded for that, and in fact he is. Put his hands up by way of apology, and the referee just gave himself a few extra seconds and then does produce a yellow card. Declan Rice, the first player in the book, and not just today for England but in this tournament.
Well, sadly for the modern day game, you wouldn't know whether he was caught or not. It's just the reaction of the player forces the arm almost. We're having a look. Yes, he has called him. It was a bit late, and no, fair booking in my opinion.
So Declan Rice booked the free kick, which will be taken by Ghana. And let's go back pitch side and speak to TalkSport's England correspondent Faye Carruthers.
Thomas Tuchel was very frustrated with that. He put his hands over his face and looked up to the sky. You don't want one of your top midfielders to be on a yellow card at this stage of the game.
Ghana bringing the ball forward. Semenyo's done well. He's turned his man. He's inside the penalty area here. Still he goes. Good tackle. Flick the ball away from him from Ezri Konsa. Now Ayew will take over. Pickford rushed out and then immediately hurried back, sensing that Elliot Anderson could deal with the immediate threat of Ayew in front of him. Ayew takes the ball down towards the left-hand touchline, this near side, and Anderson eventually can tap it out of play for what will be a throw to Ghana, and that was just a little glimpse of the potential shot across the bows of allowing Semenyo good possession.
Yeah, it's probably the first time this half Ghana have got a sight of goal, if you like, but got to say Konsa was very good, very calm, didn't dive in, just got the block.
So throw to be taken on the Ghanaian left, long one in from Semenyo towards the near post and clear. To the bottom left-hand corner of the penalty area again. You would TalkSport, it's 0-0. Semenyo wins the corner off Reece James. And England have a set piece to defend for the first time, certainly from a corner flag. And the only other set piece they've had was really deep towards halfway with a ball that was hung high towards the edge of the England box. But this is Ghana's first corner of the day. They're taken on the left flank. England have only won one themselves so far. They have all 11 players back in the penalty area. Three Ghana yellow, standing with their hands on the shoulders of the man in front, preparing to make a run towards the penalty spot. England with a line of three trying to block those runs. In comes the delivery, goes over Kane, but it's headed away by Bellingham. Left-footed ball back in from Mensah. Smacked away instantly by Reece James when perhaps he had time to take a touch. Semenyo mopping up, plays the ball out to the right-hand side for Yerenchi, and England can condense the play in the midfield. Partey's done really well. Drop of the shoulder, gets past Jude Bellingham. Ball down towards Jordan Ayew. He's got a battle to keep it in. He's done that, and then Reece James trying to shepherd the ball out of play, and it just stays on the touchline. James then working it down the line. Noni Madueke came to show for him and works it back towards Konsa, and England can bring it out again with a minute of the 45 to go.
Yeah, I think Partey being in the Ghanaian team today has given him a big lift. He's got that know-how, I think, he's calm on the ball, offers a fantastic shield in front of their back four. And you can see him, look, every time he makes a movement, he's looking over his shoulder. Where's Harry Kane? Where's Harry Kane?
5 shots for England so far. Declan Rice has had 3 of them. The goalkeeper's not had a difficult save to make. Jude Bellingham Making a good run down the right-hand side of the penalty area. Across comes Poku, but he's forced to knock it out of play for another England corner as we are preparing to go into first half stoppage time.
Yeah, good opportunity here. Declan Rice to put one in the box. Sometimes you're quite happy the game's meandering along and all of a sudden it might be a set play that changes the course of the game. We saw that with Harry Kane in the Croatian game.
So this is England's second corner, and Rice is going to take it. And he's going to play it in from the England right. And again, England have got plenty forward. They still haven't got anybody directly on the goalkeeper. He's got pretty much the 6-yard box to himself. It's an away swinger towards the penalty spot, headed by Ayew back down to the left-hand side of his penalty area. Rice couldn't get there in time to pick up the seconds. We're into stoppage time. It is an additional 6 minutes. 3 for the clash of heads involving Reece James, 3 for the hydration break. Pickford drives the ball down towards Madueke, doesn't find him. Mensah heads it away. The England fans listening at home, Stuart, will be frustrated at the lack of tempo, the lack of cutting edge that England is showing.
A little bit. Sometimes, though, Jim, you've got to give credit to the opposition. I think they're working tirelessly as a team. I really do. And they're defending these wide areas reasonably well. Midfield sliding across and doubling up when they have to. And don't underestimate some of these teams. I think their ranking on what I'm seeing with my eyes is way underrated.
Here's Madueke. Back from him to Reece James. James to Konsa, to Gahey. 2 changes in this England starting 11 if you're just joining us. Jed Spence coming in for Nico O'Reilly at left back, and Gahey replacing John Stones. Bellingham finding a little pocket of space at inside right again. Here's Madueke. Little touch back towards Bellingham. Bellingham toe poking it, trying to flick it off the nearest Ghanaian defender. Didn't get the corner that he wanted. It's gone out for a goal kick as we're meandering towards half-time with little sign of the deadlock being broken here on TalkSport. 0-0 with 4 minutes to stop time to go.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Harry Kane just drop into slightly deep lying areas, and I'm watching Partey's body language looking for him where he is. Maybe it's a case of maybe Harry dropping maybe to left or to the right a little bit deep to move Partey out to enable Rice and Bellingham to free up that space.
Konsa leaves the ball for James to play it. Back he goes for Jordan Pickford, who's conceded goals in 2 of his last 12 internationals. Space on the England right-hand side for Madueke, but it's a vertical ball played in towards Jude Bellingham. It comes straight back again. Sibo latterly has done quite a good job on Bellingham, the Ghanaian number 8. He's just mindful of his runs, trying to stop him being an influence, although Judas has stolen a march on him now. It's played in towards Kane. Good touch from Harry Kane. Left-footed effort, takes a deflection and comes back off the hoardings behind the goal. At last, a little bit of invention from England around the penalty area. Kane with the effort, deflected away past the post for a third England corner.
Well, there was that movement by Declan Rice into that advanced area that Fabian picked up on earlier, and all of a sudden it comes to Kane. First time he's had a sight in a goal, to be fair, and you saw the panic in the Ghanaian defenders, and they done particularly well. 2 or 3 of them getting the block.
So it's a more congested 6-yard box this time in front of goalkeeper Asare. Gordon, as is often the case, the most advanced of the England players to attack it. In towards the near post, looking for a flick. It was knocked away well before Bellingham could get there. And the defensive header almost finds halfway. Throw to be taken by England again. A couple of minutes to go to the break. 0-0, and a little bit flat and uninspiring against the well-organised Ghanaian team. Long way to go for England.
I think we felt they might play a 5 at the back. I think them playing a 4 at the back has helped them.
Anderson getting you 4 for Madueke here, driving inside the box. He's got James outside him. Just took half a second too long, and 3 Ghanaian players came across, able to clear it between them. Now they'll work it 4 down the right for Inaki Williams. And he can win a throw off the retreating Jed Spence.
I think where it's helped them playing a 4 at the back, with the 5 in midfield, we've had to move our play further back up the pitch. I think if they had a 5 in there, we could probably advance a little bit more. And I've got to say, from their point of view, I think they'll be really disappointed with Semenyo, Ayew, that they've really not affected England at all in possession, especially Semenyo, who's had 1 or 2 opportunities, but has just disappointed, and long may that continue, to be honest.
Well, it'll be fascinating to hear the tactical insight of Fabian Hürzeler along with Stuart and Adrian Durham at half-time here, which is only a matter of seconds away. Yaremchuk has the ball inside the centre circle and works it to his left-hand side for Opoku. Now to Jordan Ayew, and straight back again, and Opoku will turn it back to his goalkeeper. Not quite at the angle that he wanted, but he was able to open up the body and side-footed out. Bellingham has then just caught Opoku once the ball has gone, and there are some frustrated chants from the Ghanaians. They're in the ear of the referee. The free kick has been given. Bellingham just left one on him there, and that means that the last play of this first half is going to be a free kick to Ghana in their left back position, one inside their own half, but they are going to be able to see the clock through to half time at 0-0.
I've got to say, silly challenge by Bellingham there. He's fortunate not to get booked there, and the last thing you need to do is accumulate things in group stage when you know there's bigger challenges to come up ahead. I think there was a little bit of frustration in that, wasn't there, Jim?
Sarri takes the free kick, and that is the last touch of the first half that, it's fair to say, hasn't been particularly memorable. Nothing to worry England defensively, but they've had an impotence up front that will be frustrating for Thomas Tuchel, whose half-time team talk in Dallas, by all accounts, was superb and got things sorted out. England came out of the traps really quickly in the second half, and he's got to go through the half-time repertoire again and find something else to say to galvanise England, who have hardly created a chance worthy of the name. Half-time here at Foxborough is England 0, Ghana 0.
Well, they enjoyed that team talk against Croatia so much they won another one, it seems, because that was, and I'm speaking Fabian Hürzeler as an England fan, I was deeply frustrated by that. You might have noticed during that first half I wasn't particularly impressed. But what's going on here? Because England are way better than that, surely. Their players are way better than we've just seen in that first 45 plus minutes.
Yeah, I think we have to give a lot of credit to Ghana as well. Their work ethic, their work rate is impressive, especially with their midfielders. On top of that, they seem to be quite disciplined. They defend as a team. They defend the box quite well. So that's the first part of the truth. Second part of the truth, of course, I think England can play better. I think in general the positioning is not that bad. Every time they play these balls into the 8 makes a deep run. They free up the space for the wingers. Wingers had like a lot of 1-against-1 situation, sometimes 1-against-2, 1-against-3, where then the fullback was free. But what is missing for me is then the technical execution. What I mean with this, like, there were 2, 3, 4 crosses, and if this cross comes to the second post where we have 2-1, there will be chances. And I think it's very important now for the second half to focus on these small margins. How's the technical execution with the cross? How's my positioning that I can achieve over the 2-1? Where's my free teammate? And be very patient, because they will outplay the low block if they will be patient, because they can't like maintain this work ethic, this work rate. It's impossible to close like the gaps for another 45 minutes like I did at the first half. So that's why I would be very patient now, stay in the structure, don't force things, and don't get complicated now and think I have to do it on my own.
Well, they've got to allow for the fact, Stuart Pearce, England, Ghana might actually be able to do it for the full 90 plus minutes. We've just seen the togetherness of the Ghana players. They stayed out there, they had a huddle, they were in a semicircle, waited a long time having a chat before going in down the tunnel into the dressing room. They have a togetherness, and it's working for them right now.
Yeah, they certainly do. You've only got to roll the clock back to last summer when Senegal come to the City Ground and knocked England over 3-1. There was a real togetherness in that group. They had something to prove. This is England. They want to beat England. There's no doubt about that. We've seen a real work rate there, and I think the key to England is probably be patient. But the word patient doesn't mean move the ball slowly. You can still move the ball nice and quickly with a patience to your play.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's about playing a two-touch game. What I mean with this, playing the ball quick, because the ball moves faster than the player. So if you move the ball to the right and it's like a static situation, bring the ball back to the center, come to the other side, you might create a new dynamic on this side. So patient, 100% agree, is not about like playing slow, it's about playing fast, but for me it's about like the technical execution, about the passing. In which foot do I pass? Do I play the vertical pass to open like the free space? So it's really about like technical execution regarding passing and also regarding crossing.
Do we see the evidence of that needing to be quicker from Harry Kane's stats? He had a shot in injury time. That was his first shot of the game before injury time. So in the first 45 minutes, Fabian, he had 6 touches of the ball. They're just not getting the ball to him quick enough.
That's maybe the reason that I don't get the ball quick enough to him, but I think they defended quite well. So Stuart mentioned Partey, and Partey plays a crucial role in this game because he does an unbelievable scanning all the time. He scans where's Harry Kane, when Harry Kane drops, he has good communication with the centre backs, that the centre backs don't follow the whole way. They always like are really good related with Partey, and Partey fills the gap where gap is there. He fills it like incredible well. So he shows his quality, he shows his experience. So you can say on the one side it's not about like enough passes towards Kane, but on the other side it's also part of the truth that Ghana, with the free midfielder, especially with Partey, they control it quite well. So for me, like the real 2 breakdowns we had in this game were on the one side where Spence, and on the other side where James really got through. So maybe a suggestion is for the second half that our fullbacks join more the attack, that our fullbacks like really bring their wingers to defend, because the midfielder, they are quite disciplined from Ghana, but let's test more the wingers. That's like Semenyo really tracked back. In one case where Reece James really break through, he lost him in his back, and then it was a great opportunity. And then again was the final pass. The same with Spence, final pass. So they had these moments, but for me it's really about like execution in the last final third, making the final decision. Well,
I think as well, it's too harsh to say Harry Kane hasn't had enough of the ball, enough touches. He's in an area where he's got 2 central defenders and Thomas Partey policing him, and they've done a brilliant job. He got 1 sniff with a shot, and the alarm bells rung, and you know, about 3 players when it attempted to block the shot. Fantastic.
Did, yeah.
So he might have to give himself up as a pawn a little bit to move either Partey out of that hole, or alternatively move one of the central defenders a little bit wider. If he's going to do that, Bellingham and Rice have got to be the ones that get into that hole and maybe go beyond it. If players do that and the wide players tuck in, their 2 fullbacks tuck in to help out, then that ball goes wide, as Fabian's talking about. Then we got those one-on-one scenarios.
Sure, I have a question towards you, like as a former captain playing for England. How would you, as a captain, like step into the locker room? What would you do playing a role as a captain in his locker room now? Do you take like responsibility? Do you speak up? How do you think that will work now in the locker room?
I think you pick your moments. This would be me, either as a manager formerly or alternatively as a captain. You pick your moments. What's needed at this moment in time? What's been the game plan that the managers look to put into place? Are we achieving that? If we're not achieving it, I think as a captain you can step forward then and say, hey, we've worked all this week on moving the ball quickly, breaking the lines. Have we done that? Probably not as well as we would have liked to have done. So it's reading the mood, reading the moments. I think as the players went off the pitch there, I think there was an interaction maybe with Jude Bellingham as well. You might just have to pull him aside and say, be careful with any late challenges. Ghana will look to stoke him up as well. Declan's on a booking. You've got to pick certain elements out, and even if you're the captain, as Harry Kane is here, he might say, listen, I think I can move Partey to the side or a central defender, but someone's got to come in and take my place in that area.
I think 100% that's the tactical view. On top of that, I would add that now it's important to not like get frustrated, because some things don't work out like actually was planned. And when I watch like the body language, I think certain players, I watch Reece James, also Harry Kane, I think they still remain this positivity inside of them, and I think that's very important, because we saw this last action from Bellingham, like this foul showed a little bit things don't work like they might expect. So now it's really important, like turn this frustration into a fascination, like turn this frustration into energy, and don't try to get distracted maybe by the low block or the fouls, the small little things from Ghana. Stick to your game and try to bring your identity on the pitch.
We feel as though with England we got great impact from the substitutes bench. You know, certain individuals can come on, as they did in the second half last week, Rashford and the like. At what stage as a manager do you think this is on my mind? I need to make a change.
So my opinion, I think I would just do like small adjustments now, more regarding like individual behavior, more regarding, again, emphasizing the positioning, emphasizing like the small things, because like I mentioned, for me it's more like the final pass and the final third, making like the last pass right. So I do like small adjustment, and there's still enough time to react on that. And I think the second half against Croatia should give like the players also the confidence that they say to themselves, yeah, we can turn a game, or we can win the game within 45 minutes with the starting 11, or if we need like the non-starters, then we know the bench from England is incredibly strong, one of the strongest in the tournament, a lot of high individual quality, so they can be confident for the second half.
Brighton manager Fabian Hürzeler is with us live in the Boston Stadium, where England, fair to say, are managing expectations. I think it is goalless against Ghana, and it's not been particularly brilliant from an England point of view. You're listening to World Cup Game Day Live on TalkSport, brought to you by Burger King. Burger Buddies, iconic winners, delivered in the box every time. Order now on the BK app.
World Cup Game Day Live on TalkSport. Brought to you by Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, we're here for it.
Bring me sunshine in a beer garden. The football on a giant screen. That first pint before kick-off. And something crisp and cold. Like Copperberg Crisp Apple Cider. Real apple cider. Cold and refreshing with a touch of Copperberg's famous sweetness. That's better. Copperberg Crisp Apple Cider. Bring me sunshine. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
On game day, it has to be your lucky pants. And look, works every time. Not that you noticed, you're lost in another winning moment. Rich, thick ketchup oozing onto a juicy burger. Back of the net. Because when it comes to the taste you love, it has to be Heinz.
Pay attention. The ferry leaves at 10 a.m. Roads are busy.
Great.
Dad, pack the boot. Suitcases, Tetris style.
Yeah.
Rosie, got your teddy? No going back this time. Honey, how's the car?
Windows clean, car wax, carpets.
I meant the tyres.
Oh, sorted them at Quick Fit last week.
Brilliant. If things go to plan, it'll be smooth sailing.
Planning the perfect getaway this summer? Make sure your tyres are up for the job. Book today at quickfit.com or your local centre. Quick Fit. Drive away happy every time.
The FIFA World Cup is here. We've been waiting for it, dreaming of it. Absolutely nothing could make it any better. Except getting a McDelivery. With delivery fee from 99p. Go on! Bring it home! 18 plus. Service fee and small order fee may apply. Participating restaurants. Serving times and T's and C's apply.
Bet365 are putting the power in your hands with their best ever bet builder. And now you've got more time to win. If the game goes to extra time, your player bets live on. But that's not all. Their incredible early payout and sub-on play-on offers come as standard. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
New and eligible customers only. Features apply on eligible player markets. Restrictions and T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Please play responsibly. Visit gambleaware.org.
Need anything from Tesco? Like 3 for £8 on selected Tesco finest picnic food, such as burrata with semi-dried tomatoes or whipped feta and tabbouleh.
Club card accepted.
Because every little helps. Majority of larger stores ends 11th of October. Club card or app required.
World Cup Game Day Live on TalkSport, brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. The Whopper, Big King and Barbecue Steakhouse burgers are now available in a snackable 3 and 9 box at Burger King. Don't be the one to miss out, and order now.
From the dugout in Dallas to the last-minute goal in L.A.
Football in America. Official broadcast partner of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. TalkSport.
48 teams, 39 days, one summer of unbelievable, unbeatable sporting drama.
World Cup Game Day live
on TalkSport.
Still raining at the Boston Stadium, where it's England 0, Ghana 0. Now, there was talk of whether England players would shake hands with Thomas Partey pre-match. Partey able to play here after being refused entry to Canada because he faces rape charges. Well, we've analysed what happened pre-match. It looks like all the players shook hands with Partey except for Jed Spence. There's more on that story on the website TalkSport.com. And just to repeat the news, the sad news that Jim Proudfoot gave you during the first half, the French manager Didier Deschamps has returned home after the death of his mother. He'll miss France's game with Norway on Friday here at the Boston Stadium. Our thoughts are with him. So, goalless here at half-time. England must do better. Let's take a look at the half-time odds with Bet365.
On the ball, on TalkSport with Bet365. Get your money back in free bets if your bet builder doesn't come in on tonight's England game. Max free bet varies per customer. Bet restrictions and T's and C's apply. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
So, goalless, if you fancy England to get the win this evening, you can get that at 1-2. For Ghana to win, that's priced at 12-1, whilst for it to remain a draw, you get that at 9-4. If we're to see goals tonight, you may look the way of Harry Kane. He's 11-4 to be the first goal scorer. Jude Bellingham got England off and running in the second half of their opening game, that goal early after half-time against Croatia. He's 4-1 to score any time this evening. Those are the half-time odds with Bet365, bringing you more offers than ever before this summer. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
On the ball, on TalkSport with Bet365. Get your money back in free bets if your bet builder doesn't come in on every England game. Max free bet varies per customer. Bet restrictions and T's and C's apply. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Players on their way out, but time now to check in on tonight's Sports Bar special with Burger King.
World Cup Game Day Sports Bar preview on TalkSport. Brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. Total tournament satisfaction delivered by the experts. Order now on the BK app.
Well, right now live over on TalkSport's YouTube channel, Jamie O'Hara, Jason Cundy, joined by former Chelsea, West Ham and England striker Carlton Cole for a Sports Bar special. And it's fair to say the guys aren't impressed with England's first half showing.
It's been rotten. That's it, half time. It's rotten. England versus Ghana.
Don't
absolutely rotten.
Why is he
disgusting first half. Embarrassing performance from England. It's Southgate all over again. They've got to have some serious words again at half time. Thomas Tuchel is going to have to weave his magic once again.
No, but
they've got to come out in the second half 10 times better than that.
Well, you can watch the Sports Bar special live on TalkSport's YouTube channel right now. That's all thanks to Burger King.
World Cup Game Day Sports Bar preview on TalkSport. Brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. Total tournament satisfaction delivered by the experts. Order now on the BK app.
Well, just to let you know, Stuart and I were in a coffee shop near the Ghana team hotel this morning, bumped into Derek Bonsu, who's the conditioning coach for Ghana, used to be at Bristol City at QPR. He was telling us about the fitness of Antoine Semenyo and also saying that their FIFA ranking is a false position. They've been in a bit of transition. 65 in the world is not where they're at in real terms, which was alluded to in the first half commentary as well. Talking to commentary, players are back out for the second half. You're listening to World Cup Game Day live on TalkSport, brought to you by Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for it. Book now at enterprise.co.uk. Let's see if there's been another inspirational half-time team talk from Thomas Tuchel. It's England 0, Ghana 0. The Brighton manager Fabian Hurtler is with us here at the Boston Stadium. And your commentary team is Stuart Pearce and Jim Proudfoot.
I nipped down to the concourse at half-time, guys, and if I heard the word slow once, I must have heard it 200 times from England supporters who were mulling over what they saw in the opening 45 minutes. Interesting, though, England's assistant manager Anthony Barry, giving the television half-time interview, said that, I quote, "It's been absolutely okay. It's a game we probably expected to be a difficult challenge, a difficult opponent. They're defending deeper than we thought. They have this incredible speed. The headline for us, patience and continuing to attack with a stable base." So that was the view from the England camp at half-time. You remember at half-time he gave an interview before the Croatia game where he talked about it being a tricky and strange first 45 minutes. We are back underway. Ghana in all yellow, a kicker from left to right in this second half. England white shirts, dark blue shorts, and it's the Ghanaians that have possession at the moment. For the first half of this game, the only first half of a World Cup match in this tournament that hasn't seen a single shot on target. Anderson playing it forward here for Bellingham. No changes in personnel from either team, incidentally, ahead of this second half. Expert comment from Fabian Ertzler to come. Stuart Pearce alongside me, Jim Proudfoot here in the dark grey skies of Foxborough, Massachusetts. Ball out of play for a throw that is taken by Reece James over on the England right-hand side. It was such a dynamic start of the second half for England in that game in Dallas. Yet to see that here. Try to inject a bit of tempo. Gordon's been fouled there, and it's a free kick to England. Stu, you made a great point to me at half-time that if this was the first game in the group, it would be in danger, that first 45 minutes, of setting an awkward tone over the tournament as a whole.
Yeah, I'm pleased, having reviewed obviously a game and a half now, that sometimes the timing of the games are really, really important. I think looking at it now, playing Croatia first, and the way we played and playing against the likes of Croatia was better for us. This game would have been a tough would have probably drew a little bit of criticism being the first game, but sometimes you've got to just hand it to the opposition. Their first 45 minutes has been very dogged, very workmanlike, and they've been tireless in what they've tried to achieve.
Anderson with a long crossfield ball, can't find Gordon. Ghana headed away. I suppose the flip side of all of that is that England have 3 points on the board, so from that point of view, a point in this game is a much better result than it would have been if this had been first up.
Exactly that. And also as well, you sit here with a bit of a comfort blanket, knowing full well that Thomas Tuchel's got, he looks over his shoulder and he's got players that can really impact this game.
Thomas Partey getting the ball forward here down the left-hand side for Ghana, and Semenyo will chase after it. Great sliding challenge, magnificent defending from Bellingham, who found himself as his direct opponent. You can hear the chorus of Jude from the England supporters. That was a superb tackle. England then surrender possession cheaply, and Ghana will bring it forward again with Ayew.
Yeah, more importantly, his positional play was absolutely spot on. If he wasn't there, I'm not sure who would have been.
Ball thrown in the England penalty area, has too lively a bounce for Ayew, and it's headed away behind him by Reece James. And then Mensah almost lost that, the man working. But the Ghanaians have it again just outside their own penalty area. 3.5 gone second half, still 0-0 between England and Ghana. England failed to score against Japan. That's the only time in their last 25 matches in which they haven't found the net, which is a run that stretches back to that frustrating 0-0 draw against Slovenia back in Euro 2024. It feels like we've seen this movie before, though. Good first act. Second act, much more tortuous watch at the moment. Ghana bringing it forward. 0-0 the score. Long diagonal down towards the right-hand side. Danger here. Semenya getting in. And his ball through the penalty area was a really dangerous one. It just fell behind the on-rushing strikers.
You can just feel a bit more confidence growing in the Ghanaians at the moment, you know, pushing players forward. Whether this plays into England's hands and offers them a little bit more space to operate in.
Well, if Ghana were to win this game, remember, that would guarantee a top 2 finish for them, and they would win the group if Croatia then didn't beat Panama later. So there's all to play for, and the longer it stays 0-0, the more they'll reckon that one shot across the England bows might just be enough. We're 5 minutes into the second period with no discernible change in fortunes.
No, there isn't at the moment. As I say, this second half just settling down into a sort of rhythm, if you like, and that rhythm is showing that Ghana are looking to get forward a little bit more readily than they were in the first.
So what do England need to do to try and counter that?
Well, at the moment, I think Harry Kane needs a little bit more support. Every time I look into the area that he's operating, I'm seeing 2 central defenders and Thomas Partey. So it's impossible to get the ball into him, and we revere his ability to get on the ball dropping deep and finding little passes and getting us going. So he can't contribute. So others around him have got to do that.
By Ayew on his former Crystal Palace teammate Mark Gahey. Free kick taken immediately by England, who will bring it inside the centre circle before playing it down to the left-hand side for Jet Spence. And then left back for Nico O'Reilly today. Back from him to Anthony Gordon. Gordon's ball forward. Bellingham comes to meet him. A single most important contribution from an England player in this second half so far came from Jude with that excellent challenge on the attacking Antoine Semenyo. England working out of the right once more. Gay, who's given a little nudge. It's been quite fragmented. The second half particularly has been really stop-start. Sibo's given this latest free kick away, which England will take on their right.
Yeah, I think Mark Gahey's got to be a little bit cuter with his movement. He's just dallied on the ball slightly.
Now there's a breakdown in communication as Madueke tried to whir the ball through the penalty area for Rice's run, but it was overhit. And the two Arsenal players just on a different wavelength there. Still 0-0, and the frustration is obvious amongst those England's players, should I say. They just haven't been able to deliver the same kind of potent attacking performance that they did at times in Dallas. Different type of game that they're facing, of course. Sibo has the ball at his feet inside the centre circle. Out he goes to the left-hand side for Mensah. Semenyo making his way forward. Iñaki Williams is in there as well, but they'll turn away with Mensah going out to Jordan Ayew. Down the line for the run of Mensah, who wins the throw. Semenyo will trot across, pick up the loose ball from down by the corner flag. He's taken the throw from the wrong place, but in doing so, he's thrown it inside the penalty area. I thought that had gone out of play for a corner before England were able to clear, and the referee belatedly has given that corner Ghana's way. I mean, England don't like the decision. They don't like how it's come about, but I'm sure it's correct.
Well, I'm not sure how it's come about. The referee's not in line with it, can't see it. The linesman wasn't in line with it and couldn't see it, and that delay suggests they've had a little word in their ear from an outside source in Central Africa.
8 minutes gone in the second half, 0-0. Ball swept in towards the edge of the 6-yard box, and it very nearly fell on the head of Ajiti. Just cleared it. Another ball in, and I should be. Pickford's under pressure. He's got stuck, but was fouled. The ball came off him, but he clearly was caught, and it's a free kick that England will take inside their box. 8 gone, second half.
In all honesty, if England are going to go on and get the big prize in a couple of weeks' time, if they are, they're going to have to solve issues like what they've got in front of them today. For me, you know, yes, there's a little bit of frustration about a game plan that they've gone into the game with. That game plan has not probably gone to exact plan at the moment, but if you come out of this game and you've been victors in the game and you can learn by it from some of the issues they've had within the game, all well and good.
Rice picks up the ball in the centre of midfield. Just in danger of being caught in possession. He turned it away, screened the ball and laid it back for Conte. Now to Mark Gahey. Gahey 10 yards inside his own half.
Just looking at that triangle, that Bermuda triangle that's got Harry Kane in it, there's just literally no room to receive.
Now Bellingham going forward, goes down inside the penalty area. And the referee says there was no case to answer from a Ghanaian perspective. It's just a racing collision. Play goes on, and that will be a free kick England's way. That Elliot Anderson wants to take quickly. He has taken it quickly by knocking it straight into Sibo. It was Harry Kane actually that spotted the ball down, whacked it straight into Sibo, but it won't be a yellow card for him. And now just taking a little bit more time about it to try and set it up. They do work it out towards the right-hand side for Reece James. Left-footed ball too deep for Kane and will be watched away. Out of play for a goal kick. What was that point you were making, Stu, about the passing triangle?
Yeah, if you draw that Bermuda triangle, if you like, two central defenders and Partey, right in the middle of that is Harry Kane. He's probably got to move out of that triangle to try and free himself up some space, or alternatively, as we saw there, Bellingham drove forward slightly and received a the ball beyond him in respect to finding that space. But at the moment, it's almost impossible to find Harry Kane.
Pick will bring the ball outside the penalty area. There was that promising move from England 3-4 minutes ago. Rice and Madueke just at cross purposes. Faye Carruthers behind that goal. You had a great view of that.
I did, and Declan Rice doesn't lose his temper very often, but he did then, frustrated with his teammate that the 1-2 didn't work out.
Ball out for a throw, which will be taken on the Ghanaian left. We're 11 minutes into the second half. 0-0. Another game in this group follows this one. It's a midnight kickoff your time. Panama against Croatia, which clearly has implications for each of these two, and today's winner could find themselves winning the group depending on what happens in that game. That's a midnight kickoff, and Colombia back in action against DR Congo. 3 a.m. Cristiano Ronaldo got a couple in the 5-0 Portugal win against Uzbekistan earlier. Here on TalkSport, we've got all 104 games for you from the tournament. Ball laid back here. Gordon, this is promising. It opened up. Bellingham getting it out wide. Madueke takes a deflection, spins high up in the air, and it's headed away by Ajiti. England bring it forward. It's a lovely little touch. Another shot comes in, and Asare gets down and is able to field the effort from Anthony Gordon after good interplay with Jude Bellingham. But that finally was better from England.
Yeah, much better from England. All of a sudden, Ghana was losing a player down every time. England moving the ball nice and quick. Couldn't really get a telling finish away to test the goalkeeper.
Another free kick is given England's way, 10 yards outside the box. Do you sense that it is just beginning to open up for England now?
I'm not sure about that. One thing I do know is if Ghana do find a breakaway and do find a goal, this will be a very difficult game for us. So keep it as a 0 at one end, be patient with that. And I think Thomas Tuchel and his coaching staff at this stage will be thinking, when do I make substitutions and who are they likely to be? Will it be O'Reilly to forage forward a little bit more and create more of an overload tucking inside?
Gordon to Rice to Kane. Spence playing it forward. Trying to get Madueke in on the England right. They nearly win a corner. It's been put out of play for a throw.
Also as well, you've got Rashford on the flank, so he might just look at freshening up the wide players potentially.
Rice just dallying, caught in possession. 3 against 3 for a moment. And Ghana working forward quickly down the right-hand side. Spence so quick. And he got back goal side of Iñaki Williams really quickly there before Bellingham winning it cleanly. Just gives Urenchi a little shove, but there's no foul. And England now can get it forward. It's the Ghanaian fans booing and whistling at that lack of decision going their way. England have it here with Gordon. He's run straight down a blind alley. Thomas Tuchel turned away, couldn't hide his dismay, but England do get a throw.
Really fortunate England got there. The ball that was played beyond our back line was just a little bit too wide for a straight run on goal, fortunately.
England have it again, level the edge of the Ghanaian penalty area. Feels like one of those days where one goal might be enough to win it. Bellingham clipping it in right-footed. The header away was a decent one. Ayew can't get to the second ball. Anderson sorted that. Now 10 yards outside the penalty area, working down the left-hand side for Jed Spence. Spence to Gordon. Back for Anderson. Gordon again, dropping his shoulder, getting towards the byline. Left-footed cross comes in, didn't take a nick on its way through. Or was he fouled? The referee is coming across and he's going to give England a free kick. And there's going to be a yellow card for the Ghanaian defender.
Late challenge there. As I say, he's dragged it, he's gone down the wing. Just been caught with his crossing foot, actually, as he's put it down after crossing the ball. Just got caught, and you're just hoping potentially, will it be a set play that changes things in England's favour?
Iñaki Williams, the player that has been booked, he and Marvin Sanyaya both going in to try and stop the run of Anthony Gordon. Williams caution, so England with a free kick, which is almost like a short corner. About 7 yards from the dead ball line. Swung in towards the back post, headed down into traffic. England will be able to recycle. It's come off a defender, and they will allow the ball to run out of play for their first corner of the second half. It was Anderson's header. They couldn't get it past the Ghanaian defender between him and the near post.
Yeah, really well worked set play there. As I say, just going in, Gordon just going in a little bit late. Players being blocked in the box, obviously something they worked on. And once again, a good block from the Ghanaians.
So Rice to take this corner. And Madueke standing alone on the dead ball line inside the penalty area. We've got two waiting on the edge of the penalty area. Gordon on the edge of the 6, 4 more making their runs from the penalty spots. The usual kind of England setup. Madueke's just made his way away now. Right-footed ball curved in, bit of space for Anderson, but he's off balance when he heads it. And he goes over the bar. 0-0 here on TalkSport.
Yeah, decent ball in there. Anderson just going in, arriving late in the box, unmarked, but defenders coming out, just dealing with the situation pretty well. Ajiti, I think it was, who got the block, got his good body contact on Anderson.
Benjamin Asare taking this goal kick for Ghana. Anderson, who's seen plenty of it in the second half, heads it forward from halfway, finds Kane. Little touch from him. Delivered down towards the feet of Anthony Gordon. Who got the last touch there? It was Gordon. It's going to play for a Ghanaian throw. A point for them would be such an impressive result. It would give them 4 points in their first 2 games, which almost certainly would be enough. Not certainly, but almost certainly would be enough for them to be in the last 32. If they can hold on and get this point, but they've given a free kick to England here. Harry Kane caught, rolled over. They're not going to take the free kick from where Kane ended up. They've pulled it back. The Honduran referee says it's further out and nearer the left-hand edge of the box.
Yeah, I thought Kane done well there. Just got his foot across between sort of man and ball and just drew the free kick.
Rice and James standing over it. England's so adept from set pieces. They have a higher XG from set pieces than any of the other 47 nations on match day 1. A proportion of their goals over Thomas Tuchel's reign have come this way. What can they muster from this? Declan Rice swinging in towards the penalty spot, headed away, comes back out. Anderson drilled it, was going wide, half blocked. Gordon picks it up, left-footed effort, swept wide of the top left-hand corner. And Moni Madueke unable to hit the target. We're 18 minutes into the second half. It's 0-0. England creating a steadier succession of half chances now, but still not able to work this young, inexperienced goalkeeper Benjamin Asare.
Yeah, I think Tuchel's looking to bring the changes. I think he's seen enough this half that there's not an uplift in performance as such, and listen, England have got a decent bench. There's no doubt they can utilise that to good effect.
Rice heads the ball on, Sibo. Then got a touch. The referee initially looked as though he'd given a free kick Ghana's way and has changed his mind. Let's get news from Faye on this movement on the England bench.
Bukayo Saka and Nico O'Reilly are just taking on instructions at the moment. Paul Quilter, actually, the set-piece analyst, is giving them some instructions. I think that's what they've been unhappy with, is some of the set-pieces that have been coming in. Let's see if these two players can make any impact.
So Saka and O'Reilly just waiting for their introduction, which you would imagine will be imminent. Saka came off the bench in the first game to win his 50th cap. Nico O'Reilly, who started that first game, one of the players left out today, and he'll be coming on for his 7th appearance for his country.
I think the only thing that surprised me with the substitutions is Rashford hasn't joined them as well. Maybe he's holding him up his sleeve for a little bit later in the game when it's a touch more stretch. I can see these two, O'Reilly getting forward and overlapping and underlapping, Andy's prowess at set plays.
So Saka for Gordon is the first change, and O'Reilly for Jed Spence, a straight swap at left back. But Saka for Gordon, an interesting one.
Yes, yeah, it surprised me that. I thought it'd be Madueke. He enjoys a like-for-like scenario, but maybe he thinks there's more to be gained by having Madueke out this side, potentially going on the outside and delivering.
Abdul Fattah is going to come on to replace Iñaki Williams as Ghana also make a double change. And the other player that's going to be introduced here is Edu. Prince Edu, who plays his club football in the Czech Republic for Victoria Plzeň, came on up front for the last 3 minutes against Panama. How are they going to shuffle things around here? Just waiting to see who's going to be replaced. May well be Jordan Ayew. Just waiting for the numbers board to come up. It is Ayew. So Edu for Ayew. Both sides making a double change with 20 minutes gone in this second period here on TalkSport. And whatever happens, you'll hear from Thomas Tuchel and the headline makers as well, with Faye Carruthers asking the questions. Our England correspondent giving Thomas Tuchel and the England players their opportunity to have their say to you, the England fans, about how this has gone. Your say comes, of course, on the sports bar following us on 0371722 3344. Ghana playing the ball forward. Oh, Pickford's come out! Now, has he taken his man out? Now the referee's given a free kick England's way. He was slow coming off his line and getting out of the penalty area. Edu sprinted forward. There was a collision between the two players. The referee seemingly convinced that Pickford got there first. I'm not sure that he did.
No, in all honesty, he hesitated, he started, he stopped, and all of a sudden he's very, very fortunate to stay on the pitch. I think the referee's, well, both players almost missed the ball, but he's took the Ghanaian forward out of the equation. I think he's very fortunate, and the crowd are, well, certainly the ones in yellow, are showing their displeasure.
Well, they were covering defenders, but Edu, had he been able to get a touch there and get it past Pickford, you would imagine would have been in on goal with an opportunity to shoot. The referee giving the free kick England's way. That is a big talking point. It'll be very interesting to see what Fabian Hürzeler, the Brighton boss, who's with us here on TalkSport today, has to say about it at the hydration break in just a few moments' time. England coming forward again, and they'll work it out towards the right-hand side for Bukayo Saka. Play back by Reece James, down towards Anderson. Anderson side-footing it forward, stepping up from the defensive line. Partey, half got it clear. Kane, effort on target, saved by the diving Asari. Away to his left-hand side, still 0-0.
Yeah, a giveaway of possession, but a great regain by Anderson. And Kane straight away, when he gets the sight of goal, it's a good turn, opened his body up. Goalkeeper done extremely well, Yari.
Long ball launched forward, England winning it again. Konsa caught as he got there first, able to guide it down towards Anderson. The Honduran referee has played the advantage. Anderson lays it back inside the centre circle for Mark Gahey. Now to Konsa. Every England player bar Jordan Pickford is in Ghanaian territory. We've got 21 minutes plus stoppage time to go, so but still 25, 26 minutes worth of action lying ahead. England trying to edge themselves into a position of superiority, but no real sign of an imminent breakthrough at the moment. Ball's laid back again, 10 yards outside the box. To his left is Anderson. Anderson for Bellingham. Laid back for Gahey. So much space on the England left-hand side for Noni Madueke if they switch it. They've gone for O'Reilly. Now it will come down towards Madueke. Will he fancy his chances of taking his man on? He gets a left-footed ball inside the penalty area, and the header at the far post from Saka goes over the bar. That will be the hydration break. 69 gone. England 0, Ghana 0. Fabian Hürzeler with us. Fabian, if you were Carlos Queiroz and you saw that collision involving Prince Edu and Jordan Pickford on the edge of the penalty area, and the free kick went against your man, what's your verdict? What's your reaction?
I would have reacted like him. So I observed him. He was quite furious on the sideline, and I think in this scene you can absolutely understand his reaction.
Do you think with the substitutions that have been made, he's going to ask O'Reilly to go in and supplement that midfield, maybe try and get the overload in there and leave Madueke out wide with that left foot of his to go wide to put the ball in the box like we've seen?
Yeah, just like the last action, like you just mentioned, Stuart. I think now you have on the right side Saka with left foot, left side Madueke with left foot, so that means on this side we can expect more crosses. I think with O'Reilly we have now a fullback who really likes to join the attack, not only join the attack, he really likes to attack the box. So what I was missing now in these minutes in the second half, I missed a little bit this desire to score, to attack this box with I want to score, with this attitude. On the other side I think it's still a balance they need to handle, that there are still moments where Ghana try to play out when they win the ball to make a transition. So I think at the moment it's finding a good balance to not open too much too quickly and try to force it still. Be patient and the chances will come there. I'm still convinced. What do you think, sir?
Do you still feel as though there's plenty of room at the second post? Because I'm talking to the first cross in the first half, Declan Rice's header, Saka's header there. We've got good contact, but it's all been at the second post rather than the first post.
Exactly, it's the 2-1 on the second post. I think they're getting there now a little bit better. They find the free man there, but the small margins are still not there to score this goal. I think we still miss a clear opportunity. They're like half chances, but this clear chance we still miss. But like I said, it will be now a real game where you have to be patient. I watched Germany against Ivory Coast in the stadium. Was quite similar. Germany had to be very, very patient, and they have to make another wave, and therefore there's still plenty of time, but they have to keep the discipline, because otherwise, like, there will be transition moments from Ghana when the game comes to the end.
England going to be making a double change by the look of it. Faye Carruthers has got eyes on the bench.
I have. Eza and Rogers are about to come on. Interesting, because Thomas Tuchel had gone to speak to Eza about 5 minutes ago and given him a little bit of a tip about he was going to come on. He's also been deep in conversation with Jude Bellingham, Jim, with his hands around his face at one point, encouraging him to push on in this last 20 minutes.
Do you think these substitutions that he's put in place now has sent a message out, we want to win this game?
Yeah, absolutely. I think with this subs, he absolutely sent the message, he wants to win, we want to win, and I think it's the right message to send it now to the group. Also signal, we are here to win it. We play forward. Of course, we're still disciplined regarding the transition moves from Ghana, but we want to win this game, and maybe now this desire comes on the pitch, desire to score, because both of them have the quality to score goals and have proved it in the Premier League so far.
And the pair of you, very quickly, you're surprised that Jude Bellingham was one of the players coming off?
I think not surprised. Of course, Jude showed it in the first game that he's able to score with one action, but today he wasn't this game changer for England. He didn't have these actions where we can have this influence on the game. And like I mentioned before, in half time they have a strong bench. Now they put on like Eze, they put on like Rogers, two players with high individual quality. So if you have this bench, I think you need to also have the courage to make these changes, and Thomas showed it in this action now. So let's look for the last final part of the match.
Sometimes it's just players that drift into different areas than each other, and at the moment Ghana have got comfortable in dealing with England. I think these substitutions now, all of them that come on, have the ability to score a goal.
So Bellingham has been replaced by Morgan Rogers, and Eberechi Eze has come on for Elliot Anderson. Those England's third and fourth changes. We're back underway. England white shirts, dark blue shorts. They're kicking from right to left. They're in possession with another one of the subs, Nico O'Reilly, who plays it back for Mark Gahey. It's 0-0 here on TalkSport with 16 minutes to go. So still at least 20 minutes for England to break the deadlock here. Working it out towards Bukayo Saka. Saka, a little reverse ball from him to Morgan Rogers, who's been so good coming off the bench, particularly in that game against Costa Rica. Right-footed, he wins the corner over on that far touchline. And England need to show this kind of attacking purpose on a consistent basis over the remaining 20 minutes of action.
Yeah, what you're looking from your subs is maybe drifting into areas that are going to cause a problem there. As I say, Rogers has drifted out and almost made a 2-on-1 or 2-on-2 situation with his teammate Saka, and forced a corner for England.
Extra ball on the pitch, the Saka just kicks away. England's corner will be taken on the right flank. Again, Madueke in a position to receive one in defeat and near the right-hand side of the penalty area, but it looks as though they're going to be playing a more aerial pass. It is swung in towards the penalty spot. It's beaten everybody. Konsa was the target. Comes back out for Madueke, who can't turn it goal-bound, and it's out for a goal kick to Ghana. 14 to go. Noni's reaction suggested that he thought that was a corner, but a goal kick has been given. Remember, they can't be looked at by VAR that way round. They can the other way round if it's a corner that has been given. They can have a look to see if it should have been a goal kick, but if a goal kick has been given, they can't have a look to see if it should have been a corner.
Well, I think the referee's made a few judgment calls today and seems to have changed his mind on the odd occasion.
14 minutes to go. England nil, Ghana now. England 4 points, top of the group at the moment, but will be a frustration if they don't have 6 points against their name at the end of the day. Harry Kane chasing after a ball that was played forward there, and there was a little coming together between Kane and I think Sanaya, the retreating defender. The ball goes into the hands of the goalkeeper, who bowled it out towards the far touchline so that Sanaya can receive treatment. His throw was so poor it didn't make the touchline for a moment, and England threatened to attack. I don't think they were ever likely to. There's a few frosty words between the pair of them right in front of you, Faye.
Down really easy.
So it's going to be a free kick that will be taken by the Ghanaians just outside their box. Free kick eventually given. 2 attempts on target for England, none for Ghana, but 2 attempts on target when you've had 70-odd% of the possession. It will be a frustration for Thomas Tuchel that his side just haven't been able to work the openings more effectively. Might they be able to? Yeah. Rodgers helping it on. Madueke's now on the left after the changes that were made. Rashford still being held in reserve at the moment. Rice plays it forward. Brought down under control at the back by Opoku. And then cleared by the former Accrington defender out towards the far touchline, where it should be easily headed down, and is by Reece James. England then win a free kick at their own 15 yards inside their own half.
I think it's important at this stage, the longer the game goes on at 0-0, that Declan Rice doesn't vacate that midfield deep line role, because if he does, all of a sudden that'll open up our back line to that counter-attack.
Here's Eze. Coming in off the left flank, has lost possession, and no foul has been given. And now Ghana working it forward. Pickford's a long way off his line. Sliding challenge comes in. Pickford still out of position, and eventually it's just tiptoed away out of play for a corner, but the offside flag has come up and England survived. Eze caught in possession, and that is what England know they have to guard against. A quick counter-attack. Pickford came out, got himself completely stranded in no man's land. Somehow the three lions survive it.
Well, absolute carnage there. We're just talking about that counter-attack and Declan vacating that area of the pitch, but that wasn't a responsibility of his on that occasion. But when the ball went in behind, it was just a heavy touch that we managed to get away with, I think, and the goalkeeper come out. It was carnage, and in the end the offside flag come out, and I think if it hadn't have done, it hadn't have hit the Ghanaian player, that ball might have ended up in the back of the net. Sometimes there's certain times in games where you say, if we can't win it, we don't get beat.
It's given England something to think about, Edu, since he came on. The number 25, it was he that made that darting run forward there. Certainly much more pace than Jordan Ayew, who he's replaced. We've got 10 minutes plus stoppage time to go. It remains 0-0 here in Foxborough.
I think that puts a real dynamic on this last game. If this scoreline stays the same, the Ghana-Croatia game becomes a really interesting game, I think.
Well, it could end up being a goal difference shootout, potentially, between England and Ghana. If England would have beat Panama and then Ghana would have beat Croatia, it could come down to goal difference, and England might end up finishing second in the group. They've got a goal difference that's one better than Ghana's at the moment, of course, after their respective wins on match day 1. England are on the front foot here with Reece James. Played back towards Konsa, and the flag's up again, this time against England. Free kick to Ghana.
Yeah, it's interesting, all the subs we made, and Rashford's not one of them, which is a little bit surprising, I would say.
So they've got one change left at their disposal. The attacking options, Rashford, Watkins and Toney. And the players that can be brought on, they can still call upon Stones and Chalobah, Byrne and Quansah, Jordan Henderson and Mainu as well. But you would imagine Rashford, Watkins or Toney might see the light of day. How long will they get to try and influence proceedings? Thomas Tuchel does like to leave a substitution till relatively late to just keep one on hold in reserve. England have it again at the back. Work it down towards Noni Madueke. Madueke coming forward over the halfway line. Turning in field to find Nico O'Reilly. O'Reilly to Mark Gahey. A long switch of play out towards the England right-hand side. A feature of their attacking play. It's Saka that's on the end of it this time, and having got past the first challenge, he was fouled by the second Ghanaian defender coming across. Sibo giving the free kick away. And there's a little angry reaction again from players from both teams as Morgan Rogers goes across. He's trying to get the ball from one of the Ghanaian players. It's Opoku, who was very reluctant to let him have it. The referee just has a word with the pair of them. Well, England with another set piece, yarning for the right-hand touchline.
Yeah, and if you've read your script before the game, this is where O'Reilly finds a bit of space and breaks the deadlock. I hope.
Well, I have read the script, so let's see. See whether my script's the same as yours. Nico O'Reilly, the deepest of 6 England players inside the penalty area. He likes to peel away and make a run round the back here. Harry Kane will try and draw defenders towards him to create in that space. In it comes, it's not nearly deep enough. Mensah heads it away towards the edge of the penalty area. And then England sensibly curtail any thought of a counter-attack by rather cynically stopping Ghana getting forward as Mark Gahey. It's a good free kick to give away when you don't get a yellow card. England are going to make that change now. Madueke will be replaced by Rashford.
Yeah, you're hoping Rashford and that little bit of pace and that threat that he's got an eye for a goal. But he's got to have decent receiving of the ball to put that into place.
It's not been a great England performance. But listen, all that matters in tournament football is getting the job done, getting over the line. 7 points from 3 games would give you an outstanding chance in this group of winning the group. England hoping to be able to get the job done here still. Wouldn't be the end of the world from the tournament perspective if they didn't do so. Nevertheless, they haven't been great, and after all the eulogising about the attacking performance in the second half against Croatia, they haven't been able to come close to replicating that here. O'Reilly will make his way forward. Crowd of just a shade under 64,000. Ghana turn the ball away. Pickford's miles outside his penalty area again. And I don't know what you were worried about, Stuart, because he just let the ball drop down onto his left foot and side-footed it out towards the touchline. Never in doubt.
If facial expressions are anything to go by, both myself and Fabian had a similar one on our faces.
I've never seen 2 pairs of eyeballs out on such long stalks. Here come England, bringing it forward towards the edge of the penalty area. Second phase of play, O'Reilly recycles it back for Gahey. Gahey down towards Rashford. Right-footed ball in from Rashford. Couldn't find Eze. Should be easily cleared. O'Reilly tries to prevent that happening, and then a challenge comes in from Marcus Rashford on the left-hand touchline, who just placed the crowd a little bit. England fans all around him when the free kick was given against him.
I mean, Pickford done particularly well there, I've got to say. Good sweeping position, but he's got a really advanced position at the moment. I hope he don't try and get involved in something he shouldn't get involved in, which you've seen before. And I think he's fortunate that the call earlier was went in his favour.
Well, there's an ever-increasing feeling that this is destined to end 0-0. And England have to make sure that they keep a clean sheet. They're so good at doing that. They've managed it in 15 of the last 21 internationals. And every side they've played since Thomas Tuchel took over from outside the top 32 in the world. They have beaten and haven't conceded a single goal in the process. Scored 22 goals in those 9 games. Can they yet extend that run? 85 gone. Rashford, good ball in, and a good header away as well. Rice then picks up the pieces on the edge of the penalty area and towards the right-hand touchline. Opportunity for Saka to try and get a shot in on the turn. The goalkeeper dives to his right, beats it away with a strong right hand. England getting closer, still not particularly close, but forcing Asari to exhibit his talents for the first time today.
Yeah, much better. And you look in that front line a little bit, and England are loading up the front line.
Breaks ball in. Rashford, little cushion touch from him. Kane, Rodgers coming forward on the right hand side. He's hooked in. Header comes from Kane off the junction of post and bar. Falls back down to him again. 6 yards out, and he's blazed it over. And that was a chance to win it, and he hasn't taken it.
There were extra bodies in the box now. We were just talking about getting extra faces in the front line. We've done that. Eze's up further up the pitch. Rodgers is, but it was that left back O'Reilly who was in there, and his header slammed off the crossbar. I thought earlier he would break the deadline. He nearly did then, and when it fell for Harry Kane, you put your house on him.
Well, it just didn't come down quickly enough.
Much better for England though, I've got to say. Saka's effort first off, now that crossbar's been rattled.
Well, that's as close as either side have come. I mean, it's much, much the best moment of the game for either of them. Ghana will make another change, and they're going to be bringing on a Pong, who is a defender, plays his club football in Nice. He only made his debut back in October. He started his career in Sweden with Norrköping, and he's come on to replace Sanaya. So it's not an extra body being put into that back line. Just a straight swap. 3 to go. 0-0.
As I said to you in the first half, I don't think they would benefit by putting an extra body in the back line. It would just bring them on, England onto them a little bit more. I think that's a wise move, keeping the shape as is.
Rashford's long diagonal out towards the right hand touch off Saka. Did well to make a fist of that, because it took a horrible bounce in front of him. He then lost his footing on this greasy playing surface and still was able to buy the throw, which England have taken. There's an urgency about England that certainly hasn't always been there. Then O'Reilly gives it away. Ghana looking to try and set up a 4 against 4. Spread the ball wide. It should be Rice who gets there first, and is. His goal side of Prince Edu works it back to his goalkeeper. Pickford's calmly side-footed the ball out from the back. Kane's dropped deep. Long switch of play from him. A 60-yard diagonal upfield, but he couldn't find Rashford. It's headed away by Sebo, who's dropped into the defensive line. 90 seconds plus stoppage time to go. Marcus Rashford has it. Right in front of Thomas Tuchel, who is standing, arms folded across his chest. Still 0-0 here on TalkSport. Eberechi Eze, what would you give England fans for a 90th minute winner here?
I'll tell you what, there will be an opportunity, Jim. There's no doubt about that. I think England have got enough attack-minded players. O'Reilly's almost joined the front line as well, and we've got numbers in the box now. Just got to make sure that counter-attack isn't hurtful to us.
Rashford's given another free kick away. His reaction was tempestuous. He was absolutely furious that the free kick has gone against him, and was quick to let everybody know he hasn't been booked for a very visible display of dissent. And there's going to be a free kick to Ghana about 15 yards outside the penalty area, and they will do their best to run the clock down into stoppage time before it is taken. Have England been far too late in putting the bodies forward and trying to supply this urgency?
It's easier said than done. Sometimes you have to let the game elapse to actually do that. I think
Here's Konsa, under pressure from Semenyo, who has fouled him. I think it to England.
Sorry, Jim. I think at times, the substitutions and different positional play. I think we're getting Morgan Rogers further up the pitch. We're getting Ezra up there to join Harry Kane, who's been an isolated figure for a lot of it. And also O'Reilly has gone and joined the box in the central midfield area. That's give us another body. And he's had the best opportunity of the game, which is really unfortunate not scoring.
6 minutes of added time for England to win this. Panama to come in a match that kicks off at 10 p.m. on Saturday in East Rutherford in New Jersey. And that might have a lot more on it than we anticipated, that we had hoped for. Thought it could be a dead rubber. It would give Thomas Tuchel the opportunity to rest players. Might not be the case. Could yet be still though, as England bring it forward here with Morgan Rogers. Rogers back for Declan Rice. Right-footed ball in, takes a deflection over Kane's head, put behind for a corner on the England left. 5 minutes of added time to go.
Yeah, super ball in there. And all England's opportunities probably have been at this far post area. O'Reilly then, Saka earlier, obviously Rice in the first half as well. And O'Reilly's threat, he really is a threat. He seems to know where to gravitate to get on the end of things.
Kane and O'Reilly stand on the far side of the 6-yard box from where Declan Rice is taking this left wing corner. Rogers is in there as well. Ezra another lurking with intent, trying to get free. Swept in for Kane, it's just past him. Split the difference between Kane and O'Reilly and goes out for a goal kick. I don't think this is going to happen.
No, it looks as though the longer this game goes on, it won't happen. The only thing that's been pleasing about the game today, I've got a German to my right who looks desperate for England to score a goal, which is always a good sign. But maybe wrong on that one.
First time for everything. That's not you being wrong. There's the first time that a German has wanted England to score a goal. Here's Rogers. Rogers bringing it forward. Got Kane to his left. He's got Rashford there as well. Morgan Rogers holding it up. Rashford down by the corner flag. Wins another corner. The old adage, if you throw enough stuff at a wall, something might stick. Can England get one of these set pieces to count? Crowd doing their bit. We're in the 93rd minute. Rice, an opportunity to work it short for Marcus Rashford on the edge of the penalty area.
I think that's the ball, I really do. Shove it into Rashford's feet and let him do something.
7 inside the box, swept in deep. Goalkeeper's come out, got himself stranded. England trying to hook it back in. Heads go up for it, and he's headed away off the line. A relatively routine defensive header denies Bukayo Saka, and they'll do it all again from another corner that Declan Rice will stand over.
Yeah, I think it was Gahey who actually ended up getting the final header on that one and just cleared off the line. Pressure's ranked up though on this Ghanaian back line now.
We're in the 4th minute of added time now. Another Declan Rice corner. Goalkeeper's come out and punched it away. So England with another opportunity to launch it back in, but a throw. Ezra retrieves the ball from in front of the hoardings on the right-hand touchline. They're taking a real time about taking this throw. Time is not a commodity that England have a lot of. 2.5 left, 0-0. Konsa back out of the England right. And then getting it back again. Now to Declan Rice. Rice in a central position. Hooks it in, right-footed. Headed down, didn't quite find Saka. Ghana smack it away again.
Yeah, the only tactic you need now is get it wide and put it in the box and create chaos.
Time very much against England. 2 to go. Eza playing it in. Little deflection. Saka made sure he got out of the way of it so that as it drifts over the line, it's another corner. Rice will go across to take it. This is a right wing England corner rather than one off the left-hand side. Is it going to be a failure to score? Only the second in 26 internationals over the last couple of years. Japan shut them out. Ghana going to be able to shut the Three Lions out here in Boston in the World Cup. It's going to be an away swinging delivery. All eyes from an England perspective on O'Reilly. who stands by the penalty spot. But Ghana are going to make a change. And Baba Rahman, the former Chelsea and Reading defender, comes on with a minute to go. I think that's Prince Edu, the substitute, who has now been taken off again. So defender for a striker. Barely a minute left. In comes Rice's delivery, headed away. And what's the referee seen? He's seen a push on a Ghanaian defender. And it's going to be a free kick to the African side with about 90 seconds of playing time remaining. 0-0, this isn't going to happen.
Yeah, I'm certainly seeing it that way now. I'm not sure there's enough time to create anything. England will dust themselves down after this and look at the positives, I'm sure. Clean sheet, certainly. And hopefully some learnings.
Sare with the free kick, a long one that is pumped forward. Chested down, work back to Pickford, who's got time to take a second touch and get it away from Semenyo. England need to get it forward quickly. 10 seconds of the 6 minutes to go, but there has been a substitution within it, so should be another 30 seconds to play yet. England have got to get it forward. It's back for Pickford. Pickford on his left foot, driving it deep towards Marcus Rashford. Didn't get there. Sibo hooks it high up in the air, and that is that. It's a point for Ghana. They're celebrating like they've won as well. They might. They've held England in the World Cup. And England, who have this happy habit of starting tournaments so well and then failing in the second game, well, it's come to pass once more. A fourth successive tournament where they got off to a winning start but then get hit by some sloppy seconds. England 0, Ghana 0.
What a load of rubbish that was. I mean, you get your hopes up every single time with England at a tournament. And yes, they may well go through the group. And yes, they may well get to the knockout stages. But what kind of statement was that? When you've had such a great second half performance against Croatia, the connection between the players and the fans at the end of that game, and all those fans make their way here, having spent a fortune, and they have to witness that. Honestly, sometimes I just wonder why we bother. Mark Gay dilly-dallying on the ball. Madueke ridiculously overhitting a simple pass to Declan Rice, who's fuming with him, and then he gives the ball away. Harry Kane staying central, doesn't really go out wide to make things happen. Anthony Gordon, I mean, Barcelona checking the receipts. What's going on? Seriously, and why was Rashford left on the bench so long? Unbelievably bad from England. Let's see if there's a connection between the players and the fans here. I don't expect them to be booed. There's an effort in there that you've got to admire and applaud. I get that. But that simply was not good enough. I'm Fabian Hertzler, Premier League manager, Brighton manager. You've been watching it next to me. I wasn't happy. I apologise for all my act. No, I don't apologise, because that's how I genuinely feel as an England fan watching this. But can you understand my frustrations as to how England played? And yes, I know Ghana did their bit, but can you understand my frustrations?
Honestly, with sitting here in the stands with you, I felt like an English boy, so I can really understand your frustration. I could understand your feeling. I was really like cheering with England, hoping that they score in the end. I think overall, I agree with you, was not the best performance coming out of this game of Croatia second half. A lot of euphoria, a lot of like positivity out of this game, and then you have a little bit of disappointment with this performance and with this result today. But in the end, it's a World Cup. In the end, there's an opponent who did it really well with Ghana. That's also part of the truth, although we all know that England can and has to play better.
We'll get reaction from Thomas Tuchel and some of the England players as well, but Harry Kane has led the players over to the England fans away to our left. It's not quite what it was against Croatia, but there's an admiration for the England fans who never stop singing, and those players have to thank those England fans, bearing in mind the expense and the effort they've gone to support them. And do they support them? Absolutely, yes they do. The reality is, Fabian, England could have lost. Concert, I thought, had given away a penalty. I'm not even sure it was reviewed when he barged straight into his opponent. I mean, Jordan Pickford could easily have been sent off when he came out of his area. It could have been even worse for England, couldn't it?
Yeah, that's what we always spoke about. Also, stewardship in the game. There has to be a balance, and there has to always be this discipline of avoiding these transition moments, because also Ghana have the quality to score a goal. And in these two scenes, definitely England was lucky that they didn't concede a goal or received a decision against them.
Well, the Ghana players are in the centre circle, and they're all there circling their own keeper, and they're really appreciating what each other has done, because that was a real team effort, Stuart Pearce, from Ghana. We have to applaud what they've done. I know England were nowhere near good enough, and we'll be talking about that for a long time, I'm sure. The sports bar's coming up in around half an hour, taking your calls, 03717223344. But Ghana, they did a job on us.
I thought they were outstanding. Defensively, one side of their game was absolutely outstanding, and that was defending. They made it really, really difficult for England. I thought Sibo, I thought Partey done well in there. That midfield three worked tirelessly from side to side and denied England a lot of space. The good thing for England, for me, was at the end of the game we can throw substitutes on that all of them you think can get us a goal out of nothing, and that I think will stand us in good stead going forward.
I think particularly the last 10 minutes showed what they're capable of doing, and they really had the feeling on the stands. There was this desire, they had the desire to score. There was like O'Reilly attacking the box with the shot with Saka, so there they had the action where they really tested the last line, where they really tested also the goalkeeper. And I missed this desire to score for 90 minutes. They had it in the last minutes. They really felt the players who came on the pitch, they tried to make an impact on the game, but overall I think regarding 90 minutes we missed this desire. We missed really to test their line, to test the goalkeeper. With this quality from England, I think there wasn't enough opportunity in this game today.
Stuart Pearce, quick one. Did we all get a bit carried away after Croatia?
It is often the case with England, but the bottom line is, you have to come out of these games at times and be level. If you have a good moment, which we did at the end of Croatia and finish the game, we only turned that game round because of the impact of the subs in the second half against Croatia and up in the tempo and continually putting the opposition on the back foot. Towards the end of this game, we've done exactly the same. We just didn't get the breakthrough. O'Reilly's come on, rattled the bar. Harry Kane's, for Harry, you expect him to nail that 9 out of 10 times. You win the game 1-0 and you go away and move on from there. We've got to go and turn Panama over at the weekend and finish top of the group if we can, to make our route a little bit easier. But in the main, listen, I think today's all about tipping your hat to the Ghanaians and their work rate, and they're way, way better than their ranking, in my opinion, on what I saw with my eyes today.
Well, that's what one of the staff said to us earlier today in a coffee shop near the Team Ghana hotel. Players making their way back in. The Ghana fans are celebrating wildly, and any wonder. I don't think they expected this kind of result, but they've got it, and they could well be heading through to the knockout stages. We shall see. Marks out of 10, I do them after every England game. They're on the website, TalkSport.com. Guess what? They're not very high, but check those out. More to come live from the Boston Stadium on TalkSport after it finished. England 0, Ghana 0.
World Cup Game Day Live on TalkSport, brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. Hit the target with the new Burger Buddies box at Burger King, featuring 3 of our snackable icons in one box. Order now on the BK app.
Pay attention. The ferry leaves at 10 a.m. Roads are busy.
Great.
Dad, pack the boot. Suitcases, Tetris style.
Yeah.
Rosie, got your teddy? No going back this time. Honey, how's the car?
Windows clean, car wax, carpets.
I meant the tyres.
Oh, sorted them at Quick Fit last week.
Brilliant. If things go to plan, it'll be smooth sailing.
Planning the perfect getaway this summer? Make sure your tyres are up for the job. Book today at quickfit.com or your local centre. Quick Fit. Drive away happy every time.
Bring me sunshine in a beer garden. The football on a giant screen. That first pint before kick-off. And something crisp and cold. Like Copperberg Crisp Apple Cider. Real apple cider. Cold and refreshing with a touch of Copperberg's famous sweetness. Ah, that's better. Copperberg Crisp Apple Cider. Bring me sunshine. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Massive news from Bet365. The world's biggest football tournament is here. And to celebrate, Bet365 are bringing you more offers than ever before. We've got incredible offers every single day of this summer's tournament. There you have it. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
New and eligible customers only. T's and C's and restrictions apply. 18 plus. Please play responsibly. Visit gambleaware.org.
On game day, it has to be a lucky pants. And look, works every time. Not that you noticed. You're lost in another winning moment. Rich, thick ketchup oozing onto a juicy burger. Back of the net. Because when it comes to the taste you love, it has to be Heinz.
The FIFA World Cup is here. We've been waiting for it, dreaming of it. Absolutely nothing could make it any better. Except getting a McDelivery. With delivery fee from 99p. Go on! Bring it home! 18 plus. Service fee and small order fee may apply. Participating restaurants. Serving times and T's and C's apply.
Need anything from Tesco? Like 3 for £8 on selected Tesco finest picnic food, such as burrata with semi-dried tomatoes or whipped feta and tabbouleh.
Club card accepted.
Because every little helps. Majority of larger stores ends 11th of October. Club card or app required.
World Cup Game Day live on TalkSport. Brought to you by Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for it. Book now at enterprise.co.uk.
Embark on a North American football pilgrimage and experience the biggest global football tournament ever.
Official broadcast partner of the 2026 FIFA World Cup.
TalkSport! Every flick, every foul, every free kick.
Dynamic and dazzling.
World Cup Game Day live on TalkSport.
Going to get a reaction here at the Boston Stadium from the England players and from Thomas Tuchel as well after England were held 0-0 by Ghana. We've got some incredible stats to bring you as well on the game, but we'll save those for a moment or two because it's time now for us to pick our King of the Match with Burger King.
TalkSport's King of the Match with Burger King Burger Buddies. Total tournament satisfaction delivered by the experts. Order now on the BK app.
Okay, going to bring Fabian Hertzler in on this, the Brighton manager, and Stuart Pearce as well. Stuart, who's your vote go to?
Well, my vote would go to someone who caught my eye in the first half that worked tirelessly for his team, and that's Sebo in midfield. I thought, you know, as a fullback, to have a midfield player running across, doubling up on you, getting back in to do his job in central midfield, and I think that anchor in the centre of midfield is what's got the Ghanaians a point today.
What do you think, Fabian?
Yeah, I definitely also would choose one of the three midfielders. I think we give a lot of praise to Partey. He played an incredible game. Stuart mentioned Sebo, and I would mention like Yerenki. I think he had an absolutely work rate. He worked hard for his team. He closed the gaps. He was always like having his body language. I'm ready to press. If you make mistakes, I'm there. He defended the box well with the other two midfielders. So I think these three midfielders, they made the difference today for Ghana, and they did a lot of work to keep the clean sheet.
We'll give it to Sebo, but Stuart, if there was an England vote, who would get it?
Well, difficult really, you know. I'm trying to think my way through the team, and there's no one standout player that you thought, yeah, he was England's most standout player. It's difficult. Fabian, have you got
I would take one of the centre backs, because in the end they kept the clean sheet. They organised the rest defence, although they didn't have that impact on the game. I think Konza, he played a very calm game, didn't make a lot of mistakes, was good in his technical execution, was really good in rest defence, defended well. Of course, in one scene he was quite lucky in the transition moment, but he was there to defend it. So overall, I think the two centre backs, they did a good work regarding avoiding the transition and kept the clean sheet.
You're being very kind. Sebo is the King of the Match, all thanks to Burger King.
TalkSport's King of the Match with Burger King Burger Buddies. Iconic winners delivered in the box every time. Order now on the BK app.
Well, everyone's interested in the second game now. Panama against Croatia is a midnight kickoff. It's on TalkSport 2. Let's find out the team news. Ian Danta.
Well, Panama, England's next opponents, were very close to getting a 0-0 draw with Ghana in their
first game, only for a 95th minute winner from the Ghanaians. But they are above Croatia in the table after that heavy defeat Croatia got against England. One change for the Panamanians. Jose Fajardo, who plays his club football in Ecuador, is preferred to Waterman in a front three. So for them it's Mosquera in goal, Ramos, Cordova and Andrade in a back three, Murillo, Harvey, Barcenas and Blackman across midfield, Martinez and Rodriguez flanking Fajardo in attack. For Croatia, a couple of changes. Vuskovic drops out, Pongracic comes in as part of a back four, it would appear, this evening rather than the three, and Mateo Kovacic is recalled as well at the expense of Sucic. So Livikovic is the goalkeeper, Stanisic, Sutalo, Pongracic and Gvardiol in what looks like a back four, Modric, Baturina and Kovacic in midfield, Pasalic and Perisic either side of Musa in attack. We are live from 11:45 on TalkSport 2 with commentary at midnight from Toronto, where Panama face Croatia.
It's 15 minutes till you can have your say on the sports bar. 03717 223344. But we're still live here in the Boston Stadium with the Brighton manager Fabian Hertzler and the former England captain Stuart Pearce. I'm intrigued by what you just said about the credit for a clean sheet. Okay, England didn't concede. I wonder where Jordan Pickford fits into that, because he's the goalkeeper who's kept a clean sheet. He could have been sent off. There are a couple of erratic moments. So, I mean, does he get credit for keeping a clean sheet, even though Ghana didn't really have that many efforts? I'm intrigued as to how a manager views that.
So we were spoken about Pickford's position when England had the ball. He was quite high position because he wanted to help if there was a long ball, a transition moment, that he's there to also protect these balls in behind. But there's always a risk, so it's always a risk-reward game. In the end, in one team was quite lucky because there was exactly this moment where there was the long ball. It was just like 1 second, he might was too late. In the end, I think England was lucky that Ghana didn't receive the foul, but overall he takes this risk to help his teammates. He takes this risk to avoid that a Ghana offensive player receives this long ball. So it's more like a identity, a style of play question, and in the end the goalkeeper coach and the head coach Thomas Tuchel, they definitely think about this position. So they kept the clean sheet in some moments, definitely lucky, but in the end the result counts. That's the clean sheet.
I was looking for a statement. I think a lot of England fans were looking for a statement. It didn't come. It was 0-0 and quite disappointing. But Stuart Pearce, if I give you this stat, England's possession figure 78.8% against Ghana here today, the most on record from 1966 onwards by any side in a World Cup match without managing to score. I find that quite worrying. It means we had a huge amount of the ball, but I think it was Fabian said in commentary, couldn't solve the problems that were being set by Ghana, and England had more than 90 minutes to do that, had a lot of the ball to do that, but in the end couldn't solve those problems. How worrying is that?
I don't think at this stage of the World Cup it's worrying. I would say even in the first 2-3 minutes of commentary, from my point of view, the movement of the ball was a little bit too slow, which I understand players want to get a feel of the ball, dominate the possession. I understand that, but sometimes I view football like a boxing match sometimes. Sometimes you've got to come straight off the stall and go straight for the opposition to send a message out and say, hey, we're going to move the ball quickly, we're going to put it in your box, and when we got one-on-one situations with our key players, we're coming after you. And I don't think we've done that, and we allowed them to build a confidence within the game.
From a coach perspective, I would see this game also as an opportunity now, because this wasn't the last game where England faced a low block. So now it's about what do they get out of this game? Do they analyze it well? What do they train afterwards? How does the individual behavior from the players changes? Because in the end, we spoke about, they proved that they can do it. There were numbers in the box. O'Reilly was when they had the big chance. And the second ball to Kane. In the first half, in my opinion, there wasn't a winger staying alive on the second post. There wasn't an 8 really attacking the box. Kane was on his own. So I think if they analyze it well, and I'm sure they will do it, if they train it well, then I think this game can be a really good opportunity and can be positive that it happened that early in the tournament to get like the right consequences, the right point out of it, train it, analyze it, and then against Panama there's another opportunity to make it better, and then I think this can be a big step in the development during the tournament.
I think Fabian picked up in the first half that the commentary about hitting the second post, hitting the far post. Maybe that's where the space is. The Ghanaians defended the near post really well. They defended the middle of the goal particularly well. But all of our first contacts come from that far post area. The O'Reilly one opportunity, Declan Rice, Saka, they all come from balls that went into the far post, and that was probably the key today. We needed to deliver a few more of them and get numbers into that area.
I'm going to take you both back to half-time. There was a little altercation as the players left the field. It was between Jude Bellingham and Carlos Queiroz, the Ghana manager, one of the staff as well. Jude had to be escorted away, shepherded away from the situation by Anthony Barry, the England assistant, and by his good friend, the England sub, Morgan Rogers. Carlos Queiroz has just revealed post-match, he said that they knew they had England at half-time mentally and physically. What do you make of that, Fabian?
We spoke in the half-time about this frustration, and I think that was a sign of frustration, that things are not going in their direction. Then I added on that I'm sure that Ghana tried to stop the rhythm of England also in the second half, that they tried to make like small little fouls that stopped England getting into their passing, their patterns, their good positioning, and I think that happened, and this foul, and then afterwards the verbal communication with the opponents was definitely a sign towards Ghana. So I think Stuart said it, and in these moments it's very important to stay calm, to don't let the emotions define you, don't let the emotions define your behavior. And I think that's also a learning point they might face during the World Cup as well. Everyone wants to beat England when they face England, one of the best teams with a brilliant squad with high individual quality. So they have to handle it. They have to stay like calm, rational, stay blueprint, and find solutions and punish them on the pitch with their quality.
Let's go down to Faye Carruthers. She's got the England centre-half Mark Gay with a Faye.
Mark, a disappointing result after the euphoria of what happened against Croatia. What's your assessment of the game?
I think it was a good performance, actually. Of course, not the result we wanted, but there was a lot of good things in the game, a lot of chances that we created for ourselves. Positive that we got a clean sheet today as well, so I think there's a lot of positives to take from it and a lot of things to build on from this game to take on to the next one.
Yeah, the clean sheet is definitely really important, but were they perhaps a bit more physical than you were expecting out there and defended a bit deeper than you were expecting?
I guess potentially. I mean, they're a good side, a lot of good players, quality on the counter-attack. I think we have to give credit to them. I still think that, the game was in our hands. But, like I said, there was a lot of positives in the game, and, it's only important that we look to the next game and build.
What was the message from Thomas Tuchel at half-time? Because we heard about the rousing speech he gave in the Croatia game after that first half. What did he say to you this time?
I think it was positive. It was basically more of the same. Keep him pinned in. Keep trying to create chances, keep trying to get the ball out wide, crosses, just trying to be positive as much as possible. You see they defended well, and on another day we scored those chances, but just wasn't our day today.
There were a couple of moments that I think the Ghanaians were disappointed in the way the decisions went with the referee. What were your view of them? One where Jordan Pickford came out, and where another where Konsa was one-on-one with one of their attackers.
To be honest, I've not seen them back, so in the moment everything was happening so quickly, so I've not really seen them back. I know the referee was a lot of interesting decisions today, but it is what it was, to be honest, and I think you just have to move on for those.
Just from a personal point of view, you were given the nod this time. You missed out on the first game. What did Thomas Tuchel say to you he wanted from you in this game in particular, and why you missed out on the Croatia match? I
didn't have a conversation with him. He never told me anything in particular for this game. It was just important for me to come in and try and help the team as much as possible. I felt like I did that today. I'm grateful to God for the opportunity. So like I said before, it doesn't really matter who plays as long as the team does well and we keep progressing in this tournament.
And you can really tell that because I saw John Stones come over and you walked down the tunnel with John Stones. Was he saying what his view of the situation in that first half was?
John's so experienced, and I've said it before, he's a big brother, so any opportunity I can get to speak to him about anything, about the game, about improving certain little bits, I do. And he's always there to have my back, and I'm always there to have his. Likewise Dan, likewise Esri. So it's a real brotherhood, and I think we rely on each other at any point, in not just in games but off the pitch as well.
Just finally, what's the message to the fans going into a really vital game against Panama?
Thank you for your support as always. Definitely made yourself heard. We definitely felt that on the pitch, and stick by us because we're going to need you, and we just keep going.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mark. Harry Kane is just about to come over to me, actually. Don't run off, Harry. Don't disappear just yet. You've got one more to do. I was just talking to Mark there about... he said he actually thought it was a really good point in the end against really tough opposition. What's your assessment of that game?
Yeah, obviously we want to win these games. We expect to win these games, but we're kind of coming up against a good team, well structured, really dangerous on the counter attack. So it's never easy. We're playing in a World Cup, so you have to expect the opposition to fight for their lives and defend with everything they have, and that's exactly what they've done. I thought we controlled the game well. We had a lot of possession. There was moments in the game we could have been a bit sharper, a bit better, but especially towards that last 20 minutes as they started to tire and the subs come on, we looked even more dangerous and had some crosses there, had some half chances, and obviously I had a big chance. Nico hit the bar, so could easily be here 1-0 and we have 6 points and everyone's extremely happy. In the end, it's a point. It doesn't change too much for us in the group stage, so we just look forward to the next one to try and get to 7 points. Declan
Rice had told me yesterday that you'd spoken to the players about the importance of following up that win against Croatia, because we've had draws in the second matches of group games in the World Cup so far. So in that way, are you disappointed you couldn't get it over the line?
I think it was more... That was what I spoke about, but it's more just to be focused, because it's easy after the first game. I've won since 2018 every first game of the tournament, and of course the excitement starts to build and everyone's happy. And the last 3 tournaments we've drawn that second game, and it just kind of brings everyone back down to earth a little bit, which is not always a bad thing. But it's more just to make sure we was focused, because we knew we was coming up against a really good team, especially dangerous on the transition. When you have 6 days in between or 5 days in between, you start to kind of be itching to get back out there again. So it was more just to make sure we was focused and we concentrated on the task ahead. I thought we'd done that. They didn't have pretty much any chances. So it could have been a game we won 1 or 2-0, but in the end it's 0-0 and we take it.
They were frustrating opponents as well. Carlos Queiroz has just done an interview where he said that he knew that they had won the game, essentially getting under your skin mentally and physically at half time. What do you think to that?
I'm not so sure about that. I don't know what he meant by that. Everyone was pretty calm at half time, to be honest. We just said to be a bit more patient and we just have to move the ball a bit quicker. Like I said, when you play these nations, these teams, they're doing everything to slow the game down and get fouls and waste time. So it is what it is. We've come up against these type of oppositions, both club and for country. You can't fault them for it. It's just the quality where they're at. So credit to them. They got a point against us, but for us now, we move on and hopefully finish the group with a win on Saturday.
Yeah, quick final question on that, because you talked about the long time that you've had to wait to get on. It's a really short turnaround. How much is that going to help you?
Yeah, I think sometimes it helps, just getting in the rhythm and just kind of getting in the flow of things. Obviously, we get back tonight. We'll have a couple of days and travel again. So, and I think after like a 0-0, you're itching to kind of get back out there, especially the attacking players, and try and get a couple goals. So, I don't think it's a bad thing. We've kind of had our prep period now. We're going into the difficult part of the tournament, so we need to be ready for that.
Thanks, Harry.
Cheers, thank you.
There you go, Harry Kane with some interesting lines. Thomas Tuchel is really finding out what it's like, the history and tradition of being an England manager at tournaments. It's a steep learning curve for Thomas Tuchel. But Harry Kane there saying England needed to move the ball a bit quicker. Yep, tick that box. We absolutely needed to do that. Some interesting takes from Mark Gay. I'd say hot take that it was a good performance. I'm not sure I agree with that. But listen, it's about opinions. The other one I wanted to pick up on with Mark Gay, Fabian Hertzler and Stuart Pearce was when he said that the referee made some interesting decisions. I think he's alluding to or trying to imply that maybe decisions didn't go England's way. Fabian, is that correct or not? Has he got a point, Mark Gay?
I'm really bad with referees as well and challenging their decisions. So there I hold myself back. But I think overall you can argue in both directions. In my opinion, the situation with Pickford, England was lucky, definitely lucky in that moment that it doesn't go in the other direction. So therefore, during the game, of course, there were a lot of 50-50 moments where on one side he gave it to England, on the other side to Ghana. I think it wasn't the best game, but in the end he wasn't responsible for the result. He wasn't responsible for the performance. He didn't have that impact on the game like we already saw that the referee had during the World Cup. So I think we should just leave it like it is and should go on.
Stuart Pearce, I mean, do England all need to have a look at themselves and improve rather than looking at referees?
I think it was a fair statement from Mark, if I'm being honest with you. The referee did make some interesting decisions, not just for one team though, for both teams. And I think if you're Ghana now, you would say, well, maybe the England goalkeeper should have got sent off potentially, or certainly cautioned with a free kick on the edge of the box. But there was a few decisions that it seemed to referees change minds or whatever. But I think there was a consistency to it for both teams.
Well, for me, one thing that stood out after this interview was, of both interviews, the England players really tried to keep the positivity, they had after the Croatia game. So they didn't try to be that strong on themselves or on their performances. So they really tried to keep the positivity, try to stay positive. They mentioned like the clean sheet. They mentioned like they really avoided the transition moments. So we mentioned also during the game that there are positives, but that really stood out for me that in general the players, they brace each other, they brace players who were non-starting players. He mentioned like Stones, he mentioned Dan Burn. So I think that's really like interesting to get this out of these kind of interviews, because again it shows their togetherness, it shows that they stick together. And sometimes in tournaments like this togetherness, this like loyalty to each other can be more important than outplaying like a low block, because I think they had also today the one or the two chance where they could score.
Let's hope you're right. Fabian Herzl, it's been an education, good insight as well. I could have spent another hour or so picking your brains about how brilliant Jack Hinshelwood is, but we didn't have time for that. Maybe you'll rejoin us at some point. But you enjoyed it, even though it was 0-0, you enjoyed it?
Yeah, it was an absolutely pleasure for me. It was the first experience for me. I really enjoyed it with you, with Stuart. Like I said, during the game, I got more like I was wearing an England jersey, so I could really feel it. I could really like adapt to this here, and I enjoyed it. Get a lot of great insights, and hopefully it wasn't the last time with you, it was the last time with the media. And I want to say thank you to everyone, and thank you for giving me this experience, and all the best for this tournament.
Well, thank you as well, Fabian Herzl, the Brighton manager, with us for England, nil Ghana nil. Stuart, Jim, thank you very much. We're going to be doing a podcast very shortly. You can catch that first thing tomorrow when it will drop, so check that out. It's the England debrief. I've got a few things to say. Actually, the former England striker and drive time king Darren Bent has just messaged me saying Ghana should have had a penalty. He's not wrong. You can also catch the Ghana party, which is currently ongoing. You might be able to hear the screams in the background. There's a Ghana party of fans. It's ongoing outside the stadium. They're loving it. You can catch all of the footage of that on TalkSport social media channels, on Instagram, etc. The sports bar is coming up. Now listen, you could change the players, you could change the manager. It's still England. It's still England at tournaments, and this is what they do. We got hopes up. This is different, we said. But it's the same old England, typical England. Finished England 0, Ghana 0, but maybe, just maybe, it might have a different ending. Jason Cundy, Jamie O'Hara, coming up with your views on the sports bar. 0371722 3344.
Game Day Sports Bar with Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy
on TalkSport.
Good evening and welcome to the World Cup Game Day Sports Bar. Me, Jamie O'Hara, and over there, Jason Cundy.
Oh, has anyone seen a shot on target? Zooming here.
England have drawn 0-0 with Ghana tonight. Absolute guff in Group L. Where was the attacking brilliance from the Croatia game? Were we fortunate as well? Should have been a penalty. Got away with it. But we are on 4 points. We are through. But what did we make of England's performance tonight? We're going to be going live to Miami as well ahead of Scotland's game against Brazil tomorrow night. We'll be getting live updates from another game in the group. Panama take on Croatia. It's live on TalkSport 2 from midnight. But get involved in the show. Loads to talk about tonight. England miles off it. 03 717 22 33 Whoa! Hello, mate.
Hello, matey.
How are we feeling? You're not happy?
Very, very disappointed. Very, very disappointed. I know it can happen, and if you're an England fan, you're used to this disappointment at every tournament at some stage. But I've got to tell you, mate, I'm going after one person. I'll tell you that person is in a second.
Who is it? I want to know.
Going after Tuchel, mate.
Yeah?
Yeah. I thought his team selection was wrong. I thought he changed it way too late. His changes, I thought, were too similar. I think you've got to mix it up. And I've seen Thomas Tuchel's teams, and I've seen him change game. We saw that against Croatia, against a low block like Ghana. I just want to give them some credit, by the way, because they deserve a huge amount of credit because of the way they played. But come on, is that it? Is that the best that we've got going forward in a low block like that? And I sat there, and we sat there and watched it. And I said to you, I'd keep the same team at half-time, and at 49 minutes and something like 48 seconds, I said to you, Joe, I've seen enough. I wanted to see something, and there was no urgency. And he left it until I've got the subs here.
Well, it was hydration break, wasn't it? Around that.
He made his first sub on 65, and I said to you in the break, I think he'll leave it somewhere about 60. After 50 minutes, I'm going, nope. If they've not listened to you, we're seeing the same old tripe.
Mm-hmm.
Same old tripe turned out, and he left it until 65 minutes. And it was too little, too late. Yeah, we had a rally at the end. You'd expect Ghana got something to hold on to. They're not going to break their shape. I thought they defensively were excellent.
How slow were we? How slow were we? It was Southgate all over again.
Mm-hmm.
It was genuinely, I was sat there going, oh my God, this is another Southgate performance again. After the brilliance that I saw against Croatia, I'm thinking, here we go. The country's alive. The player is alive. We've got a new team. Same performance I see every single time we turn up in a major tournament.
Do you know what?
Absolute guff.
Do you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me a little bit of a qualification game. You know, where you might go away to Ukraine, or we go away to, I don't know, wherever we go. It reminds me a little bit of that. And England at a major tournament, we will throw one of these performances in, and you cannot be brilliant every time. But this is a knee-jerk reaction from me, because I felt that Thomas Tuchel should recognise what Ghana were, one, going to do, and two, when it isn't working, change it. And I think the Jed Spence at left back, and then I felt, and you and I will have this conversation in a second. I felt sorry for Anthony Gordon, because the ball to him was so much slower in the build-up.
Nah, he's poor, mate.
It's like the build-up.
Nah, he was poor.
Pass.
I know it's slow, but he was poor.
But by the time the ball reaches him, their shape has shuffled across. And it's like, where's he going to go? The best passes of the game in the first half were out to Noni. That whip pass where it gets out to Noni, and Kane did a beautiful pass early on, and the ball went out to Noni. So I'm going, right, you've got a 1v1 because everyone is over the other side of the field.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Yeah.
Goes. Cuts back, plays inside. That's what they want you to do. Take him on the outside. You've got the space. We've worked it out there. They can't have players everywhere. Once that ball makes, and it's a brilliant pass, his touch is good. He's got a brilliant first touch, and he gets his head up, and he can see the grass.
It's too safe. You said it last week, Jace, against Croatia. Let them fly, and they went and flew. Tuchel said at half-time, I don't care if we get beat. Let's go and play. Go and get at these teams. Go and make something happen. And then all I saw tonight, sideways, backwards, sideways, backwards, safe passing. Keep it, sideways, backwards, sideways. Give it away. I'm like, go and have a go, make something happen in 1v1 against Ghana.
But the thing is, if you are any part of the field and you have more than two touches and you have a third touch, the chances are Ghana are set. So it's sometimes the first pass doesn't necessarily make the opening. It's then the second quick pass and the third quick pass and the fourth, and that fourth quick pass might leave space on the other, and then it's that switch of play which we saw into Noni's feet. And then I think Noni's got to be braver. I think a part of it, on a personal level for him, I think he has got to be braver as a footballer, because he gets his head up and he trickery, carries the ball, cuts back inside. And when you cut back inside, the whole part of all of those moves, which some of them were terrible, by the way, but we made the space, break down. And Ghana was sat, someone could have a fag in the middle of the park, mate, with a glass of wine.
I reckon I could have played in midfield.
Jay, you could have played in midfield tonight, right? You could have played in midfield and they would not have made you work hard enough. That is, for me, unacceptable. Trying to get Bellingham on the ball. Bellingham kept drifting over to our right, their left, and he kept drifting over and he wasn't impacting the game. Fine. Move the ball 2 touches. Jay, we used to do 1 and 2 touch football, right? Remember we used to do that, right? Tuchel should have said after time, you have 3 touches. That third pass better be a good one.
Mm-hmm. All right, if you want to have your say on the game tonight, we've got Thomas Tuchel coming up as well as we dissect that performance. 03 717 22 You're listening to the World Cup Game Day Sports Bar on TalkSport, brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. Total tournament satisfaction delivered by the experts. Order now on the BK app.
World Cup Game Day Sports Bar on TalkSport. Brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. Try the new Burger King Burger Buddies box. A hat trick of 3 flame-grilled iconic snackable burgers. Now available for delivery. It's made for sharing, sort of.
Competitions, and we're proud to sponsor the most exciting event in match fishing, Fishermania 2026.
And I'm Barry Hearn from Matchroom, and on July the 18th, 30 top anglers head to Westwood Lakes in the hope of bagging the 50 grand first prize.
And how about this? We're giving you the chance to win 10 grand completely free.
Free to enter? Are you having a laugh?
No, Barry. We're going to draw the winner live at Fishermania. Head to Carp Life competitions now to enter.
It's gotta be Carp Life.
18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Investing. It's a beautiful game. And like that other beautiful game, it pays to keep your eyes on the goal and not just chase every ball. That's why I chose F&C Investment Trust, to build my long-term goals with dividends that have increased every year for 55 years. Now that's a result.
Find F&C on all major investment platforms. It's smart to start with F&C. Capital at risk. Future dividend increases are not guaranteed. This F&C Investment Trust advert is approved for distribution by Columbia Threadneedle Management Limited, May 2026.
At Lidl, we believe everybody deserves great deals on quality fresh fruit and veg. That's why we have Pick of the Week. Get up to 30% off 6 delicious fruit and veg items each week, with 3 of them on offer with Lidl Plus. Scan your app to save. Lidl, more to value. 18 plus GB only. T's and C's apply. See lidl.co.uk/LPTV while stocks last.
When you're growing a small business, whether you've built a team of 20 or you're a one-man band, you need someone who understands the ins and outs. With an HSBC Small Business Banking account, you'll have access to our business specialists, in person and virtually, as well as no monthly account fee, because whatever your small business looks like, we're proud to support you. Search HSBC Small Business Banking account to get started. Subject to eligibility, credit checks and T's and C's. Visit business.hsbc.co.uk for details.
It's like a jungle sometimes. It makes me wonder how I keep from going under.
Get that Toyota electric feeling with the all-new, all-electric Toyota Urban Cruiser. Available with 0% APR representative and £1,500 deposit contribution. And save £1,500 with the Toyota Electrified Saving. Visit your nearest Toyota centre. Price from $29995. Available on Toyota PCP when financed through Toyota Financial Services by 30th of June 2026. Optional final payment. Indemnities may be required. See website conditions apply.
At Betfair, we know everyone's got an opinion. Maybe Mbappe is next in line to Messi's throne. Maybe Haaland needs to humble him. Maybe Belgium's old guard will finally click. Maybe Lukaku and Chloe are just past it. Maybe your £10 bet builder will come in. But maybe we should give you another £10 free just in case. Available every week of the World Cup. Betfair.
Opt-in required. Free bet valid for 7 days. Minimum 3 legs at 1.5 odds or higher to qualify. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
World Cup Game Day Sports Bar on TalkSport. Brought to you by Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, we're here for it.
The FIFA World Cup 2026.
Brilliant goal! Full coverage of tomorrow's football.
Morocco versus Haiti.
Kickoff 11 p.m.
on TalkSport 2.
At the same time,
Scotland versus Brazil on TalkSport. The 2026 FIFA World Cup live
on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
You're listening to the World Cup Sports Bar on TalkSport, brought to you by Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, they're here for it. I'm Jamie Hard, Jason Cundy alongside me. We are taking calls tonight on that England performance. 03717 223344. But let's go back to stateside. Let's go to Faye Carruthers, who is with the England manager, Thomas Tuchel.
Thomas, you wanted to follow up that second half performance against Croatia with more momentum. A lot of people are saying it was a safe performance tonight. What's your assessment of the game?
It looks maybe like that, but it is just very difficult to break a block down. Who was so disciplined and so committed like Ghana today. I think we have to put it into perspective. I think we got a very, very difficult group. If I see other teams playing the second round matches and I see our opponent here, Ghana, physicality, the quality, the commitment into defending is on highest level. You cannot be naive and leave spaces open. We conceded, I think, 2 counterattacks in the whole match. Full credit. You need to be so alert in ball possession, and we did excellent. We committed a bit more in the second half, the fullbacks, because they were so deep. They were even defending in a 4-5-1. And the longer the game went, the more spaces we found. This is just like the story is told so many times. We tried everything to break it down, and they were happy to defend. They celebrated the draw like a victory in the end. So that shows you from which approach both teams came, and it's fair enough. We had in the end we had a lot of half chances, we had a lot of deliveries, we had a lot of set plays. Couldn't convert today to make it our match. We will learn from it and do again.
You go again quite quickly, actually. Yeah. I will talk to you about the set plays in a sec, but I want to talk about the emotion of the game, actually, because I'm wondering what your reading of the situation was at half-time. There seemed to be some words exchanged. Carlos Queiroz has since come out and given some post-match comments suggesting that he knew that he had England because he got under your skin, essentially, emotionally and physically.
Absolutely not. I have to tell him he got under no one's skin. We knew that is difficult, and we played a lot of matches, all of us, to know that this is legitimate to try to stop us. We committed in the second half the fullbacks a little bit more because of their structure, because their wingers were so deep. So we tried to attack with 3 players on the side to open it up and make it more. Then if we cannot break through with the 3 players, we tried to cross more to the second post. We were not clinical enough in the first half because we had dangerous moments to cross, but the crosses were not in the right areas. Set plays as well were not like as clinical and as attacking as they can be. But it had nothing to do with them. Like we had I think some players had a quick exchange on the way in. There's nothing new, but we were very calm in half-time. Encouraged everyone to stay patient and keep pushing. Took us a while in the second half, but then I was quite okay with what happened.
Just quickly on the Panama game, what do you need to improve for that? You mentioned set pieces there. I could see there was some frustration at times with the execution of them, but what's the main thing you want to see, bearing in mind it's such a crucial game to top the group?
Let's see. I have to first look at Panama. Panama was very strong against Ghana, so my prediction is just right. We have a super difficult group, and the most important thing is to go out of the group. We will find stuff to do better, but I need to look at it first. I don't worry about our set plays, and we have one of the best deliveries with Bukayo and Declan in the world, so this will take care about itself. Let's see if we got all the blocks and the runs and everything and the timings right to maybe improve it. But this will not be the first game where you need maybe a bit of luck, where you need a deflected shot, where you need just one slip of a defender and this little moment where you open it up. We had it. Harry will never miss this ball again, and then it would have been maybe we always tell a story backwards. Then it would have been maybe a patient performance and controlled performance and whatever. So now it's a 0-0, and then it's easy to say we were not inspired enough. The substitutes were good, the energy was right, commitment, everything okay. This can happen. It was a strong opponent on the other side of the pitch for a second match in the World Cup.
Thanks very much. See you in Kansas.
Yes, see you in Kansas.
Yeah, Thomas Tuchel there with Faye Carruthers. Let's get straight to some calls. Go to Jack. He's a Chelsea fan. All right, Jack?
Jackie boy.
Gents, pleasure to be on. Hope we're all well.
Yeah, we're good, mate.
I just want to say Good. My hydration break was sponsored by the Co-op tonight. Other brands available. And Cundy, I just want to say, I believe in the airline resurrection. Good things always come to those who wait.
Don't worry. It's on its way back. Trust the process. What do you want to say?
Good. So, I'm going to be somewhat pragmatic tonight. I'm not too worried yet. Look, Spain struggled against Cape Verde in the first game. But look, we should have gone at these lot. Struggled to qualify for AFCON. We saw Gordon starting and Rashford doesn't. The boss will know what we don't. I'm not too sure yet.
Yeah,
Gordon was poor tonight. Gordon was poor. I don't care what anyone says. He was poor. Nowhere near it. Got to be better. Yeah. Rashford has to start. I know there was talk about potentially Rashford having a niggle or whatever, but he come on and he made a big impact in 10 minutes. You can't 100%. Start Gordon over Rashford. Rashford is a better player than Anthony Gordon.
All day long. Look at the season he's had as well.
Yeah. Look, I agree with you, but from what I heard, that Rashford has got a niggle. And I think there may be the fact he brought him on was at 82. He brought him on.
Yeah.
I mean that tells you when you need a goal. 83 it was. I think that tells you a little bit. Maybe he is nursing him through. Maybe there is a bit of an issue there, but I think this one is on Tuchel. Actually, I heard him talk there, and do you know what? I think you are right, Jack. I think there needs to be a little bit of balance because as England fans, we are all, and football fans in general, we're all knee jerk. Today's performance is not good enough, unacceptable for me. We are better.
Well, I mean, even on that as well. I mean, more corners and shots as well. Point of contention, I guess. Look, I'm a Chelsea fan, but if you've got Deckers whipping an in-swinger in, especially, surely you want it right in the mixer. Every bont's looking likely. You know, look, even throw it back to Maguire not getting selected as well. But you guys see what we've got. We hit the Denver, yes, but the net didn't bulge.
No, I think overall performance, Tuchel is better than that. And what really, managers make mistakes in team selection, right? That is obvious. Every manager will do it and they'll continue to do it. But in the modern game, when you have players that can change the game from the bench now, you know, when you go back 30 years ago, you had 2 subs, right? You've got to stick with what you got. Now you can go, right, how can I change things, right? And I agree with Jay. Gordon, but the problem with Gordon is that the team around him needed to be better to give him a better opportunity to run 1v1, right? And he had 3. Jay had 3 around him. No. And everyone shuffled.
Surely you want players who are going to win a game for you and are going to take people on.
Yeah. Your wingers, in that game today, low block, Garner, sitting in, Harry Kane, Jude Bellingham, can't get on the ball. They're packed, they're tight, Garner. Your wingers have got to win you the game. The wingers have got to go and win you the game. Madawaki, going backwards every time. And every time we went to Gordon, he'd done nothing with it. No, and listen, he's a good player, Gordon. I'm not trying to dig him out here, but Rashford's a better player.
Rashford would have done no more than Gordon.
I disagree.
No, and I'll tell you
Rashford come on in 10 minutes, made 3 things happen.
The game had changed. The way the structure of the game had changed. It's easy to come off the bench and make a difference.
You say that, Joe. You say that all the time, and I get it. And I hear you. Of course, the game will open up, whatever, tired legs, all that. Yes, I understand. Rashford is a better player than Anthony Gordon.
I agree with you.
Rashford will run you down the channel. And Rashford will come inside.
How's he going to do that against 3 players?
Oh, it weren't every time, Jay. It weren't every time. Anthony Gordon got the ball in the first half, and he's giving it away. He was giving it away.
Jay, I'm telling you now that Rashford would have a similar game to Gordon.
I disagree.
And then we've seen Rashford come off the bench and have an impact in both games, right? And everyone's all the glitter. Oh, Rashford done this. The game had changed. Garner now.
James, the game didn't change.
Garner was sitting in.
He came on for 90 minutes.
He came on 83 minutes. Garner needed a point. They're not going to break out from the back. They're not going to lose space.
They didn't do it in the first half.
They're not going to lose space, mate.
They didn't do it in the first half. They sat in. That's what they did. They sat in. They sat in for 90 minutes.
The game...
Rashford will make something happen.
They're dead on their feet. The game had changed. How quick were we in the passing?
No, it's so slow. Of course.
But then...
So slow.
Last 10 minutes, what was that like?
It was better. It wasn't great.
Oh, the space opening up. He came on. Look, if you ask my opinion, who do I start? I'm starting Rashford.
Okay.
But I think to tear Gordon apart...
I'm not tearing him apart. I'm just saying, I've seen enough.
Yeah, I don't know whether he's fit
Rashford
enough.
over Gordon.
Seen
enough.
My fear is I don't know whether Rashford is fit enough to start.
Well, James, what about the other side of the pitch as well?
Well, Madawaki, again, he had an opportunity to, like Jay said it, and first 40 minutes... Yeah, 3 or 4 times. Go 1v1 at the left.
7 or 8, Jay. I count them.
I mean, the
7
argument
or 8,
for Saka's
mate.
got to be thrown in,
7 or
surely.
8. Take it?
The argument for Saka's got to be thrown in, surely.
Well,
I'm a Chelsea fan, I'm saying that.
Listen, I think the problem with Saka is he hasn't been fit. So I think everyone knows that Saka starts over Madueke. Thomas Tuchel knows that. But I do think that he's
but
trying
the experience is there, though,
but he's trying to get Saka back fit and get him going. So there's a more of an understanding in that one.
He's been on 65.
Yeah.
The fact he's been on 65, and then Rashford on 83. If Rashford is fit, mate, he brings him on 65 as well.
Jed Spence at left back did not work.
No, and the problem you've got with that is, where does Jed Spence go? If Gordon's first touch has to be, or his thought is backwards, you can't overlap him because he's got chalk on his feet. How do you get round him? How do you support? It's got to be from here. And then the problem we had is the lack of tempo, the lack of intensity of the passing, and that comes from. I'm going to go after him. Rice, move it quicker, everyone. Bellingham, move it quicker. I know Bellingham was on the ball.
We looked
Anderson,
like, and
move it quicker.
You said it. We looked a bit clueless.
Oh, mate, we looked so clueless. We looked like we come up against this conundrum. It's like, I don't know how to get round you.
That's worrying.
I don't know how to get through you.
But that's worrying. That's worrying.
Yeah, it is worrying. But
the teams will look at that and go, right, this is how you get a result against England.
But France ain't going to play like that.
No, but France ain't going to play like that. But what you can say is sit in, they can't break us down. No. And we hit them on the counter-attack.
Do you know what, look,
and we're going to play against a lot better teams on the counter-attack. But we sit in, we make them hard to beat, low block, and then when we win it, bang, we go through them.
Do you know what it looked like? I said to you during the comms, it looked like watching Chelsea last 2.5 seasons. When teams play like that, we are clueless. Honestly, I promise you, can't pass through them, can't pass round them. Any balls at the box, which are limited because we don't have a Didier Drogba now. Honestly, it's like watching, it's rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. The good news is we ain't going to be playing teams like that the whole way through the tournament.
No. All right. Keep your calls coming in. Loads to go out. We're on until 2 a.m. tonight. 03 717 22 33
World Cup Game Day Sports Bar on TalkSport. Brought to you by Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for it. Book now at enterprise.co.uk.
You're back with this summer's tournament coverage brought to you by BetMGM, where every game's the main event.
Let's see some of the standout moments so far.
There's early payouts coming in before halftime.
Beautiful timing.
Or when Golden Sub enters the game.
Always a game changer.
And what about those boosts?
Talk about making an impact.
Early payouts, Golden Sub, boosts, and so much more. Why play anywhere else?
BetMGM, where every game's the main event.
Select league and markets only. Eligibility restrictions and T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
We can't say sticks like Turbo from Evo Sticks' full name on the radio. We're not allowed. We can say that sticks like Turbo is an amazingly fast-setting adhesive. We can say sticks like Turbo can be used in all weather conditions. We can even say sticks like Turbo holds up to 300 kilograms in just 15 minutes. We just can't say what sticks like Turbo sticks like, but you can probably guess, and it really does. Sticks like Turbo from Evo Stick.
We're here at the Coral Fan Zone and the fans are ready to get their bet builders on. Here's the Fancy Dress Brigade, head-to-toe in chainmail, and the Eternal Optimists. Winners 26 already tattooed. Brave. With Coral's Bet Builder refund, if your bet on the England game loses, get your money back as a free bet. Rewarding the fans. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus online. Opt in to selected World Cup games. One free bet per customer per game. Free bet value varies. Min £1, max £10. Restrictions and T's and C's apply. Gambleaware.org.
And it's 20 minutes till next kickoff.
Go, go, go. Feed the gang. Hop to Co-op. Co-op members get 2 pizzas and 4 Budweisers for a £5. Co-op. Owned by you, right by you.
Ends 21st of July. Selected products subject to availability. Co-op group membership required. £1 joining fee. 18 plus. Please drink responsibly. See co-op.uk/summer.
Mesdames et messieurs, faites vos jeux, faites vos jeux. At TalkSport Bet, we've got even more to offer than just our famous broadcast booths. There's a fully equipped online casino too, featuring all the usual casino favourites like slots, blackjack, roulette and baccarat. Plus, there are a whole host of promotions and daily jackpots available too. Check out everything that TalkSport Bet Casino has to offer at TalkSportBet.com or on the app. TalkSport Bet. Bang on broadcaster. Bring it on bookie. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
World Cup Game Day Sports Bar on TalkSport. Brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. Try the new Burger King Burger Buddies box. An unbeatable lineup of 3 or 9 iconic snackable burgers. Perfect for any watch-along. Order now on the BK app.
It's a transatlantic summer of goals, guts, grass, and true grit. Football in America.
The 2026 FIFA World Cup live
on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
TalkSport Sports Update. Brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. Iconic winners delivered in the box every time. Order now on the BK app.
With the headlines at 2 minutes past midnight, I'm Tom Clayton. Good morning. A night of what-ifs for England as it ends goalless in Foxborough.
Sebo hooks it high up in the air, and that is that. It's a point for Ghana. They're celebrating like they've won as well. They might. They've held England in the World Cup.
Held by Ghana, a fourth major tournament in a row with a draw on match week 2. Thomas Tuchel kind of agrees with Jim Proudfoot.
We tried everything to break it down, and they were happy to defend. They celebrated the draw like a victory in the end. So that shows you from which approach both teams came, and it's fair enough.
Yeah, look, we're all feeling a bit frustrated about that, but Harry Kane's trying to keep a level head.
We want to win these games. We expect to win these games, but we're kind of coming up against a good team, well structured, really dangerous on the counter attack. So yeah, it's never easy. We're playing in a World Cup, so you have to expect the opposition to fight for their lives and defend with everything they have.
Up in the commentary box, we even had Brighton's German manager Fabian Hürzeler supporting England. He summed it all up pretty nicely at full time.
In the end, it's a World Cup. In the end, there's an opponent who did it really well with Ghana. That's also part of the truth, although we all know that England can and has to play better.
So ultimately, it comes down to Saturday, where a decent win over Panama guarantees they top the group. Remember, it's all live on TalkSport. Elsewhere, overnight tonight, Cristiano Ronaldo says he's back after scoring twice against Uzbekistan. Steve Clarke has ruled out Aaron Hickey from Scotland's match with Brazil on Wednesday, and Didier Deschamps has left the France camp to travel home after the death of his mother. Remember, Croatia v Panama is live now on TalkSport 2. It's currently 0-0.
TalkSport News.
Hundreds of schools will close or send children home early in the coming days as extreme heat intensifies. A rare red weather warning for heat stretches across parts of England and Wales from tomorrow morning until Thursday night. Andy Burnham's met Sir Keir Starmer as he prepares for Downing Street. It's also emerged the likely next Prime Minister is to receive government briefings as part of efforts to aid the transition of power. And police say all passengers have been safely removed from a bus that's crashed in Carmarthenshire. Footage shows the vehicle on its side in a field, having left the road and tumbled down a bank near Kidwelly.
TalkSport Weather. Brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. Iconic winners delivered in the box every time. Order now on the BK app.
Remaining warm overnight as it's largely clear with light winds. Another very hot day expected on Wednesday with that rare red warning for heat in central and southern areas.
Boot it. TalkSport. Supersize your football intake.
Uninterrupted full match commentary of every single game of the tournament.
Official broadcaster of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
World Cup Game Day Sports Bar
on TalkSport.
Yeah, good evening and welcome to the World Cup Game Day Sports Bar. Me, Jamie Hara and Jason. Kindly reminder, we have a brand new Sports Bar podcast which is available now, featuring all of the best bits from the show. Still to come. Going to head over to Miami later in the show. We look ahead to Scotland's huge game against Brazil. We'll also be joined by South American football expert Colombia take on DR Congo in Group K in a few hours' time. But first, we're going to continue your calls as England draw 0-0 with Ghana tonight. Shocking performance. And I'm going to go to Sam. Before I do that, hold on. What's going on, mate?
Mate, honestly, I've had an absolute stinker out there. Absolute stinker.
Where you been?
Mate, I was out there. My boys bought me a new shirt for Father's Day, the England shirt, the Seaman. Seaman on the back.
Yeah, it's Seaman all over it.
Seaman all over the back. And I ripped it. Can't wear it.
What do you mean?
Can't wear the shirt, Jay.
So you've ripped your England shirt?
Yeah, well, I'm going round, so I'm going through the lockers, trying to pull out, going through the lockers, Jay, going, I need a shirt. No one's helping me. They're having an argument out there about, I don't know what's going on in production. So I'm going through all the lockers, and I managed to find this.
It's a Brazil shirt. It's got a Brazil badge on it.
Mate, how long's this been in the locker at TalkSport? Nice, actually. I might keep it. No one's claimed it.
Do you know what, mate? You are a bit of a disgrace so far in the World Cup to Scotland.
I don't get it. What do you mean?
Well, Scotland are playing in Brazil.
When?
Tomorrow.
Today, isn't it?
Not today. Yeah. Today.
I can't catch a break. I cannot catch a break. Honestly, this just sums up my luck. So they're playing later on today, aren't they?
Yeah.
Live on TalkSport.
Mm-hmm.
11 o'clock kick-off, I think it might be. Well, what do you think of the top? It's quite nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's lovely.
It's a lovely top.
Yeah, it's great.
This is proper old.
But you're out of order. You know, Scotland fans hate you.
Why?
Every time Shaban comes on, mate, there's Scotland fans in the background saying, Cundy, is a you-know-what.
What? What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do you mean? You know what you mean. You know what you're doing. You've had 3 shirts. You've had 3 bad lucks in TalkSport. I've been here 5 years. You ain't changed your shirt once.
Told you, mate, I can't catch a break at the minute. Yeah. It's just one of those, like, no bad luck comes in 3s. You heard that, right? I'm the perfect example. By the way, it's a lovely top.
Let's go to Sam, who's an Everton fan. Sam.
All right, Sammy boy.
Good evening. I'm glad you got all that out off your chest. Nice to speak. Jason, last time we spoke was during lockdown when you were helping me promote my donut empire. So it's been quite a long time since I spoke to you, and I've been on hold for half an hour. So if I'm just rehashing anything that's sort of been said, I apologise. But
go on. What do you want to say?
I just wanted to say, like, this season, just a few things I've thought, like Madueke. Why isn't Saka playing over Madueke?
Saka's not fit. Saka's not fit. Right? He doesn't think he's fit enough for 90 minutes right now. For whatever reason, he just doesn't feel he's quite there. That's why he's playing Madueke.
But he was quality for Barcelona last season, and
I think we have to accept that there's going to be bigger and stiffer tests ahead. And when you're managing minutes, as Arteta had to do this season, by the way, he's managed his minutes, and he's played a lot of football over the last 3.5, 4 years. He's played a lot of football, and he's had a lot of those injuries. And what Tuchel needs, he needs him for the next month. And it's about navigating your way through. Today was disappointing. It's not a disaster. It's not terminal.
I just think it was just disappointing as in over the last decade, really. Even with Southgate, when we've been playing these lesser nations, we've tended to find a way through to beat them. And I really thought, I don't know what you think, but like Declan Rice just pinging ball after ball after ball against those like 2 8-foot centre-halves was just pointless.
The 2 centre-halves were good for Ghana, by the way. I thought they played really well. You have to give credit that we should beat them, but they played well. They kept Kane quiet. Balls coming in the box, they dealt with. We didn't move the ball quick enough to move them around the pitch. That was the problem. We allowed them to get into a nice block, organised defence. And, mate, you've seen it this season. Teams struggle to break down a low block. Teams struggle.
Unless you move it quickly, then you cause some problems.
Would you not have brought on Watkins? I haven't seen Tony play at all.
Well, you know what? I'm glad you said that, Sam, right? Because Cundy come up with second half, we were talking about what do we do. And you said Tony.
Put balls in the box.
Yeah, a second striker.
Yeah, I'd have done that. I was looking at. I hadn't quite worked out, because we're commentating the game, how that would have worked. It might have been a shape change. You might have to have gone to 3 to get the 2 up top. But if the way that
dropping as a number 10,
the way they're never going to score, are they?
No,
apart from they should have had a penalty.
No.
They should have had a penalty.
By the way, we've not spoken about that. They have been robbed. That is a penalty.
Fuming. If that was against us, I'd have been fuming.
It's a penalty.
Stonewall.
It's a penalty.
Stonewall, Ben.
It was. I don't think it was even a VAR check from what I saw.
It was outrageous. It's outrageous. Yeah. We're literally going, that's a penalty. Yeah. It's a penalty. Yeah. It's a penalty.
But to bring someone with pace of, either Tony or...
The problem you've got with pace at that stage of the game, where does the pace go? There's no grass in behind. They are set in that shape. So if you can't go round them and you can't pass through them, you've got to go over them. I think that there was a point there. And I felt that Tuchel could have been a little bit more imaginative with his subs, be a little bit more like, oh, didn't see that coming. And Tony coming off the bench, like, and I'd have had Kane crash in the box. I'd have had the two up top.
What you're saying is because they were in such a low block, two in the box, we've got to go on 4-4-2, right?
Okay,
and you're allowed, and there was balls going in the box that Saka were trying to get in.
What was the best chance we had all game?
Header.
Ball in the box. Yeah. And Kane there, mopping up pieces, should score. It's the best chance we had all game. I'd have probably made that with, I don't know, 15, 12, 13 to go and just go, well, they're not coming out the shape because they need this point now. They don't need to win the game.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Right, Sam, listen, thanks for calling. I'm going to go to Matt. He's a QPR fan. All right, Matt.
Hello, mate.
All right, Matty boy.
All right, Matt, what do you want to say?
It's Nat, N-A-T.
Oh, Nat. Go on. All right, Nat.
Go on, Matt.
Yeah, sorry.
Go on, Matt.
So, I thought he just wasn't, imagine that, like you just said about Tony. He just, how much have Ghana studied Tony as a player? How much have they looked into him? Because most England fans haven't.
What do you mean?
So he could bring something different. Like they obviously study Kane and how he plays, and study Rice how he plays, but Tony might bring something completely different that England might not expect.
I don't think you've got to study Tony. I think you just have to watch him play. I think you watch Tony play 3 or 4 times, and they would have done that. You know what he's good at, right? At that stage of the game, they're not going to try and find his feet, are they? What's he? He's a unit. No. He's a presence. And that is exactly what O'Reilly did, coming from left back, hit the crossbar. He scored 2 goals in the League Cup, not one dissimilar, actually, by the way, when he arrived in the box. And then the drop down, I mean, look, Kane scores that 18 times out of 20, maybe, 20 out of 30.
Nico should have put it away to begin with, anyway.
I mean, he's in the bar.
It's not an easy.
He's hit the bar. I mean,
he's leaning back a bit.
The point I'm making is that once we ran out of ideas. We looked a bit clueless, I thought, for large parts of that game. Once the team, and we've all played in games like this. I know I'm speaking about when a team can't break, you know it. There's a point in the game you're going, they ain't breaking us down, or we're not breaking them down. And they've reached a point in that game, and that's why I'm disappointed in Tuchel. I think he's got to roll the dice. Why'd you bring Tony? Isn't it for that kind of moment?
Yeah.
No, if it ain't that moment, when is it going to be?
No, I agree. When you said it wasn't something I was thinking of, but I agree. But isn't that where an assistant manager's got to do his job as well? You know, assistant manager say, you know, what about this? What about Tony? We can't break him down. We're struggling. Maybe we do need to just get balls in the box.
And you're still not going to lose the game because the way the team is, you're not going to throw men forward. You're not after the goal to keep you in the tournament.
No.
It's not that scenario.
No, I agree. I think it's a good show.
I listened to Tuchel after the game. He said it could have been luck, could have been a deflected shot or anything. But you can't win a tournament on luck. You've got to have a backup
Listen,
plan, not luck.
Every player I've heard already have come out and said, it was a good performance. Tuchel's come out, he's like a tough opponent, blah, blah, blah. It weren't good enough. It was as simple as that. No. They know that game was not good enough. They didn't move the ball quick. They didn't risk the ball enough. They didn't go 1v1. They didn't get at their fullbacks. It weren't good enough. It's simple as that. They know that. But we got a point. We got 4 points. And we're going through. And if you're going to have a stinker, your probably best time to have a stinker is in the second game of the tournament after you won the first.
It's true.
Yeah, fully.
Yeah, you don't want to be having a stinker in the last 32, do you?
No.
So, you know, if you're going to have a stinker and you go, right, that can't happen again. That don't work. That didn't work. That weren't good enough. We'll learn from that. We'll learn from this. And now we can move on.
And if we do find ourselves in that scenario, in that last 32, what has Tuchel learnt the players from that? What have they learnt?
For me, Jed Spence can't play left back.
Not in that game.
Not in that game. In that type of moment, Jed Spence can't play left back. You got to play Nico O'Reilly because he gives you width. He gives you better balance.
Yeah. So
Rashford has to start. If he's fit,
start him.
If he's fit, he has to start. And if you're playing against a low block and you're going into and we're struggling to find a way through it, well, take a risk and put Tony on up front. Do you know what?
And Rice just put balls in the box. First man.
Yeah, Rice was not. I'm not going to point fingers today because they all of them need to take some responsibility here, right? Collectively, and I'm pointing my finger right at the manager because team selection, and he's slow to react to the game. And after 49 minutes or whatever it was, Jan, we looked around and said, "That's enough," right? And then you change it on 65, and the same game we were watching. So, but look, it is only the second game. I don't want to be too harsh on the boys.
Yeah, but it's Tuchel's first tournament. He's got nothing to be scared of. He's
a manager, you know, and
he's a cup manager, but it's his first World Cup. He's got nothing to.
All right, mate. Listen, thanks for your call. You're listening to the World Cup Game Day Sports Bar on TalkSport. Me, Jamie Hyde, Jason Cunny. Time now for an update of the Panama v Croatia game with Burger King.
Game Day Live Update on TalkSport. Brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. Total tournament satisfaction. Delivered by the experts. Order now on the BK app.
Yeah, Jeff Peters has been watching the game for TalkSport. What's the latest, Jeff?
17 minutes gone, it's Panama 0, Croatia 0. Steady start, not too much has happened. They've had a shot apiece, neither on target. Remember, both sides beaten in their opening games. Croatia, runners-up in 2018, semi-finalists in Qatar. They've got Luka Modric making his 200th appearance for his country, only the fourth male footballer to reach that landmark. Kovacic is back in the starting lineup. Panama, only their second World Cup. They face England in the final group game on Saturday. The loser here is knocked out. The game is live over on TalkSport 2. It's Panama 0, Croatia 0.
Okay, that was the score update. All thanks to Burger King.
Game Day Live Update on TalkSport. Brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. Iconic winners delivered in the box every time. Order now on the BK app.
Okay, keep your calls coming in. 03 717 22 3344.
World Cup Game Day Sports Bar on TalkSport. Brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. Iconic winners delivered in the box every time. Order now on the BK app.
Mesdames et messieurs, faites vos jeux. At TalkSport Bet, we've got even more to offer than just our famous broadcast booths. There's a fully equipped online casino too, featuring all the usual casino favourites like slots, blackjack, roulette and baccarat. Plus, there are a whole host of promotions and daily jackpots available too. Check out everything that TalkSport Bet Casino has to offer at TalkSportBet.com or on the app. TalkSport Bet. Bang on broadcaster. Bring it on, bookie. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
Air conditioning and refrigeration contractors. This is one way to keep things cool this summer. The other, get over to Climate Centre. With specialist cooling branches across the UK, we've got everything you need. Top brands, spares in stock, plus expert support when the pressure's on. Keeping jobs moving, keeping customers cool, all summer long. Find your nearest branch at climatecentre.co.uk. Climate Centre, a Wolseley business.
Vodafone is backing the UK with an £11 billion investment to make the nation's biggest network even better.
Fair play, that's a big commitment.
So you can launch that business.
So I can start selling my model trains in Pwllheli.
Multitask in a haze of glory.
I could stream Wimbledon whilst on a video call.
And start doing more of what you love from anywhere. Opportunity awaits. Switch to Vodafone today on the Nations Network.
Nations Network means UK's biggest combined network through merger of Vodafone and 3 based on number of mobile sites versus major providers. See Vodafone.co.uk/TNN. Location subject to coverage.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. So who's ready for the best summer yet? Unwind in your choice of 4 and 5-star hotels in over 75 destinations like Kos, Lake Garda and Gran Canaria. Plus, you'll get 22 kilograms of baggage included. Book now and save £200 per couple. Jet2 Holidays. Package holidays you can trust. After National Protected. Subject to availability and conditions.
America is hosting the World Cup, and let's be honest, it's not quite the same.
The goalie has just been ejected and given away a PK that could send it to overtime.
What's this guy on about? But one thing that's universally understood is free. Have a completely free shot at cash prizes every day of the tournament with Paddy Power's new free-to-play game, Cash Cup. 750k to be won across the tournament. Nobody does football better than us. Paddy Power. Win at the game. Receive a selection. If the selection wins, you win a share of the daily cash prize. Only one entry per round. Eligibility restrictions and further T's and C's apply. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
World Cup Game Day Sports Bar on TalkSport. Brought to you by Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, we're here for it.
Pump up your summer.
The 2026 FIFA World Cup.
Live on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
Get your kicks on Route 66 and beyond.
What a goal! It's the ultimate battle for the most sought-after prize in world football.
The 2026 FIFA World Cup.
On TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
You are listening to the World Cup Sports Bar on TalkSport, brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. Iconic winners delivered in the box every time. Order now on the BK app. Burger King shared takes. Time now to hear some of them takes with Burger King.
Shared takes on TalkSport with Burger King Burger Buddies. Total tournament satisfaction delivered by the experts. Order now on the BK app.
Let's go to Peter. He's a Liverpool and Ghana fan. All right, Pete?
All right, Pete.
Yes, how are you? You all right?
I'm all right, Pete. You must be happy.
I am very happy. Do you know what? The thing is, you lot underestimated us. Like Tim Cundy, Simon Jordan, all of your TalkSport presenters, they all underestimated us. We knew we were coming to do a job to England today. I'm telling you that now. Right, we were told not to lose this game. You've colonised us for 200 years.
That's got nothing to do with it, honestly. Well, leave that out. Now, come on. No, Pete.
I hear that. Pete. I hear that. No, but we knew that when we first played England, it was 1-1 15 years ago. We knew today we're not going to lose, 100%. Sani made Gordon put in his pocket. He put him in his pocket.
No, he had a good game, to be fair, the fullback. Both fullbacks played well. They were good. You defended well. You sat in, you went for a draw, and you got it. Fair play.
No, we didn't. To be fair, we should have had a penalty.
Should have had a penalty.
Nobody's talking about that.
We mentioned about 10 minutes ago, Pete.
Oh, sorry.
We mentioned about 10 minutes ago, mate.
Okay, so all right. Okay, but either way, I knew full well you lot were Simon Jordan 3-0. Jim.
I said the same. I said 2 or 3-0. I said the same.
Yeah, you said it.
I said the same.
Underestimated Ghana, and I know full well we turned up not to lose this game. 100%.
Now listen, you deserve the point. There's no doubt about that. You deserve the point, and you're not going to hear anything different from us here. We watched the game. We weren't good enough. We're better than that. We're better than you, but we didn't show it on the day. It's as simple as that, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah. Okay.
Right, Pete.
You give us credit. You give us.
No,
credit,
you deserve the point. I can't argue. I mean, I don't know what the colonisation's got anything to do with it, though. I don't know why you've gone down that route. I don't know why you've got. I don't know why you've got to bring that up.
You know, colonised us for 200 years.
What's that got to do with it?
Because, and so that's what I'll tell you why that's got to do with it.
Right.
We've always been under England, always been dominated by England. This is why this game was more than a football match to us. It was more than and so when all your pundits and all your,
it's got nothing to do with it, Pete.
Look,
no, it hasn't. It's got nothing. It's all right. We underestimate Scotland. We underestimate a lot of teams. I wouldn't take it personally. I wouldn't do that.
You know what? You're hurt because you got a draw.
Yeah.
We're happy. We happy.
No, and listen, well done. Well done.
Pete, listen, mate, well done. If you've got a shared take of your own, you can voice note us or simply give us a call on 03717 223344. That's all thanks to Burger King.
Shared takes on TalkSport with Burger King Burger Buddies. Iconic winners delivered in the box every time. Order now on the BK app.
Let's go to George. He's a Man United fan. Right, George?
Right, George?
Yeah. Hi, good evening.
All right.
Yeah, Georgie, what did you make of it?
Well, after the first game, I don't understand. This is typical England. We have a good game, and then we stumble through again, and then we'll get through to the next round or the following round after that and get knocked out. But what concerns me is that Tuchel chose this team. He said that this is going to be his way. And after the first game, when we got pegged back twice, he said we'll go for it all gung ho. We will go for the win. And what happened? Where it's down to him to motivate these players. Yep. Now, by half-time, he's seen that there's a low block here or whatever. Why wait until the last 10 minutes to bring on damn Rashford?
Well, we think he's injured.
No, you bring him on at half-time. He did a fantastic job in the first game, but you bring Rashford on, and you bring on Mainu maybe to give you a bit of variance. Bellingham was there, Rice is there. Just because they're superstars doesn't mean you can't take them off.
George, and the issue we've got is that there has been talk that maybe Rashford potentially has got a bit of a niggle, right? He come on and done well. He didn't look injured to me at all. But there must be a reason why he put him on in the 82nd minute, because the game was crying out for Rashford, but he didn't want to put him on, and he put him on late. I agree with you. If Rashford's fit, he has to start.
For me, he had to come on at half-time because you saw all these guys.
No, but if he ain't fit to play, he might not be 100% fit. Okay, that's the issue, right? Gordon ain't been good enough. We get that.
Okay, let me ask you a question. I've been playing football for the last 60 years. Now, if I want a goal, what do? Play the long ball. So why not bring on Burns for the corners and free kicks? What have you taken him on there for? You took him on there before even, and all the talk was, all the England players were saying that we're here as a team, camaraderie, etc., etc. And
Konsa and Gay are not small, by the way.
Even if we're called upon for 1 minute, we'll do a job. We'll be proud to play for England. So why not bring on Burns for all those corners? Why not use that ace up your sleeve? Why carry on? Why carry on with this boring game?
Are you taking off?
Take off Gay. Take off any other defender. Who cares?
Hold on. He brought Gay. You can't take Gay off. He brought him on.
Yep. Okay. The other one. Who else was playing at the back there?
Konsa, yeah. But
if you're after a goal, if you're chasing a goal, then you bring on, plan B, plan C.
Well, Tony wouldn't have been a worse shout. Tony would have
been a good shout. Play 4-4-2. Why stick with this 4-5-1 business? Kane, they marked Kane out of the game. Everybody knows that. Fine, we saw it all. So why not bring on a Watkins or Tony? Why stick with your?
No, listen, I'm with you. I felt
we're going to go for it.
I felt the game. I felt there's a part of the game, and I'm talking like 20 minutes, 25 minutes left of the game, and I felt that I'd seen enough. I'd seen enough that this game there was a pattern in the game, and we didn't know how to change it, and Ghana were comfortable. You've got to then
precisely.
And the only chance that we had was a cross from the box, and then
Nico put a long ball in and just play the long ball, and simple as that. Yeah. So you bring on another striker in the box. Why only have Kane up there? You knew that they're not going to get anything.
Why did we move the ball so slow?
I know.
Yeah, exactly.
I get all that. Bring players on, make something happen. The first 45 minutes.
If you go back to all the tournaments as well, if you have a look at all the tournaments, England always play well in one game, and then the next one is flat. Always. 9 times out of 10, flat. Why? So is it the players or is it the manager? Or maybe...
Do you know what? I agree.
Should have brought in extra players.
Can I just try and add a bit of context to this, right? Spain, did you see Spain's game?
Yeah.
Right?
Against Cape Verde.
Cape Verde, right? You saw the game?
Yeah.
Right? So it can happen. And Spain were worse than we were today. And this is Cape Verde's first ever point. Oh, they were. Spain were terrible. And this can happen.
They were terrible. The Cape Verde, I mean, it was a one in a lifetime where the keeper just blocked out everything. He's not going to happen. I guarantee you, if Spain play Cape Verde again next week, they'll thrash them 5-6-0.
Of course.
That was a 1-0. That was a one-off game.
But that's the point I'm making.
The keeper had a fantastic game. But look at Portugal. They drew against Congo. And by the way, I was born in Congo. Right. But they drew against Congo. And look at what Portugal did today. They upped it.
Yeah.
They upped it. So why couldn't England do the same thing from the first game?
It's over to us against Panama. By the way, we're watching them. All right. Yeah. They look half decent.
Yeah, no. Listen, George, thanks for your call. George, thanks for your call. A quote has emerged from Jude Bellingham after the game tonight. He said the following: "Very frustrating. Second game fever. Same as always. Important for us and you guys not to get too negative. No worries, no stress, no drama. Stay positive. Not the end of the world. Stands England in good stead for the rest of the tournament."
Fine. Then prove it and show it. I'm happy. I don't mind that. As England fans, there was always a knee-jerk reaction, Jay, and you and I are always at the coalface.
Yeah.
We always, we're passionate and we watch the game. We get the calls from the fans, and I think there will be a moment of reflection and going, we're on 4 points. It's not a disaster. It ain't great, but it's not a disaster. Beat Panama, and we got 7 points. That out of the group ain't bad.
Yeah. All right, keep your calls coming in. You want to have your say. Where do England need to improve going into the game against Panama next week? 03 717 22 33 44.
World Cup Game Day Sports Bar on TalkSport. Brought to you by Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for it. Book now at enterprise.co.uk.
Hi, I'm Rob Lowe, actor, podcaster, but most importantly, American. And this summer, the US of A is going to show y'all how soccer is really done. We're talking tailgate parties, halftime shows, fireworks in the freaking sky, baby.
Nah, you're all right, mate. We'll just watch the actual game, thanks. Yeah, America's gonna America this summer. But one thing's for sure, nobody does football better than us. Paddy Power. 18+gambleaware.org.
We can't say sticks like Turbo from Evo Sticks' full name on the radio. We're not allowed. We can say that sticks like Turbo is an amazingly fast-setting adhesive. We can say sticks like Turbo can be used in all weather conditions. We can even say sticks like Turbo holds up to 300 kilograms in just 15 minutes. We just can't say what sticks like Turbo sticks like, but you can probably guess, and it really does. Sticks like Turbo from Evo Stick.
Vodafone is backing the UK with an £11 billion investment to make the nation's biggest network even better.
Fair play, that's a big commitment.
So you can launch that business.
So I can start selling my model trains in Pwllheli.
Multitask in a haze of glory.
I could stream Wimbledon whilst on a video call.
And start doing more of what you love from anywhere. Opportunity awaits. Switch to Vodafone today on the Nations Network.
Nations Network means UK's biggest combined network through merger of Vodafone and 3 based on number of mobile sites versus major providers. See vodafone.co.uk/TNN. Location subject to coverage.
Starting making tax digital is seamless with Xero's HMRC recognized software. If you're a sole trader or landlord whose income tax is going digital, not only is Xero MTD ready, it also gives you better control of your finances, like capturing your receipts with a snap, so all your records are accurate, sorted, and ready for tax time, which changes the way you see MTD. Search MTD Ready with Xero.
As this summer's feast of football kicks off in the USA, Canada and Mexico, TalkSport will bring you all the action as it happens.
This competition is the greatest competition on earth.
And Bet365 will bring you all the latest news on the form and the odds on all the matches that matter, from the group stages all the way to the final.
And the stadium has erupted!
Don't miss On the Ball throughout the tournament on TalkSport with Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 18+, gambleaware.org.
World Cup Game Day Sports Bar on TalkSport. Brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. The Whopper, Big King and Barbecue Steakhouse burgers are now available in a snackable 3 and 9 box at Burger King. Don't be the one to miss out and order now.
TalkSport and TalkSport 2, licensed broadcaster of the FIFA World Cup 2026, North America.
Let the drama unfold.
TalkSport's team of frenetic football experts will be on location, broadcasting unmissable output, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, throughout the entire tournament.
Join me, Brad Friedel, TalkSport's latest superstar signing, for all the 2026 World Cup action.
That is huge!
Join me, Emmanuel Petit, for unrivaled comment, insight and reaction on a football tournament like no other.
The FIFA World Cup 2026.
They've come from behind to lead.
Exclusively on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
It's game on.
World Cup Game Day Sports Bar.
You are listening to the World Cup Game Day Sports Bar. Me, Jamie Horan, Jason Cundy, continuing your calls on England's 0-0 game against Ghana tonight. Time now for an update, though. Panama v Croatia with Burger King.
Game Day live update on TalkSport. Brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. Total tournament satisfaction delivered by the experts. Order now on the BK app.
Let's now head over to TalkSport 2, live commentary of Croatia v Panama with the commentary team. Ian Danton, former Arsenal winger Perry Groves.
Croatia have been attacking in the wide areas.
Well, neither keeper has had a big save to make, other than the one that Livakovic tipped onto the crossbar from a cross that was out of play.
He'll still have it in his show reel, though.
He will.
Just like to say a big thank you to the Croatian FA as well for having the big white blocks on the back of the shirts with the numbers on.
Yeah, it's not quite Sheffield Wednesday against West Bromwich Albion game I did a few years ago, which
or
was like
QPR.
Seeing 22 magic eye pictures running around on the pitch in front of me.
It's like doing a kaleidoscope.
It is. Free kick as Baturina was caught by Cordoba just beyond the centre circle inside the Panama half. So Croatia can go right or left with this free kick. As TalkSport listeners join us, 10 minutes to half time in Toronto. Panama 0, Croatia 0 in England's group. Luka Modric winning his 200th cap for his country. Not been too effective tonight. Pretty much the same as he was against England. And Panama have been really decent, and they've just sprung a counter-attack from a poorly taken free kick. They get down the right-hand side with Martinez, their right-sided forward in a 3-4-3. Whips it across to the far post, but it's gone beyond everyone in the dark. Panama shirts and Croatia in their regular red and white checks just haven't got going, Perry Groves, in this first half.
No, not at all. Both teams have really struggled offensively when they get into the final third. Neither team have had a shot on target. The most dangers come down the right-hand side for Panama, with Murillo's had a decent couple of crosses where Fajardo couldn't quite get on the end of the first one at the near post. So, but apart from that, it's just been like a couple of boxers who are just sort of jabbing each other, and they're not really throwing any knockout punches.
A loser in this game will be eliminated from the World Cup, but Panama are not overawed by their higher-ranked opponents, and they're coming forward again to the edge of the area. Martinez plays it out to the right-hand side. Murillo with a deep cross, kept in play by Rodriguez, just over the header. Fajardo right in front, who couldn't rise for the header under pressure from Pongracic, but that's another indicator of how decent Panama have been in this first half. Commentary continues on TalkSport 2 with myself and Perry Groves. It's Panama 0, Croatia 0.
Yeah, that was a score update, all thanks to Burger King.
Game Day Live Update on TalkSport. Brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. Iconic winners delivered in the box every time. Order now on the BK app.
By the way, Panama look all right.
They're not bad, mate. It's a decent ball in the box. It's a really good cross. No one reacts. There are two in there, by the way. They crash. I don't know what Modric is doing here for the free kick.
What is he doing? Yeah.
I don't know. He comes back and it's a slop.
He's not been at the races.
No, and there's a counter attack here. But the game against Panama, from what we're seeing, look, it might be over for Panama. It depends what the result is, but I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know what to expect from them, mate.
Let's go to Midnight Max. He's a Millwall fan, right, Max?
Right, Maxie boy.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right, Condi and O'Hara, how are you doing? Haven't talked for a long time to you.
Yeah, you good?
Yeah, you. I just want to make a point about the wing, England's situation on the wings.
Yeah, go on.
I think Thomas Tuchel was a bit mixed up with who to play because he don't know about Gordon and Madueke, and he don't know when to start them or when to bring Rashford on, and it looks like he just doesn't know what to do, and I think it could cost England a lot because Rashford could come on too late when can't really do anything in knockout stages that they were losing 1-0, and Gordon hasn't had such a good game. I think it could cost us. I think he really needs to sort it out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to labour the point. It does feel as though Rashford is not fully fit. If he is, he starts. Saka's not fully fit. If he is, he starts.
Yeah.
So I think he might be slightly hamstrung. I think he might be looking, at the first knockout game.
I don't know why he isn't. Do you know why he isn't playing Kobe Mainoo? Has he had an injury or something?
Who are you playing him ahead of?
What?
Who are you playing him ahead of?
I don't know. But I
think. I mean, I felt.
What do you mean?
I have to say, I felt there was a point in the game that Kobe could have come on actually when we had Rice and Anderson there, and I'm thinking who can be a bit more of a line midfielder that can dictate a bit of play and trying to create something. But he's not going to start ahead of Anderson and Rice at the moment, is he?
Yeah, no, I mean, I didn't mean starting him. I mean bringing him on.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I agree with that. Yeah, that's fair.
Also,
I think there's.
I want to make a point. Can I make a point on Ronaldo as well?
Go on.
Well, what do you make of him saying to the camera, "I'm back, I'm back"?
Yeah.
It seems a bit arrogant, doesn't it?
No, I didn't find it arrogant. I found it a bit cringe.
Yeah, it was. It's like football's a bit of a movie, and he's trying to write the script for it. Like
he's been doing that for a long time. To be fair to him.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Well,
I think he's took a lot of clog. I think from a lot of people, right? And everyone's saying he shouldn't be playing, blah blah blah, and he goes and scores 2 goals. But
yeah, he is 40.
I don't think he needs to come out and be like just to the camera, "I'm back, I'm back." I mean,
yeah, just
you're Ronaldo.
It's Ronaldo.
You're never gone.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know.
He's giving people attention.
Well, I think he's probably, when he's seeing Lionel Messi just light up the show.
I think his pride and his professionalism has probably been taken a bit of a battering because everyone's this Messi loving, and understandably so.
Yeah.
And he's like it's a bit like a heavyweight. You know these boxers, right? When they keep fighting because of their. It feels a bit like that because he's still a brilliant striker, right? And he will score your goals. But you're not going to be the same player as you were 10, 15 years ago. No. We know that. He knows that. And I think I don't know. I just think that there's going to be a point where Martinez is going to have to make an uncomfortable decision.
He ain't dropping Ronaldo.
I mean, it all looks like
after 2 games you can't get
Ronaldo.
Say again?
It looks like they're all just trying to get the ball to Ronaldo, not really focusing on themselves.
Well, they
had a few good
Argentina do that though. That works all right for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
This Argentinian team is still built around Messi. Make no mistake about it.
I watched the game, Jace. It's actually ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
Every single pass is where's Messi?
Yeah,
even the goal he scores, right?
Yeah.
The midfielder overs it, right? He knows Messi's behind him. He doesn't even need to look. And he's thinking, I'm not going to take a touch here. I'm just going to let this run.
Yeah.
I'm going to run over it because my guy Messi is standing there waiting.
What about his second goal then? The pass into Messi is actually a terrible pass. He has to bring it down the outside of his foot. So normally, I reckon, if that is Declan Rice and he's trying to find, and that's Saka, for example, I reckon Rice is shooting from that area. But they look for Messi.
Yeah.
And what do? Score.
Yeah, it is ridiculous. That team is just all about where's Messi on the pitch.
What do you do against Messi? Do you man mark him? I know that sounds a ridiculous thing to say.
When you say I don't think you can man mark Messi though.
Right.
I don't think you can man mark him.
Okay, you're right because he walks everywhere.
Because he walks around. He'll stand offside.
He don't care.
Yeah.
He don't care. He walks around. Then next best thing, stop the pass going into him. But shouldn't that be the first rule of playing against Argentina? Stop the pass going into Messi. Stop it at source. If he can't get the ball, but no one seems to be able to do that either.
I think he's mastered that, though. How many teams over the years have tried to man-mark Messi? How many teams have gone out on a pitch
but man-marking Messi...
Don't let Messi get the ball. Whatever we do, don't let him have it.
Messi...
He will still get the ball. He can't stop it.
But years ago, right? You met 10 years ago, right? When Messi was at his peak of his powers, right? Messi was everything. The build-up play would be through him. Everything would be... Now, it's like, no, conserve your energy.
Yeah.
Scalini clearly says to him, right, out of possession, you don't track back.
You do nothing.
Right? And everyone's happy because he's a little magician.
Yeah.
And everyone's happy to do it.
How'd you mark that? How can you mark a player that don't do anything?
I don't think you can man mark him.
You can't man mark him. Because all he'll do is he'll just keep trying to... He'll just stand in space. He'll walk...
He'll make you look stupid.
Yeah.
Because you'll be standing next to him and he's walking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or he'll stand still. Yeah. And you're going to stand still with him. You're going, I want you to run. I feel like I want to do something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Would you, if we play them, I don't know if we get them or how we get them, but if we did get them, would you just tell Declan Rice to stand next to Messi?
No, I don't think you can do that. I think
Why not?
Because
Vinny Jones do it to Gaza once. It worked.
Yeah, but Gaza didn't stand still and walk in offside position.
But eventually, Messi's going to have to try and get on the ball. And if Declan Rice is just standing next to him for the whole 90 minutes,
honestly, what a great question. How'd you play against Messi? What a great. That coaches have been trying to deal with this for 20 years.
When I watch him, especially at Argentina, it's ridiculous.
His game has obviously his game's changed, but now he has become literally. He's like a ghost.
He's like a magic man.
He's a magic. He's a ghost.
Magic man.
He'll pop up. Yeah. You know these ducks. Have you ever seen this in these little these videos, right?
What?
On social media, right? And there's a duck and a lion's coming into the swamp, right? And all of a sudden the duck goes underwater and the lion goes, where's he gone? And he pops up behind the lion. The lion thinks, I've got him now. Messi will just do that.
I don't know what you're on about.
He'll do this with stealth.
What lake are you on about? Was this duck and a lion?
Mate, it's a duck and a lion. It might be a tiger. It might be a tiger.
A tiger and a duck?
Mate, he's hungry. This lion's hungry. And this duck knows he's got him on a piece of toast.
Right.
So there's a video.
I don't know what video you're on about.
There's a couple of them.
I don't know what videos you're watching, mate.
And the duck's just swimming there. And the lion gets there. The lion thinks he's doing a good job. Right? Yeah. The lion gets about, 6 or 7 metres. Ducks think, I've had enough. Goes underwater, swims underneath, right? Yeah. The lion's going, where is he? I ain't got a clue where he is. Pops up about 15 yards there. Yeah. The lion goes, oh, there you are. And he tries to catch him again.
Yeah, he can't catch him.
Messi's the duck.
He's
the duck in the swamp. He can't. And he literally does it without even moving. Just goes under. Right,
such a bad analogy.
It's a great analogy. Go and watch it. Go and look for a duck in swamp, lion being chased. Being chased by a lion. I'll get.
It's very. Yeah, that was specific, that mate. It's very specific. Unbelievable. All right, keep your calls coming in. 03717 223344. You're listening to the World Cup Sports Bar on TalkSport, brought to you by Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for it. Book now at enterprise.co.uk.
World Cup Game Day Sports Bar on TalkSport. Brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. Total tournament satisfaction. Delivered by the experts. Order now on the BK app.
Nobody knows Vegas like BetMGM. And we know just how loud it can get. So sometimes it's important to turn it down or take a break. Because a little pause keeps the fun in play. To find out more about BetMGM's safer gambling tools and how we can support you to keep your play safe, visit the safer gambling area of our app or website. BetMGM. 18 plus, please gamble responsibly.
Investing. It's a beautiful game. And like that other beautiful game, it pays to keep your eyes on the goal and not just chase every ball. That's why I chose F&C Investment Trust to build my long-term goals with dividends that have increased every year for 55 years. Now that's a result.
Find F&C on all major investment platforms. It's smart to start with F&C. Capital at risk. Future dividend increases are not guaranteed. This F&C Investment Trust advert is approved for distribution by Columbia Threadneedle Management Limited, May 2026.
Sky presents Your Home Live.
Catch all the action from your front porch with the smart doorbell from Sky. Brought to you by me, Jamie Redknapp.
And me, Jill Scott.
First up, the kids arrive home from school. Oh, looks like someone's forgotten their coat again.
He'll be on a final warning now, Jamie. And you won't want to miss Dad coming home and falling up the front step.
Those new paving slabs are causing him all sorts of problems, Jill.
Never miss a thing with the smart doorbell from Sky. Believe in better.
Requires Sky Smart Home subscription and Wi-Fi connection. GB only. 18 plus.
You do the business, Nissan do the vans. Search Nissan Vans to discover the range, all with 5-year warranty. Warranty terms apply, 5 years or 100,000 miles, whichever comes first. Visit nissan.co.uk.
Welcome to the Coral Fan Zone, where the fans are playing the free Coral Rewards Shaker. Brazilian shaking with trademark flair, Shaquinho. The Americans shaking for supersized rewards, Tasty. And the English managing to shake under the weight of expectation. Looks like a free bet's coming home. Get a guaranteed free bet or offer every day this World Cup with Coral's Reward Shaker. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max 1 reward or offer per player per day. Available from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Restrictions and T's and C's apply. GambleAware.org.
World Cup Game Day Sports Bar on TalkSport. Brought to you by Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, we're here for it.
The FIFA World Cup 2026.
Brilliant goal! Full coverage of tonight's football.
Morocco versus Haiti.
Kickoff 11 p.m. on TalkSport 2. At the same time,
Scotland versus Brazil on TalkSport. The 2026 FIFA World Cup live
on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
Win 26 grand in your hand, courtesy of TalkSport Win.
Right, you want a chance to win £26,000 tax-free cash to celebrate the 2026 FIFA World Cup. We're giving away the big bucks. Fund your summer and enter right now. Head to talksportwin.com to enter. And for T's and C's, it is also... I've just had a message from Marie Lapham. I think it's Free Bottle Marie, the one who lives in Aussie.
In Oz.
Yeah, maybe. We've got a few Maries now. She just sent me the video of the duck and the tiger.
Right.
It's a good vid. Hey, it's a good vid, that.
Hey, that's messy.
Yeah, that. You know what? You're absolutely bang on. That is messy. The duck is messy. It's so good. I've not seen that video. She sent that within seconds of us going to a break. It's so good. Oh, dear me. Time now for an update of Panama v Croatia with Burger King. When you want.
Yeah, it's coming.
Honestly, here we go. It's coming.
Game Day Live Update on TalkSport. Brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. Total tournament satisfaction. Delivered by the experts. Order now on the BK app.
It's half-time in the game. Jeff Peters is watching for TalkSport.
Yeah, it's Panama 0, Croatia 0. Croatia the clear favourites, but they've been disappointing. Panama have looked really committed. And actually, you'd say they're the better side. A lack of decent chances, a couple of shots early on, one at each end. The first effort on target came in stoppage time. Baturina for Croatia, low from distance, pushed wide by Mosquera. We did see a stunning save from the Croatian keeper Livakovic, tipping a Rodriguez header onto the bar. As it turned out, it wouldn't have counted because the hooked cross from Murillo had just gone out of play, but the keeper didn't know that, and it was a terrific stop. Panama, remember, are England's opponents on Saturday, and if we do have a winner, then the loser tonight is going home after the group stage. The match live on TalkSport 2, half-time, Panama 0, Croatia 0.
Yeah, that was a score update. All thanks to Burger King.
Game Day Live Update on TalkSport. Brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. Iconic winners delivered in the box every time. Order now on the BK app.
Right, let's get back to your calls. Go to Callum. He's a Man City fan. Right, Cal?
Yeah, how are we?
I'm all right, Cal. You?
Yeah, I'm just disappointed, to be honest.
Yeah. How you feel, mate?
Go on, tell us why.
It was just one of the worst games of football I've ever seen, to be honest. Like, nothing happened.
How old are you, Callum?
I'm 18.
Mate, you've not watched England as long as me and Jay have, obviously.
Well, yeah, but...
There's been lots of them, mate.
I'm used to Gareth Southgate football, and that felt like one of his games.
Well, that's what I was saying. It just felt like we'd gone backwards. You know, after a really exciting start to the tournament, I just felt like...
Are we going to be brilliant every game?
No, but I'd like to...
We underestimate... Cooler made a point earlier, right?
What I'd like to
We underestimate Ghana a bit. I certainly did. I felt, get the goal.
No, Ghana are a good side, but what was our identity?
No, I know.
Do you know, like, when I watched France, okay? All right, and I know the first half of the first game, they weren't great. But they've got an identity. Move the ball quick, make runs in behind, get Mbappe on the ball behind. And I watched us, and against Croatia, I was like, that's what we are. Wingers, get them out, get behind, pace, Harry Kane drops in, and we make it happen. Today, I was like,
but you know
what was that? What am I watching? What am I watching?
Jay, do you know what? When they're set in their shape, it's very, very difficult to get a team out of their shape when they've got the 4-5-1. What disappointed me is when there was an opportunity for them to be out of their shape, and they were sporadic moments they come forward, set pieces, corners. There were one or two. What disappointed me the most is when we win the ball back, is that we were so laboured in possession that we allowed them to retreat, get the shape, rinse and repeat. And now now we can't pass through them. We can't pass around.
Well, that's the thing. We had nothing. If we brought a Phil Foden or a Cole Palmer to the tournament, we could have had something to break them down. But we had Noni Madueke starting.
Well, Madueke for me, really, I thought he was poor, mate. I thought he was poor. I didn't think he played well, to be honest. He was just too safe. Like, safe. Don't play safe. Go at him. Make something happen.
After Croatia, you can praise Tuchel's selection. But not taking a Palmer or a Foden, who you could have brought on in the 70th, 80th minute in a game like today, they could have opened Ghana up when they're sat in their shape.
Yeah. That conversation was always going to take place. And do you know what? We done the show with Coley, and Coley said that after about 15, 20 minutes, he felt a Gibbs White, a Foden and a Palmer would be needed in this game. As it turned out, he's probably right. That ship has sailed now, and we'll reflect on that if and when we don't win the World Cup. Yeah. I don't think we're going to go out to a team like Ghana. I think what Ghana are good at. We showed a little bit of, I think, naivety. The fact that we haven't learnt from previous games, certainly under Southgate. I'm going to say it again. This one's on Tuchel for me. I think he got his team selection wrong, and his subs were too slow. I think you
can blame it on Tuchel, or you can blame it on we just had no energy.
Yeah, where's that come from? That's got to come from the manager.
Well, Gordon can make runs. Madueke can make runs,
but you can't make runs if there's no space. You know, you got to create the space. The ball. There was 6 passes by the time it gets to Gordon's feet. Those 6 passes, your midfield, literally, you just shuffle across. The best passes.
Rice and Anderson are the best 2 holders to start. There's nothing stopping them from playing a killer ball in, is there?
No, and that wasn't done enough. That wasn't done enough for my money.
All right, Cole, listen, thanks for your call. I'm going to go to Colin in the shed, Man United fan. Hi, Cole.
All right, Cole.
Hello, boys. You all right?
I'm all right, mate. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. It's not often I agree with both of you, but I totally agree with both of you. That was like watching a Southgate team. Mm-hmm. And if you're playing a low block, you've got to get round the outside. Neither the wingers. I mean, Gordon had to climb out the pocket of the fullback. God, he was absolutely awful. But I also think that James was awful. He never actually helped Madueke by going round the outside of it. If you're going to get round the back of these guys, the two centre halves of Ghana were fantastic. They won every single ball until Nico won one and hit the bar. They won everything because James, he couldn't cross a ballot paper. He was absolutely rubbish. And I
agree, mate. I have to say, I don't think Reece James has been that great.
The problem with Reece...
he played poorly in the Croatia game till he came in midfield and he played all right. But the problem is if you're playing a left-footed player on the right and a right-footed player on the left, I don't have to tell you this. You know this. You've got to have the full-backs bombing around the outside and creating the width.
No, but
if you create the width, you can get the ball round the back and cross the ball. Yeah. We didn't do that. We did it once, both sides. Madueke did once. He took on the players. Gordon did it once. It was absolutely Southgate-ish.
Yeah, do you know what? Tuchel, as far as I can see, he doesn't have an overlapping fullback.
No.
He doesn't do it.
No.
They don't do it. And that's not...
Agree.
And that's
not a problem, because what it does is it brings in... The fullbacks come inside. So the winger, really, then, if he wants to come inside, there's no option to get someone on the outside. But what it does, it also kills the space for the number 10.
Especially when there's a 5 in midfield.
Yeah.
Then it becomes so...
Because then Bellingham can't get on the ball. Kane can't drop into it.
Too many bodies.
Too many bodies. So if you need width...
Yeah.
And I think I've seen a clip on social media of Thomas Tuchel saying, wide, width. And the problem you've got is fullbacks keep coming inside. The wingers keep wanting to come inside. It's pointless playing Bellingham and Kane.
The width is only going to come from the wide men. It's not going to come from the fullback. It's not.
Just before you go, guys, the Ronaldo bit where he scored 2 goals today. Yeah, I can tell you exactly why Ronaldo is feeling not great. Because Messi, because he plays in the MLS, is absolutely adored in the MLS, and the Americans absolutely love him. And because Ronaldo plays in Saudi Arabia, they're obviously on Messi's side, and he wanted to say, there you go, how about that?
Well, we'll see what happens. All right, Cole, listen, thanks for your call. Keep them coming in. We're going to be heading over to Miami as we look ahead to Scotland's huge game against Brazil later tonight. Shaban Hearn's coming on 03 717 22 3344.
World Cup Game Day Sports Bar on TalkSport. Brought to you by Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for it. Book now at enterprise.co.uk.
Welcome to the Coral Fan Zone, where the fans are playing the free Coral Rewards Shaker. Brazilian shaking with trademark flair. Shaquinho. The Americans shaking for supersized rewards. Tasty. And the English managing to shake under the weight of expectation. Looks like a free bet's coming home. Get a guaranteed free bet or offer every day this World Cup with Coral's Reward Shaker. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK max 1 reward or offer per player per day. Available from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Restrictions and T's and C's apply. Gambleaware.org.
Bring me sunshine in a beer garden. The football on a giant screen. That first pint before kick-off. And something crisp and cold. Like Copperberg Crisp Apple Cider. Real apple cider. Cold and refreshing with a touch of Copperberg's famous sweetness. Ah, that's better. Copperberg Crisp Apple Cider. Bring me sunshine. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Vodafone is backing the UK with an £11 billion investment to make the nation's biggest network even better.
Fair play, that's a big commitment.
So you can launch that business.
So I can start selling my model trains in Pwllheli.
Multitask in a haze of glory.
I could stream Wimbledon whilst on a video call.
And start doing more of what you love from anywhere. Opportunity awaits. Switch to Vodafone today on the Nations Network.
Nations Network means UK's biggest combined network through merger of Vodafone and 3 based on number of mobile sites versus major providers. See vodafone.co.uk/TNN. Location subject to coverage.
This is your business. This is your business supercharged with the help of zero accounting software. These are your numbers. These are your numbers sorted with the help of zero accounting software. This is you.
Hi.
This is you taking business where you want with the help of zero accounting software.
Hello, world.
This is your business supercharged with the help of Zero and having your numbers sorted all at the same time so you can finally focus on taking business where you want to. Supercharge your business today with the help of Zero.
Search Zero with an X. Welcome back to this summer's tournament coverage with BetMGM, where every game's the main event.
Can you guess the game of the tournament so far?
It's gotta be Golden Spin.
Golden Spin, BetMGM's free-to-play game where you can spin every day from 9 a.m. throughout the tournament.
For the chance to win free bets, profit boosts, and more.
What a game!
BetMGM, where every game's the main event.
Eligible customers only. Minimum £10 deposit required. 1 entry per day. Exclusions, restrictions, and T's apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
World Cup Game Day live on TalkSport 2. Brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. Try the new Burger King Burger Buddies box. 3 iconic flame-grilled burgers. Enjoy a snackable Whopper, Big King, and barbecue steakhouse, all delivered to your door.
From the dugout in Dallas to the last-minute goal in L.A.
Football in America. Official broadcast partner of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. TalkSport.
TalkSport. Sports updates. Brought to you by Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, we're here for it.
With the headlines at 2 minutes past 1, I'm Tom Clayton. Good morning. A night of frustration for England, goalless against Ghana and needing a win on Saturday to top the group.
We had a lot of half chances, we had a lot of deliveries, we had a lot of set plays. Couldn't convert today to make it our match. We will learn from it and do again.
Thomas Tuchel was keen to avoid criticising his players too much at full-time, though he did say the Ghana players celebrated as if they'd won at full-time. That was showing their mentality. Meanwhile, Jude Bellingham was awarded the player of the match, but he says he doesn't deserve it.
Fair play to them, credit to them, they were excellent. We probably could have done a little bit more to open them up, and towards the end of the game I think it's just about committing bodies and trying to take risks, but you know, like I said, not the end of the world.
Meanwhile, Fabian Hertzler joined us up in commentary and said England lacked a cutting edge for much of the 90 minutes.
Then they had the action where they really tested the last line, where they really tested also the goalkeeper, and I missed this desire to score for 90 minutes. They had it in the last minutes. They really felt the players who came on the pitch, they tried to make an impact on the game.
So that game against Panama is live here on TalkSport on Saturday. Coming up on Wednesday is Scotland v Brazil. The Scots could do with a point to secure their place in the knockouts. Andy Robertson says he can't wait.
We're playing against a massive country, most iconic in World Cup, obviously most decorated, but it also gives us an opportunity to achieve, our dreams as well. We want to achieve history for our little country, and we have an opportunity to do that tomorrow night.
And remember, right now over on TalkSport 2, it's Croatia v Panama. At half-time, it's 0-0.
TalkSport News.
Hundreds of schools will close or send children home early in the coming days as extreme heat intensifies. A rare red weather warning for heat stretches across parts of England and Wales from tomorrow morning until Thursday night. Andy Burnham's met Sir Keir Starmer as he prepares for Downing Street. It's also emerged the likely next Prime Minister is to receive government briefings as part of efforts to aid the transition to power. And police say all passengers have been safely removed from a bus that's crashed in Carmarthenshire. Footage showed the vehicle on its side in a field, having left the road and tumbled down a bank near Kidwelly.
TalkSport weather, brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. Total tournament satisfaction, delivered by the experts. Order now on the BK app.
Remaining warm overnight as it's largely clear with light winds. Another very hot day expected on Wednesday with that rare red warning for heat in central and southern areas.
Soccer Punch your summer. TalkSport. The only place to hear all 104 World Cup games live.
What a drive and what a goal!
Official broadcast partner of the 2026 FIFA World Cup.
A stand up and applaud moment!
World Cup Game Day Sports Bar
on TalkSport.
You're listening to the World Cup Game Day Sports Bar. Me, Jamie Hara, Jason Cundy, still to come tonight. We're going to get all the latest in the Group L game between Panama and Croatia. Second half just kicked off. It's 0-0. We'll also be joined by South American football expert Tim Vickery. But first, let's head over to Miami for a preview of Scotland v Brazil. TalkSport Scotland correspondent Shaban Ahern is standing by. All right, Shaban?
All right, Shaban.
Jimmy, Jason, you never fail to disappoint me, but I'm starting to enjoy it.
What do you mean? What do you mean, Shaban? How am I going to get this?
I'm not giving you the satisfaction.
What do you mean?
to say it out loud.
What do you mean?
Know what you've done. You know what you're doing.
What am I doing?
It's just funny now because you're doing it consistently.
Right.
Every few days.
What have I done?
It's just becoming funny. It's not like intimidating anymore. It's not like, he's out of order. Now you're just becoming a little bit of a weapon.
He's definitely a weapon.
I'm here for it, Shaban. I'm here for it. What? Look, I ripped my shirt.
There's a lot of people out in Miami asking for you guys. A lot of people, especially the Cundy shirt factor nonsense. It's good.
Yeah. Listen, Shaban, obviously you're building
up.
up.
What tonight, though?
Well, let's not talk about us here. Let's talk about you. All right? Because you have got a mahoosive game coming up. Brazil. I mean, it doesn't get any bigger than that.
It's what World Cups is made of, isn't it? Brazil, an iconic team at Miami, the Hard Rock Stadium. I was there today, guys. It's absolutely sensational, beautiful. We've just come off of South Beach now. We've had a bit of dinner. We watched the England game. We spoke to the Scotland fans who tonight were disappointed that England didn't get their win for the first time ever, because that would have helped us ensure our third place finish in one of the best groups to get to the last 32.
Hold on a second, Shaban.
It is. It's a huge game for us.
Are you suggesting that the Scottish fans want England to win?
Mm-hmm. Scottish fans wanted England to win tonight, guys.
Wow.
Yeah, we were. Wow. Come on, Harry. Come on, Harry. You can do it. You can do it, Harry. And then Harry Kane misses a sitter tonight of all nights when we want England to do well.
Sums you lot up, asking us for a favour.
I'm glad we were poor now.
Yeah.
And the one time we want you to do well, you absolutely bottle it.
I'm glad Harry Kane missed it.
Shaban, how are you feeling going up against Brazil? Because they're not the Brazil of old, but they're still a great side. Do you feel like you've got a chance?
Yeah, I do actually. Again, you don't know if it's because you're in the bubble and you're part of the Scotland camp and you're following the team around, and Steve Clarke had a spring in his step today, and we've got a good squad. We've got a good team. It's our best team in a long, long time. And the Brazil aren't the Brazil of old, whereas for many, Brazil are still their tournament favourites. So maybe we're deluded, maybe it's too much sun going to our head. But I think from what we saw against Morocco, apart from the first 70 seconds where there was a lapse in concentration, switched off, and we were, embarrassingly punished for that, I think we actually look good. It's just we need a bit more going forward, shots on target. And then a part of me thinks, I was looking at the team last night, Jack Henry, who plays out in Saudi Arabia. He's played against Neymar before, but when he played in the Champions League against Neymar, Jack Henry got player of the match last night. And then everyone's mugging off Neymar, going Neymar's 40 stone and all this kind of nonsense. Not that, of course, but everyone's saying that this Brazil team aren't the Brazil of old, therefore we should have confidence going in it. And then at the same time they're saying we're going to get battered. So I think, as Andy Robertson said tonight and Steve Clarke said tonight, we've got to do better in possession. Do not switch off, otherwise they will absolutely murder us, and maybe have a bit more going forward, which makes me wonder if we're going to see Lawrence Shankland start tomorrow night. I for one would like that. I would also like to see Ben Gannon Doak start as well. Sorry, it's been a long day, I'm knackered now.
Shaban, listen, I know I've had a bit of fun with the Scottish fans, but I've actually been messaging you, and you've been messaging me regularly over the last 3 or 4, 5, 6 days. I'm going to say this now, right? You Scotland fans are nuts, right? I'm absolutely loving, especially what was going on in Boston with the cones on the statues. I kept sending you videos from all over Boston. Unbelievable stuff. I have to say, Scotland fans right now, the best at the World Cup. They are sensational.
Wow.
Absolutely sensational. The parties, no party, no Scot, no party, no Scot, no Scot, no party, right? It has been, honestly, sensational. And I'm going to applaud the Scottish fans. Nothing short of outrageously brilliant.
You want to see him get slapped?
Of course.
What's funny, it was funny, Jamie, because you lot were the ones to go to Boston after us. Hard act to follow. Not one bit of trending content, not one bit of originality from the English.
Yeah, no, but we're here to win the tournament, Shaban.
It's hard luck for you.
We're here to win the tournament. We're not here to just, get some content of the fans.
See you lot earlier on.
She can't stop herself
now, can she?
To
the England team after the.
See, there you go. You can't stop.
Bottled it tonight.
The mask has slipped from Shaban.
You can't tell me you're here to win the tournament.
The mask has slipped from Shaban.
Lost points to Ghana.
It slipped from Shaban.
A win or a draw obviously guarantees you progression. Do you play for the draw?
Yes. Oh my God, yes. If we're getting a draw, I'd take it all day long.
Yeah, but you play
also,
for it. You
I
do
think,
a Ghana.
Jamie, you want a moment. Yeah. If we do a Ghana, then we've done all right, because your class and your performance tonight is all right, it seems. So yeah, no, I would say
No, we've been
that would be a good result for us. Oh, but we want more than that. I mean, to be honest, let's think about it. At the moment where we stand, Scotland are in the round of 32. Already the discussions tonight in the press conference with Steve Clark aren't about Brazil, it's about playing Mexico at the Azteca. By the way, Steve Clark, Jason, you might remember, scored there when he was like 19 or something. Scotland beat Brazil 1-0 when he was playing for under-19s. So he's got good memories of the Azteca in Mexico. I actually think if we get a draw against Brazil, that is amazing. That's amazing for us.
Yeah, of course it is.
That is really, really good result. So, yeah, no, I think it's happy days just now. But if we go through to the round of 32, having lost against Morocco, switching off inside 70 seconds, and then say we get beat tomorrow night by, say, 3 goals, and we go to the round of 32, I think we look a little bit silly. But it's also not our problem.
No.
It's also not our fault.
Doesn't matter.
That this is the way it goes, and we got a win. We got that win against Haiti, so you can't take that away from us. So yeah, it's the way the tournament is today. There's more opportunity for teams like Scotland to be there, but I will absolutely give it to us. We've had the best fan base going around America. Boston has been absolutely incredible. Today out with them in Miami, yesterday at the baseball in Miami, sensational. We're having a good time regardless. Therefore, I would like these fans to be rewarded with a big moment against Brazil tomorrow.
Shaban has been. It's like a hen do. Shaban's on a hen do. Honestly, or both combined, hen do, stag do, having the time of her life. Shaban, you've been. Honestly, I don't think I've heard anyone more on air than you. You've been absolutely amazing, as have the Scottish fans.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I can only apologise on behalf of me being on air, because that really winds people up.
No,
but
Shaban,
I've got a glass of Whispering Angel on the side. As soon as we power down, Mama's on it.
Let's see it.
How big is it? It's a pint of Whispering Angel.
See the pint. Come on, how big's this?
See what, Jamie?
Here we go. Oh! So go on then.
Go on.
Little Whispering Angel.
Yeah. That's to England's draw tonight. Congratulations, you lot.
Dear.
Shaban, you've been sensational.
Shaban, enjoy yourself.
Well done. Love you.
I love you guys.
Speak to you later.
Love you, Jamie. Love you, Jason.
Bye,
Speak to you
mate.
again soon. Have a good night. Bye. Up to Scotland. Come on, Scotland.
No, drain her out.
Shaban heard that. A big game for them.
Yeah, by the way, she has been sensational. The amount of time, every time I turn the radio on, Shaban's on. She's on.
Yeah.
But the Scotland fans, have you seen what they've got up to in Boston? Some of the stunts they got up to on these statues with the traffic cones. It's like they're leaving traffic cones out, the Scotland fans. It's like the Boston sheriff has gone. They've got sheriffs out there, right?
Mm.
It's like they've gone, just leave a load of cones there, right? The Scotland fans will they'll plonk them on some sort of statue. Every statue in Boston has got a traffic cone on its head. Even the horses.
Right, let's get an update. The Panama v Croatia game with Burger King.
Game Day Live Update on TalkSport. Brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. Total tournament satisfaction. Delivered by the experts. Order now on the BK app.
There's been a big goal as well. Jeff Peters.
Yeah, it's Panama 0, Croatia 1, and Croatia made a double change at the break with Andrej Kramaric and Ante Budimir coming on, and it is Budimir, the Osasuna striker, who has given Croatia the lead 9 minutes into the second half. Terrific cross from the right-hand side from the Bayern player Josip Stanisic, and turned in by Budimir at the far post. Panama have looked the better team. It's only the second shot on target we've had in the entire game, but the Croatians have got their noses in front. Panama, remember, they play England in New Jersey on Saturday in the final group game, and if they lose this, then they are out. It is Panama 0, Croatia 1, and it's live on TalkSport 2.
Okay, that was a score update. All thanks to Burger King.
Game Day Live Update on TalkSport. Brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. Iconic winners delivered in the box every time. Order now on the BK app.
Right, up next, we're going to be joined by South American football expert Tim Vickery.
World Cup Game Day Sports Bar on TalkSport. Brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. Try the new Burger King Burger Buddies box. An unbeatable lineup of 3 or 9 iconic snackable burgers. Perfect for any watch-along. Order now on the BK app.
During a World Cup, suddenly everyone's an expert. But the real ones, they don't guess, they look in the right place. At Bookies Bonuses, you'll find the best odds boosts, free bets, welcome offers, and a full list of UK betting sites all in one place. No noise, no nonsense. Bookies Bonuses have a bespoke boost finder that filters hundreds of active UK prize boosts to put the smartest bets right at your fingertips. Search bookiesbonuses.com now. 18 plus, play responsibly, gambleaware.org.
It's the biggest football tournament ever this summer, and the Sun are World Cup for it. Are you? Are you up for following midnight kickoffs during midnight feeds? And in-depth analysis wherever you are. Are you up for expert takes that you can pass off as your own? Mate, your knowledge of Curaçao's midfield is unsurpassed. Are you up for the biggest World Cup ever, all in one place? Get the Sun app for the latest updates, reports and analysis round the clock. The Sun. We're World Cup for it.
Welcome to the Coral Fan Zone, where the fans are playing the free Coral Rewards Shaker. Brazilians shaking with trademark flair. Shaquinho. The Americans shaking for supersized rewards. Tasty. And the English managing to shake under the weight of expectation. Looks like a free bet's coming home. Get a guaranteed free bet or offer every day this World Cup with Coral's Reward Shaker. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max 1 reward or offer per player per day. Available from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Restrictions and T's and C's apply. Gambleaware.org.
Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport with Selco. If you're a fan of riveting football conversation that gets into the nuts and bolts of all the action, please note, there's been a switch. Hawksby and Jacobs are moving to mid-mornings for the duration of the tournament. Same legendary double-headed sports stuff and funny business. Different time. Hawksby and Jacobs. Weekday mornings from 10 on TalkSport with Selco Builders Warehouse. It's where the trade goes.
World Cup Game Day Sports Bar on TalkSport. Brought to you by Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, we're here for it.
The FIFA World Cup 2026.
Brilliant goal! Full coverage of tonight's football.
Switzerland versus Canada.
Kickoff 8 p.m.
on TalkSport.
At the same time,
Bosnia and Herzegovina versus Qatar on TalkSport 2. The 2026 FIFA World Cup live
on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
You are listening to the World Cup Game Day Sports Bar on TalkSport, brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. Total tournament satisfaction delivered by the experts. Order now on the BK app. We're now joined by South American football expert Tim Vickery. All right, Tim?
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing? How you coping with these hours?
Yeah, well, we're all right, matey.
Hanging in there.
We're hanging in there, mate. We're hanging in there.
Glad to.
Look, let's get straight into it. Argentina, record-breaking Lionel Messi. I mean, this guy is just unbelievable. And Tim, I mean, what is the reaction out in South America with him?
Let's just enjoy it for as long as we possibly can. You know, the times when Argentina have gone to the World Cup before as champions, there's been almost like a mass hysteria, a worry about we're going to lose our status. And it's almost been like a dark tragedy. This time the whole thing is much, much lighter because it's almost like everyone's still doing a lap of honour for Messi winning in Qatar. And this is just an extension of that lap of honour. You know, they want to win and, you know, they're in the mix, but it's seen by everyone, I think, as almost certainly, you never know with sports science these days, but almost certainly the last chance to enjoy him. And boy, he's given us plenty to enjoy, isn't he?
I just wish he could play for another 10 years. Like when I watch him play in Argentina play, the whole team's focal point is him, right? And then but every player's on the same wavelength of where he is on the pitch. It's so weird that they get the ball and they're like, "Where's Messi?" Like even the goal he scores, right? The lad, I don't know who it was who played the stepper. He left it, let it run.
Almada. It's brilliant.
Didn't even look.
That gesture just sums up the team, doesn't it? Sums up the team.
Yeah, exactly.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we knew Messi dragged them. That's not fair in 22. But we know Messi's not the peak of his powers. But Jay and I have been talking about this for quite a while now. And even in the last World Cup, he walks, and 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 he doesn't do any covering back. He's conserving energy, and Scaloni has allowed him to just be the player when we're in possession. Out of possession, you don't have a job, and the other 10, certainly the other 9 on the pitch, they do the work for him. But the first thing they look for is the pass into him. Was it who played the ball? Was it Romario that played the ball in for the first goal? It was in his hat trick. Was it Romario? Who played the ball?
Of the first game against Algeria.
Who played that pass? Because that pass, let me tell you now, is
DePaul. The first
right?
goal was DePaul.
Right, DePaul.
And it took 7 or 8 Algerians out of the game with one pass. That is genius.
That'll be pass of the tournament for me, because he breaks the lines. Not only does he break the line, Messi's got no one near him. How do you play against Messi? Can you man mark him? Or is that just ridiculous because he walks everywhere?
Well, I think the first thing you need to do, Jace, is wear a shirt like yours. It's a hell of a shirt you've got on there.
That is
good shirt, that, Tim.
Why do you think I'm wearing this, Tim?
Yeah, well, to try and mark Leo out of the game. I think you've got to. For me, what worries me about Argentina is the defence, but the midfield I think is even better than it was last time round, because people like Enzo and McAllister, they're now fully consolidated. They were rookies in Qatar. They're now fully consolidated, and they know exactly what to do with the ball. They know exactly how to dictate the rhythm. And Austria tried it. Let's try and play the game that Argentina don't want to play. Let's squeeze up on them. Do you remember when they lost to Saudi Arabia, the first game in the World Cup last time round?
Yeah.
It's one of the bravest things I've ever seen, because Saudi Arabia could have got a Tonkin, and they took that risk. They played with a really high line, and in that zone of elaboration where Argentina love to get the ball, play tickety-tack, tack-tack, tickety-tack, 3 short passes, 1 long pass, slow rhythm down, then suddenly break the lines. But they want time on the ball to do that. And the Saudis, they just pressed up. So it was ludicrous what they did. It was such a risk, but they didn't allow Argentina to elaborate. And that was how they won the game. Now that is a huge risk. I mean, I think, Lautaro Martinez, he had 3 ruled out in the first half for narrow offsides. You know, that offside trap, if it fails, you end up looking very, very silly indeed. But had Saudi Arabia just stood off, then Argentina would end up passing holes in them. So I suspect if you can't meet them in an open fight, just try and get into them in the midfield and stop them elaborating and stop the ball getting to Messi. Cut him off at supply. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah. All right, let's move on to Brazil. They got Scotland tonight. How impressed have you been with Brazil? Do they need to step up?
They do, yeah. And they're well aware of it. And Carlo Ancelotti, the coach, who seems to treat the whole group stage as a little bit of a phony war. And he's quite happy to go building his way into the tournament. He has to solve a problem at the time. I don't know. He's lost Rafinha now. For how long, we don't know. But he was absolutely crucial to the attacking idea of the team. So he's got to rebuild again. We don't know who's going to come in to play on the right hand side of the field. You do worry about them being outnumbered and outplayed perhaps against the good sides in midfield. I'll be fascinated to see how Scotland's midfield gets on against them later on today. Although it's going to be tough to hold them in the sweltering afternoon heat of Miami. So at the moment, they look, I don't know if you find gentlemen agree, they look well below the level of the big favourites so far. But I don't think Ancelotti is particularly concerned. The race is not always to the swift nor the battle to the strong. It's all about who clicks at the right time. And if he can get the balance right and give a platform for Vinny Jr., then who wants to defend against Vinny Jr. on full tilt?
Indeed, there's one man that everyone's asking about. Is he fit? Is he fit enough to start? And of course, Neymar is the name on everyone's lips. I've heard you talk at length actually about Neymar, and you're not convinced by him, but there's a chance he might play some part.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he'll play. He's not going to start, I'm sure, but what they really want to get him out there for 15 minutes, 20 minutes, because it is a gamble and it's a leap of faith that come the late stage of the tournament when the opposition are tired. That his talent might be able to tip the balance in little cameo roles. I don't think he can be the main man. It is a leap of faith because even when he got called up and his form, and he had a serious knee injury nearly 3 years ago, and he hasn't played that much since, but he's never looked like the same player. One lesson you learn over and over again in football, never write off quality. You know, there's certain things he's never going to forget. The way he strikes set pieces, for example. And given the fact that you've got Vinny with him, Vinny is now the speed. So he doesn't need the speed of old.
Yeah.
If he can still see the pass and play the pass. So Ancelotti thinks in a squad of 26, this is a gamble worth taking. But It's for the knockout rounds. But in order to get him ready for the knockout rounds, he's got to have some game time first. So the idea is to play him for 15, 20 minutes at the end of the game against Scotland.
Just lastly, Tim, the other South American teams, Colombia, Uruguay, are they going to make it through?
Hasn't looked very good so far. In Colombia, I think will be all right because they've got a victory under their belt against a very, very weak Uzbekistan. I'm interested to see how they get on against Portugal in the final group game. Because it's hard, talking about carrying veterans, it's hard. And Luis Diaz, I think, is going to shine in this tournament. But you've got Luis Diaz, a central striker, and James Rodriguez. It's hard to balance that one out against sides who can move the ball well, like Portugal. Paraguay may well have saved themselves with an epic Paraguayan-style victory against Turkey. They face a tight last game against Australia. Bielsa's Uruguay have been predictably dreadful, but sometimes when they're a wounded animal, they're at their most dangerous. But they're going to have to be very, very dangerous if they're going to be able to hold Spain. If not, it's all over for them. And Ecuador, who came in as dark horses on a 19-game unbeaten run, they could have 4 points, instead of which they've only got 1, and they're almost certainly going to have to beat Germany. It could well be that a side that really struggles for goals, they'll relish playing Germany instead of going out and facing Curaçao with a responsibility of running up the goals and thinking of the third goal before they've scored the first one. That didn't suit them at all. Maybe Germany will suit them, but we're looking at the possibility of South America losing 3 of its 6 sides in the knockout stage, which would be a very, very poor performance indeed.
Okay. All right, Tim, we'll let you go. Top man, mate.
Cheers, Tim.
Cheers. Thanks a lot.
All right, Tim Vickery there, South American football expert. There are reports emerging tonight. Declan Rice, he walked through the media zone after the game against Ghana with his left calf strapped and a noticeable limp.
Not good.
No, not good. But he took a knock, didn't he, in the second half?
Yeah, he traced the ball in the left-hand corner.
Someone clipped his ankle. It might be that.
He won possession, used that incredible strength that he's got and pace and energy late on in the game, and then passed the ball back, and then he just seemed to just kind of limp off, didn't he? Caught, like he'd stepped.
I think someone caught him on the ankle, on the back or the calf. Hopefully,
and
it's that.
And then he seemed to run it off. We were watching him run it off, but maybe
he can run off a knock, but afterwards, what it's like when when the bruise starts bleeding.
Well, yeah.
Hopefully he's all right. It'd be a big talking point again if he doesn't necessarily need to play against Panama, does he?
Who does then? That's the question. It's fine. What is the conversation piece? Who goes in there?
Okay, we can have that talk. Keep the calls coming in. We'll squeeze a few on. Up next, we've got the rest of TalkSport.
World Cup Game Day Sports Bar on TalkSport. Brought to you by Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Here for it. Book now at enterprise.co.uk.
Mesdames et messieurs, faites vos jeux, faites vos jeux. At TalkSport Bet, we've got even more to offer than just our famous broadcast booths. There's a fully equipped online casino too, featuring all the usual casino favourites like slots, blackjack, roulette and baccarat. Plus, there are a whole host of promotions and daily jackpots available too. Check out everything that TalkSport Bet Casino has to offer at TalkSportBet.com or on the app. TalkSport Bet. Bang on broadcaster. Bring it on bookie. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
Me and Stu always used to wonder what we were doing in life. Him especially. He was a wicked carpenter, but he'd done it for years. So we started signing up for marathons. He was clearly needing a bit of something else. So when he landed this job, training future chippies at the college, it felt right. Now he's made up with work again. And that's better than him banging on about his PB all the time.
Give your skills new life. Train others. Search jobs in further education.
At Sky Vegas, it all starts with a spin. And when you join us, you'll get 50 of them for free. Plus an extra 200 spins when you deposit and spend £10. So you can spin the slots, play our jackpots, and bring our exclusive games to life. Download the Sky Vegas app and enjoy a welcome on us. New customers only. Opt-in required. £10 stake and deposit requirement must be met within 30 days of opt-in. Eligibility restrictions and further T's and C's apply. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
Hawksby and Jacobs on Talk Sport with Selco. If you're a fan of riveting football conversation that gets into the nuts and bolts of all the action, Please note, there's been a switch. Hawksby and Jacobs are moving to mid-mornings for the duration of the tournament. Same legendary double-headed sports stuff and funny business. Different time. Hawksby and Jacobs, this morning from 10 on TalkSport with Selco Builders Warehouse. It's where the trade go.
World Cup Game Day Sports Bar on TalkSport. Brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. The new Burger Buddies box from Burger King features a snackable Whopper, Big King and barbecue steakhouse burger. Flame grilled perfection, now made for sharing. Sort of.
Scotland versus Brazil. Coverage of Caledonia's continued World Cup expedition with super Scottish build-up, full game commentary and a post-match pundit parade on TalkSport.
Well, stay up late at night, sleep in the day. I'll spend the whole week praying, please don't throw this chance away. Cross the ocean, lads, you know the drill. Come on, you tartan beauties, stick a thistle up, Brazil! Go on,
Full coverage of the mighty Scotland versus Brazil, live from the Miami Stadium. Starts tonight at 10 with kick-off at 11 on TalkSport.
The goals, games, and the biggest names.
World Cup Game Day Sports Bar.
You are listening to the World Cup Game Day Sports Bar on TalkSport. Me, Jeremy Hara and Jason Cundy. Time now for an update of Panama v Croatia with Burger King.
Game Day live update on TalkSport. Brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. Total tournament satisfaction. Delivered by the experts. Order now on the BK app.
Yeah, let's head over to TalkSport 2. Live commentary, Croatia v Panama with commentary team Ian Danter and Perry Groves.
Side for Marko Palisic.
As TalkSport listeners join us in Toronto, it is Panama 0, Croatia 1, with 17 minutes of normal time remaining in England's group. And it's Ante Budimir who has become tonight Croatia's oldest World Cup goal scorer at 34 years young, very nearly 35. And he was on hand early in the second half after good work down the Croatian right. Stanisic and Pasalic combining, and Stanisic's ball across the face of goal was very neatly turned home, guided home by Budimir. But Croatia aren't exactly safe at this point, Perry Groves. If Panama don't get an equaliser, they're eliminated, so they're going to have to keep trying, the Panamanians.
Yeah, to be fair, they've had a good reaction since going 1-0 down. You said it was a good finish from Budimir at the far post. Great cross from Stanisic from the right-hand side. And Budimir was Johnny on the spot, but since they've gone 1-0 up, apart from the Pasalic chance, where his 1v1 was scary, where he should have squared it to Baturina in the centre, he puts it into an empty net, so that's why it stayed at 1-0. It's whether Panama can get that little bit of inspiration, that little bit of creativity.
And their manager, the former Leeds United boss Thomas Christensen, has yet to make a change in the Panamanian side with a substitution. Happy with the players he's got out there, it would seem, but they are running out of time. Their World Cup could be over before they face England in New York, New Jersey in 4 days' time, Panama, because without an equaliser here, they will be eliminated. The rest of this game you can hear over on TalkSport 2 with myself and Perry Groves. We have reached 75 minutes. It's Panama 0, Croatia 1.
OK, that was a score update, all thanks to Burger King.
Game Day live update on TalkSport. Brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. Iconic winners delivered in the box every time. Order now on the BK app.
Right, let's take a quick call. Let's go to Kevin. He's a Celtic and England fan. Right, Kev?
All right, Kev.
Hi, good evening, gents. How are you doing?
I'm all right, Kev. Go on, what do you want to say?
Listen, guys, I just want to say it's a good show, Jay.
Good show. Good, mate. Good.
Just thought tonight was very similar to Scotland. Instead of Scotland the brave, it was Scotland very timid. And I think Tuchel's a bit timid tonight. With 3 kittens in the shot rather than 3 lions, guys. I think the left back, my cousin Nico, should have been playing. And I think also, one of the points I would just like to throw in there, you were a bit slow up front. And I think Big H with the legs, look, great goal scorer. But I think Tuchel might do something radical.
He ain't going to drop Kane.
Listen, Jamie, sometimes he's maybe forced to do something.
You're not dropping Kane, though, are you? You're not dropping Kane. He's going to win the Ballon d'Or.
Here's a wee shout. Rashford in the middle. Think about that one, guys. Bit more pace up front.
All right, I thought about it. No.
But one of the things I've got to say is you need a bit more legs against the best. And one thing Big Troy came out with the other day, and I really want you to win after Scotland, is maybe your keeper. He was an accident waiting to happen. But Jay, one thing I'd ask you to do, it's a plea from the Scottish fans and Alliance. Put a John McGinn shirt on and give us a William Wallace rallying speech before Brazil. Because you could be the difference, Jay. See one it will be in Scotland tomorrow.
I'm listening to this. There might be something in this. Go on, carry on. Do you want you want me to do something?
About how much sunshine Shaban brings to the party. You putting a John McGinn shirt on. Give him one of your William Wallace speeches, Jay. I know I used to watch you at Old Trafford, and you could handle Messi. Respect.
What Jay you talking to?
What Jay you talking to?
What Jay you talking to?
Not me.
I'm talking to Jason.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Right.
Yeah, John McGinn shot on Jason.
Cundy at Old Trafford, mate.
To be fair, mate, I'm not sure he's better.
Listen, I'm telling you, you can match him. He was one of the best.
Look,
want to give a rallying cry to Scotland?
Kev.
Come on, Jamie. Give us. I'm supporting England. You put a John McGinn shirt on. You can be the difference.
So hold on, Kev. Who do you want to put on this John McGinn shirt?
I put it on.
Is it O'Hara or Cundy? Who is it?
I want Jason.
Right, you want me to do it? So you're asking me to put a John McGinn shirt on?
Do a William Wallace rally.
William Wallace.
Roy's best player, the pub player, John McGinn.
He's got a Brazil shirt on right now, mate, so that kind of sums up where Cundy's at. If anything, he's going to do a Brazilian rallying cry.
Yeah.
Jamie, I think it's all an act by Jason.
No, it's not.
I think
no, listen, right? I cannot tell you my bad luck with Scotland. The first game, Haiti, I put my hand in a bag of 48 shirts. The one that come out was top was Haiti, right? No. Listen, the Morocco game, spilled coffee all over my chest, burnt my chest, right? I still got the scars now, and I've got cream. I've got a bit of Sudocrem. Put stuff on baby nappy rash, right? Right, and today I ripped a shirt, and I'm walking around the office, and I go in all the lockers, and the first thing I pull out is a Brazil shirt, 1970.
Jason, a John McGinn shirt will make your hair look superb.
It's bad hair.
A William rallying cry. It's
coming back.
Make that lines, Jason.
All right, listen, Kev, thanks for your call. Let's go to AJ. He's a Chelsea fan and Ghana fan. All right, AJ.
AJ.
Hello, lads. All right.
All right, mate.
How are you, mate? You good?
Not too bad. What
do you want to say? You happy with that tonight?
Yeah. I just wanted to say a bit about the game. I think Ghana defended really well. They're not getting the credit they deserve. I'm from Ghana. Supported the team since I was young. It hasn't always been like this. We've been a team that's always on the front foot. But credit to the manager, kind of like sizing up the opposition and knowing we cannot go toe-to-toe with England. They've got more quality than us, man-to-man. So the team defended really well. I think the shape of the team a lot of times was really good. There were a few slip-ups with that Kane chance, for example. It doesn't happen often for Kane to miss chances like that. So
should have had a penalty, by the way, AJ.
Absolutely, Stonewall.
Should have had a penalty.
I agree.
We actually got away with that.
Yeah, I think you did. And I've got no idea why Konza dived in like that.
He's desperate.
Yeah.
I know he's dived in because he's desperate. That's not a challenge he wants to make. He is in a situation he knows, I'm in a mile of trouble here, and he got away with it. It's 100% a pen.
100%. I don't know why it wasn't looked at.
It would have been. That's the thing. It would have been, and they've turned it down. Right? Jay and I were doing the comms with Carlton Cole, and we're all saying it's a pen. It's a pen. VAR's going to look at this. It's a pen. I'm just waiting for the referee to just get hauled over at the box.
Yeah, I know. No, unbelievable.
If it were the other way around, with Kane going down and they challenge like that, it would be absolute chaos. Because everybody will be on that. So I think that was an unfair thing. But still, credit to the lads. I think they played really well, defended really well.
Done well, mate. Done well. Really well.
One thing I really want to emphasise is at one point, England was just spamming crosses into the box. And if they did their homework really well, they'll know two centre-backs for Ghana, the biggest attributes, it's being in the aerial kind of like space, being getting headers out to the box. That's the best.
No,
thing
I disagree with you. No. We should have put more crosses in the box.
I don't think that was the way.
Well, what was our best chance of the game?
From the cross, absolutely. I get what you're on about, Jay.
Where were they then?
I get what you're on about, Jay.
So you're saying we shouldn't put crosses in the box. Our best chance of putting a cross in the box. They
did eat up a lot of crosses.
There are several times.
We didn't put enough in. We didn't put enough in, mate.
You're talking about high balls and crosses that in the air, but cutbacks could be types of crosses.
You're talking open play or set pieces? Set pieces when you're set.
Both.
I'm open play. I would have. When Noni went to the left, I would have. I'd have made more of an effort to try and take advantage of it.
He did, to be fair. He tried to get a few in, but they weren't the best quality. And this would take you back to Trent not being on the team. So in situations like this, Ghana were literally at the back the whole game. So Reece James had very little to do defensively, but offensively, he had very little to give. So this is what people have been on about with Trent being part of the team. He's that one that can find that cross you're talking about, because his type of cross is not just in the air. He could cut it back, he could hit it across the area, and that could be touched by anyone, even own goals. So I've seen Portugal play earlier. I've seen their ingenuity when it comes to set pieces, especially the one Ronaldo missed, the one that was looked up at the top. So I've not seen that with England. I know Declan's delivery is spot on, but it hasn't been this game. So there had to be some sort of a secondary try. Everything was just plan A. That's what I think. And I don't understand why the lad from Aston Villa, Ollie Watkins, wasn't put on. Well, I don't get it.
Well, I mean, he's got to make. You can't put 13 players on a pitch.
Absolutely, I get it.
Are you taking off who you putting on? I mean, it's all well and good. I said I'd have put Tony on. I'd have made that call.
That's fine.
I would have. I'd have caused chaos in the box. For as good as you boys were, I thought the quality of cross from England in open play, so that the frequency wasn't enough. For set pieces, Declan Rice not good enough, and I think that's something that needs to be worked on. But at that stage of the game, I felt that Ghana were literally right. We're going to defend this, and that's when we had the best chance. But they deserved the point. Should have had a penalty.
Yeah. All right, AJ, listen, mate, thanks for your call. We'll try and squeeze a few more on. Keep your calls coming in. We've got rest of TalkSport as well coming up next.
World Cup Game Day Sports Bar on TalkSport. Brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. Try the new Burger King Burger Buddies box. An unbeatable lineup of 3 or 9 iconic snackable burgers. Perfect for any watch-along with friends and family. Order now on the Burger King app.
You're back with this summer's tournament coverage brought to you by BetMGM, where every game's the main event.
Let's see some of the standout moments so far.
There's early payouts coming in before halftime.
Beautiful timing.
Or when Golden Sub enters the game.
Always a game changer.
And what about those boosts?
Talk about making an impact.
Early payouts, Golden Sub, boosts, and so much more. Why play anywhere else?
BetMGM, where every game's the main event.
Select league and markets only. Eligibility restrictions and T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
I'm Professor Noel Fitzpatrick, and as a vet, I know you want the best care for your animal companion. Pet insurance can help, but you need to choose wisely as not all policies are the same. Pet Plan aim to pay claims quickly and without a fuss, and that's one reason why so many vets work with them.
Get your pet the best veterinary care. Save 10% on new policies when you insure at petplan.co.uk. T's and C's apply. Fitz Media is an appointed representative of Pet Plan Limited.
What's everyone talking about?
Don't miss the world's #1 movie. You didn't hear?
I didn't hear.
Toy Story 5 is another triumph for Pixar. No way. Critics are saying it's magnificent.
Thank you!
Packed with humor, action, and heart.
Yes!
It's 5 stars. Extraordinary.
Holy butterscotch!
Don't miss it on the big screen.
It's good to be back.
See Disney and Pixar's Toy Story 5 in cinemas now.
Yeehaw!
Your call is important to us. You are currently number 25 in the queue.
25? Seriously?
Sounds like Ojo time.
Nice idea.
Feel the fun with PlayOjo, the online casino with all the latest live casino and slot games. New players get 50 free spins on Big Bash Bonanza, plus instant payouts on winnings.
Sorry about the wait. How can I help?
You can help me celebrate. I won!
Feel the fun. PlayOjo.
First deposit only. Most wins are instant. 18 plus. Gamble aware. T's and C's apply.
Make TalkSport's quality coffee break part of your breakfast ritual. Sponsored by Costa Express. Listen this morning from 6 as the Superstar Breakfast Boys team up with the Early Bird crew to discuss the biggest back page stories over a signature Costa Express coffee. Quality analysis passionately blended with authentic opinion that'll set you up for the day.
Yes.
The Superstar Breakfast Coffee Break on TalkSport.
Did not expect a reaction like that, Kitty.
Sponsored by Costa Express. Real beans, real milk, real signature taste.
World Cup Game Day Sports Bar on TalkSport. Brought to you by Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever it is, we're here for it.
World Cup Daily, the podcast from TalkSport.
I'm Adrian Durham and I'm on a mission to bring the World Cup home, and this summer I'm taking you along for the ride. Absolutely brilliant. We've got our team on the ground following every nation to ensure you never miss a moment.
The World Cup Daily podcast is available to download every morning at 7 a.m. from your preferred podcast provider. Scotland versus Brazil. Coverage of Caledonia's continued World Cup expedition with super Scottish build-up, full game commentary and a post-match pundit parade on TalkSport.
Well, stay up late at night, sleep in the day. I'll spend the whole week praying, please don't throw this chance away. Cross the ocean, lads, you know the drill. Come on, you talented beauties, stick a thistle up, Brazil. God, boys!
Full coverage of the mighty Scotland versus Brazil, live from the Miami Stadium. Starts tonight at 10 with kickoff at 11 on TalkSport.
TalkSport Podcast League. Outspoken with White and Jordan.
The best of White and Jordan is now available in one unmissable daily podcast.
So you've got a perfect storm.
From the top flight to the big fight. Get opinionated debate that's always on the ball.
Time to hire somebody who can win.
And on the money.
This is a long way from a done deal.
Outrageous. Outstanding. Outspoken.
It's hard to say that, but it's the truth.
Out now.
Listen or download for free on the TalkSport app or from your favourite podcast portal.
Away, man, it's TalkSport, Pep.
It's a station on the dial that's been here for a while. That's TalkSport, alright.
That's TalkSport, alright.
Our live Premier League is more fun than the beep. That's TalkSport, alright.
That's TalkSport, alright.
It's the easiest way to have your own say, from Champions League to world title fights. Then the other team calls and they're all talking balls. That's TalkSport, alright.
And away, man, it's a bed of a radio station for canny sport and lads and lasses. TalkSport, it's a real Bobby Dazzler.
Win 26 grand in your hand, courtesy of TalkSport Win.
Right, you want a chance to win £26,000 tax-free cash to celebrate the 2026 FIFA World Cup. We're giving away big bucks. Fund your summer and enter right now. Head to talksportwin.com to enter. And for T&Cs, right now it's time for this. Yeah, it's the rest of TalkSport. We run you through some of the recent highlight moments from across the network. Let's kick things off. Yesterday morning's breakfast show, Andy Goldstein and Gabby were joined by James Corden, and James explained where Mbappe's flute celebration came from.
I was in the kitchen and my dad just went, he did the flutes! He did the flutes! And I ran in. And then my phone just exploded in a way that it hasn't exploded since, like, the Gavin and Stacey finale, in terms of people getting in touch with me and just people going, I don't know, it was nuts, man. And I can't believe he did it. Yeah, it was nuts that he did that. It was nuts that he remembered, because we shot that, I think, before I came in to see you last time I was on the show. So that's a while ago. And he says in the video, in the clip, he says, first goal against Senegal, I'll do it.
Have you ever had a celebration?
What do you think? Well, not on a night out. Goal celebration, mate. No, I didn't. No.
What is the most iconic goal celebration?
Do you know what? When I grew up, you'll know this. When you grew up, right? Lee Sharp, right? Remember the Lee Sharp one? He did the Elvis at the corner.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
So that's the one I'm trying to get in your era now.
Okay.
He went up to the corner flag and did like a bit of an Elvis, and he moved the old pelvis.
I think Shearer's quite iconic, isn't it? one arm, run away.
Right, Mickey Shannon. Right, you don't know who Mickey Shannon is.
No. Go on.
I know.
What is it?
Okay, but I can't.
What's the celebration?
It's a one like a shearer.
Yeah.
He did a windmill. He did that.
Okay.
The Mickey Shannon. He ran off just doing
iconic.
Well, yeah. Well, I've called it iconic.
Roger Miller? I think Roger Miller was the one.
No, Roger Miller did a little jig.
Yeah.
He did little.
Yeah, that was nice.
Right.
That was nice.
Robbie
Keane
did the
yeah, it's good.
And then what did he do then? Okay. Right. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Don't forget breakfast is back in a few hours. Andy and Gabby again.
Over the drive now. Roy Jennings had some strong words to say about Cristiano Ronaldo. So let's have a listen to his reaction to him scoring versus Uzbekistan yesterday afternoon. I heard this and he's gutted.
That is an absolute disaster. Portugal 1-0 up, and that's not what the bit that is a disaster. The goal scorer is Cristiano.
You feel it, didn't you?
Ronaldo.
I told you how to start.
Painful.
Told you how to start.
Painful. I'm gutted, Darren.
Do you know what? When you got to give credit where credit's due, the finish is incredible because they cut it back to him and he just swivels on it and hits it. But the celebration, running to his teammates on the bench as well, fair play to him.
Yeah,
look at him. Look at his face. Look how angry he is.
Yeah, he's very aware of the PR.
Your DMs are going to be full tonight. Absolutely full.
He lost $5,000.
Yeah, he had a bet with Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan outed him and said, "I'll bet you $5,000," because he said that he's not going to score at the World Cup, Rory, which I thought was a shocking statement from him.
Yeah, especially
he took the bet.
He took the bet. Lost. I mean, that's what you do when you.
You ain't got $5,000, Rory.
Not now. He ain't.
Piers Morgan's minted. Rory ain't.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to take that one on the chin.
He's gone to charity, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, Rory there, he's had a bit of a stinker, mate. You can't be saying that Ronaldo's not going to score. Ronaldo was always going to score, mate.
It felt like he probably would. He only got two. Rubbed his nose in it. Is that $5,000 a goal?
No, I think it was just one just for a goal, mate.
Can you imagine that? I don't think Rory's going to learn his lesson. Rory and Benty are back later on today.
Yeah, finally, let's finish Hawksby and Baker. The guys were joined by African football journalist Alistair Howarth to discuss the black magic that was going to be placed on the England captain.
If memory serves, in 2014 he did the same with Ronaldo, and I do think Ronaldo did pick up a niggly injury, although he did also score against the Black Stars.
Right.
So it didn't quite work out from a Ghanaian perspective, and they lost that game and got knocked out in the group stages. So I think his record's a bit spotty on that one.
The old witch doctor.
So hold on, what
apparently he didn't actually curse Harry Kane, but Harry Kane didn't have a great game.
No.
It's the sitter.
He did miss a sitter, and I think when you do that sort of, say those sort of things, we go, see, I told you, look what I've done. Look what I've done.
Do you think Harry Kane is sitting there tonight thinking, I missed that shit?
Yes, 100%, mate.
He must be defo.
So I've watched that back a few times. He goes down to his knees.
Does he?
And he
knows it's a bad move.
He knows. He goes down to his knee.
He's normally so calm and composed.
Yeah, and the thing is, Harry Kane, that's the Harry Kane position, isn't it? Coming on to them like that. Like he's almost like a number 8, isn't he, or a 10 that comes onto those chances.
Yeah.
The best players in the world. We saw Messi miss a penalty the other day. The greatest players can miss. They're human. But that is, and he leant back a little bit. Kane, look, he's missed plenty of those. You've got to be in the position. Yeah, he'll be absolutely devastated, but he'll get rid of it out of his brain, mate.
Yeah.
You're not going to dwell on that.
No.
How many times has Harry Kane been in that position, missed those chances, yet come back the next game and scored a brace? Or in the next 5 games, he's got 4 goals. So don't worry about that.
Well, remember, you can find all our shows on the TalkSport app. We can swipe between TalkSport, TalkSport 2, all of our other sister stations. You never miss a moment. Time now for an update. The Panama v Croatia game with Burger King.
Game Day live update on TalkSport. Brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. Total tournament satisfaction. Delivered by the experts. Order now on the BK app.
It's full time between Panama and Croatia. Jeff Peters has been watching for TalkSport.
And Croatia have won by 1-0. They move third in the group behind England and Ghana. They'd been disappointing until they took the lead early in the second half. Brilliant run and cross from Stanisic. Drilled in by Ante Budimir at the far post 9 minutes after coming on as sub. They should have got a second soon after, but Marko Pasalic was wasteful. Defeat for Panama means they'll be heading home after the England game on Saturday. They've showed, though, they do possess a threat. They forced Livakovic into several crucial saves. Full-time in Toronto, Panama 0, Croatia 1.
That was a score update, all thanks to Burger King.
Game Day Live Update on TalkSport. Brought to you by Burger King Burger Buddies. Iconic winners delivered in the box every time. Order now on the BK app.
Right, me and Mr. Cundy are finito. It's been a long old
We
shift.
are, bud. We are. Yeah, disappointing. Why? It's so difficult when you're on the coalface like you and I were doing that the Sports Bar special on YouTube. We're so desperate being able to win, and the performance was so poor. Yeah, actually, I'm kind of come out of it the last 2.5, 3 hours going, ain't a disaster.
No.
It's not terminal.
No.
We will come again, learn from that. Yeah. But that one...
As I said, if you're going to have a stinker in the World Cup in one game, it's the second game.
Yeah, second game. After you won the first one. Yeah, and then we've got to beat Panama and just get yourself through. Play whoever going to play, move on, dust yourself down. I mean, Croatia... It's a big win for them, and that they needed that.
That's a massive result.
That is huge.
It's kept them in the tournament.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Huge win for them.
Yeah.
They have won 1-0, and that means they are third. England are still top. We play Panama next. Coming up, we keep on rolling, keep on trucking here.
Yeah, we don't stop, man.
Ollie Klink is live for the build-up for Colombia versus DR Congo. He's coming up next.
Good game.